Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The instance of Sheila Labar, an angelic-looking demon. Early life, physical and psychological trauma can have a highly unanticipated impact on an adult's life. Although they do not always result in someone becoming ruthless and trying to harm others, trauma can, occasionally, give rise to a true monster. In his book, Anatomy of Violence, criminal psychologist Adrian Raine goes into great length regarding his belief that a person might become a cold-blooded killer due to hereditary and psychophysical factors. Perhaps our heroine today, Sheila Labar, can be linked to the many serial killers in history who had genuinely terrible upbringings. Because of her angelic look, this woman was able to entice her victims and then execute them with ruthlessness. Criminologists are certain that she committed many more crimes, even if the court was only able to prove 2 of them. Let's now examine this challenging tale from the outset and attempt to determine whether Sheila Labar was a born monster or if the abuse she experienced as a youngster caused her to turn into one. Sheila Labar is who? On July 4, 1958, Sheila Labar was born in Fort Payne, Alabama, a tiny rural community. She grew up with her brother and sister, Lynn, as the youngest of her parents' 3 children. She grew up on a farm surrounded by cornfields in a beautiful but somewhat remote location. According to Lynn's older siblings' recollections, Sheila was a creative, energetic, open-minded, and curious youngster. She enjoyed being the focus of attention, had a sweet appearance and a nice voice. She might have become a well-known singer or actress if her life had gone differently. However, her name adorned the pages of criminal chronicles rather than vivid posters. In addition to his unfathomable brutality, her father, Manuel Bailey, the family's patriarch, was an alcoholic for many years. However, it would be more appropriate to state that his addiction affected his entire family. He frequently went on rampages, becoming a true beast who delighted in mistreating his wife and kids. He beat them with anything he had and humiliated and degraded them. Might shut himself in the house and keep everyone out in the middle of the night when it was freezing or raining. Mothers, daughters, and boys frequently had to sleep outside in the field or in a barn. Manuel started hurling dishes and other items at his family members one day when he was intoxicated once more. Sheila, the youngest daughter, was struck in the head by one of her husband's flower pots, despite the mother's best efforts to shield the kids. Sheila meticulously concealed her temple scar with her hair after suffering a severe concussion that would last a lifetime. The hardest thing the sisters had to go through in their parents' house, however, was not even the taunts and beatings. Sheila and Lin-Manuel recall that they were forced to become intimate from a young age. The topic was never brought up, even though the mother might have known what was happening. Sheila fared well enough in school, though, in spite of the misery at home. She had aspirations of leaving the farm as soon as possible and taking over the big metropolis. The girl had a lot of drive and ambition. She had everything she needed to pursue her childhood dream of being an actress or pop singer. Charisma, a radiant appearance, and a lovely voice. Sheila was only 18 when she entered adulthood, and her first marriage. Although she moved out of her parents' house, adulthood was not always happy. She was not permitted to average her results in order to get into the university, and she lacked the funds to relocate to the big metropolis. Subsequently, Sheila secured a position as a maid at a hotel where her older sister was already employed. Sheila, it should be mentioned, was very lovely and had a slim physique. She had a mess of long, thick hair, a lovely grin, and large blue eyes. Over time, she learned to take advantage of the attention she received from men and control her suitors. A romantic relationship started between Labar and Bailey in the late 1970s, after they met a man named Jonathan Baxter. Although Jonathan had a young kid from a prior relationship, he was not quite 20 years old. The child did not, however, become a barrier, and the couple soon married. But this marriage was short-lived. After Jonathan discovered that the young wife had mistreated his daughter while he was off from work, he collapsed after a few months. To be honest, Sheila was irritated with the youngster and would either raise her hand or put her in a closet if she began to cry or misbehave. Jonathan didn't plan controversies or pay attention to justifications. He just put his wife and his possessions outside his home and filed for divorce. He didn't want to see or speak to her ever again. Sheila survived largely off of the men she dated after the divorce, but all of these relationships were short-lived, lasting only a few weeks to a few months, until she met Ronnie Jennings, her future second husband, in the early 1980s. After a turbulent courtship that ended in marriage, Sheila adopted the double last name Bailey Jennings. Two irascible and unstable persons who frequently cheated on one another, scandalized, and even fought nevertheless were in an unhealthy relationship. They were married for over 3 years. Sheila requested a divorce from her husband in 1984 following yet another family dispute, but he turned her down. Ronnie actually didn't keep the relationship going at all. He only intended to annoy and anger his wife, and he was successful in doing so. Sheila lost her temper, took a lot of drugs in front of her husband, drank a lot of booze, and then, after this hellish concoction, she got behind the wheel and drove off. Soon after, Sheila lost consciousness due to the effects of the drugs and alcohol, flew off the road, and collided with a tree at a high speed. She had a severe head injury but miraculously survived. Doctors gave no prognosis, and she remained in a profound coma for over a week. Sheila spent several months in a psychiatric facility after she eventually regained consciousness and began to rehabilitate. Later, when she was under a lot of strain, she complained to her sister that one of the orderlies was bothering her all the time and might have been taking advantage of her helplessness. After all of this, Sheila went back to her second husband's house, but she started acting threateningly and aggressively toward him when she attacked Ronnie and jabbed nail scissors into his chest. During another controversy, fearing for his own life and well-being, Ronnie filed for divorce and quickly left the insane woman's wealthy lover. Following the dissolution of the second marriage, the young lady started searching for a partner by placing advertisements in the print media's dating columns. However, Sheila's tendency to control everything and firmly repress their partners in both personal and daily life meant that no guy stayed with her for very long. Wilfred Bill Labar, 60, soon became interested in the picture of a pretty female in the dating area. The man had been married twice before, and both of his prior marriages had produced grown children and grandchildren. He had been living alone on his spacious country ranch since he became a widow a few years ago. Bill was a reasonably well-off individual. He reared horses on the ranch and operated a chiropractic practice in Epping, New Hampshire. At the same time, he needed a strong, powerful woman because he felt lonely. Indeed, he discovered just that. Sheila was drawn to the affluence of her new acquaintance and thought that they would make a perfect match. To make Bill go completely crazy, she started sending him letters and postal mail, adding pictures of herself in the nude to make him laugh. Labara quickly asked a charming pen friend to visit his property. After the trap was successful, they fell in love quickly. She moved in with him in the summer of 1987, since an old man is generous with costly presents for a young mistress. The fact that the doctor suddenly went out in public with a lovely companion who was half his age and suitable for him as a daughter is really flattering. He had no intention of marrying Sheila, however. Sheila, though, isn't waiting for a proposal. Became Labari after changing her name. Despite being taken aback by this development, Bill did not protest. Sheila started to meddle in every aspect of her old lover's life, taking charge of his business, finances, and property management. Furthermore, Bill was growing too old to meet a young woman's intimate desires. Sheila herself claims that after that he gave her permission to meet other men, whom she frequently took straight to their house. Wayne Ennis, a Jamaican, was one of Sheila's frequent lovers in the mid-1990s. Originally employed as an au pair on the ranch, he was significantly younger than Sheila. However, the young man quickly moved into the owner's home in 1995 with Bill's approval, which was most likely obtained under Sheila's insistence. After Sheila and Wayne had made their relationship legal, the husband reflected that he would be her exclusive partner going forward. He quickly discovered, however, that he was mistaken. Why? Because his wife kept going out with other men. This did not satisfy Wayne, and one day he leaped on Sheila and her next partner with his fists, hurting them. For the first time, Sheila, who was used to being controlled, was unable to handle her third husband, who fought whenever a competitor came within sight. She eventually filed for divorce, accused Wayne of assault and violence, and requested a court order to prevent him from approaching her. Sheila continued to meet with several boyfriends, changing them like gloves, and her chaotic personal life was unaffected by another divorce. It's true that Sheila's relationship was ending more frequently lately due to lawsuits from men who claimed she was not just nasty but also a menace to their health and lives. As a result, she intentionally struck one of her boyfriends with a car and nearly ran him over. Another scraped his face, leaving him permanently scarred, while another nearly smashed his head. Sheila became increasingly hazardous to others as she grew older. She expected all men to obey her, and when they did not, she became angry. Bill LaBar passed away from heart failure in 2000 at the age of 74. The old man's family was certain that Sheila was involved in his death, even though medical professionals and law enforcement did not find any evidence of criminal activity. Even though Bill and Sheila were never legally married, they believed that she had been slowly poisoning Bill for years and had even forced him into the spotlight. The will stated that Sheila would be the only heir to all of his assets. The family members made an unsuccessful attempt to contest this in court. They continued to believe that Bill was coerced into writing House of Temptation, the will that the mistress desired. As I said before, Sheila took full ownership of all of Bill's property after his death. She didn't have to think about what other people thought anymore. With the land she received, she was free to do as she pleased. She described her home as a haven of pleasure and seduction where no boundaries existed. She enticed men to her by meeting them online, in bars and on the streets, then worked to keep them on the ranch for as long as she could. Their age, skin tone, or any other aspect of their physical appearance didn't matter to her. After promising them supernatural pleasure, she tried to repress and control them. Sheila frequently met couriers in the nude and offered them a different way to pay in an attempt to woo them. However, she failed to consider that she was not growing any younger and was not nearly as attractive as she once was. Couriers eventually just refused to deliver to her address. On the property, neighbors saw that LaBar had different guys arrive all the time, but some of them rushed out the same day. Others experienced a little delay as well. It was only possible to speculate as to what was happening within the house. So quickly, where had Michael DeLorge vanished to? Sheila made the decision to find love with men who were addicted or in desperate need of housing money. The most vulnerable group was also the easiest target for the crafty woman, who pretended to be a widowed millionaire everywhere and boasted about the enormous fortune she got in 2004. On one of the city's streets, LaBar encountered Michael DeLodge, a homeless guy. His life was challenging, and his addiction to illegal narcotics caused him to lose everything. When his family attempted to get him to a rehabilitation center, he fled and has been lingering ever since. Sheila was fond of Michael and extended an invitation to him, offering him food, housing, and the required medications in return for intimacy. The man had moved to the ranch and was totally reliant on his former mistress. Sheila rapidly became accustomed to the taste, and her desires grew increasingly complex, but he obliged with all of her requests since he was scared to be on the street again. She enjoyed humiliating, beating, and binding Michael. He made multiple attempts to flee, hiding in homeless shelters and wandering dozens of miles, but he never chose to approach the police out of concern that they wouldn't believe him. In the meantime, Sheila consistently located him and returned him to the property. He desperately attempted to get in touch with his family to inform them of his predicament. When his loved ones heard this upsetting news, they reacted right away, but it was too late. Michael DeLoge vanished into thin air in October 2005. When Sheila was contacted personally by his relatives, she said that she and Michael were no longer together. She didn't know where he was anymore, and he had left her. None of the locations he had visited previously had Michael present. There was no means to get in touch with him, and no one who knew him had seen him. There was no response from the cops, and LaBar stayed outside. Sheila's stories about her extravagant wealth were grossly exaggerated, and as she was suspected of having trusted Kenny County, she was obliged to seek a job in order to maintain the house and car. Sheila, of course, picked a career she liked. She started running a private phone service. Men were seduced by her genuinely captivating voice and offered to meet her face to face. One of these men was Kenny County, who was only 24 years old when they first met him. The young man was open, friendly, and had a nice appearance, but because of his low IQ, he was extremely credulous. LaBar was searching for a man much like this. In fact, Kenny was dependent on his mother, with whom he had a tight relationship. However, Sheila was able to sever this bond and really entice Kenny to her with the use of deft tactics. She promised that they would always be this way, and gave him a night of love that he would never forget. The young man moved into Sheila's home after deciding he had found the woman of his dreams, and telling his family about it. After setting up an actual torture chamber in one of the chambers, Sheila soon revealed her true identity to the man. Intimacy invariably resulted in a vicious beating or worse each time. Despite Kenny's numerous cuts, bruises, abrasions, scratches, and burn marks, he was unable to leave the mistress's home since she had total control over him. Sheila prevented him from seeing and speaking to his family and loved ones, could only speculate as to Kenny's condition. Neighbors who saw the man from time to time and were appalled by his frail appearance were the ones who initially raised the alarm. The young man was photographed by a local store clerk using the camera on her cell phone a few days prior to his disappearance, and the photo was eventually included in the court case file. One could characterize Kenny's state in the picture as appalling. He was really slender, his nose was likely broken, and he had large bruises on his cheek and under his eye. All of these wounds had been caused at separate times, based on the degree of healing, indicating that the man had been severely beaten for a considerable amount of time, and his cart's contents were concerning. As it turned out, he rolled 2 big fuel canisters to the pay register for his own cremation. The store staff decided to report the man to the police for potential domestic violence, since they were so perplexed and even scared by his look. However, Sheila got away with it this time, and they were unable to bring any charges against her. Soon after, Kenny completely ceased communicating with his family, and when his anxious mother showed up at Labar's house, the owner acted hostilely and told her to leave Kenny alone. Every other effort ended in the same way, and Kenny County's family reported him missing to the police, citing horrible discoveries, a home cremation, and the possibility that he was being held forcibly at the rural ranch. When police got to Sheila's house, she said the young man had moved out and that Kenny had fled because his mother, whom he was supposedly afraid of, started coming to visit them often. Sheila offered an audio clip as proof, in which she asks her lover if his own mother had assaulted him, and he responds disgracefully in the positive. The following day, an officer who was visiting Sheila obtained a search warrant for the estate since everything seemed more than odd. Although Sheila had previously been on the radar of the police on numerous occasions, and her name had been connected to another enigmatic partner disappearance, she had never been questioned, and her home and property had never been examined. Labar was not at home when the cops came, but they did notice other fires raging close to the barns. A mattress, pieces of wooden furniture, hay, and other makeshift materials were used to create the odd-looking fires, which were then doused with a flammable mixture. There were bones in one of the bonfires that were obviously human remains. The team asked for forensic specialists to report all the findings as reinforcements. However, compared to what they found later, that proved to be only the beginning. Poorly cleaned blood traces were discovered almost everywhere in the residence. It appeared as though a true massacre had taken place, since there was so much of it. The blood turned out to have come from at least 3 separate individuals. 2 empty fuel cans, the identical ones the child had purchased at the neighborhood store the day before, were laying close by, and the bones smoking in the fire belonged to the missing Kenny. That wasn't all, though. The remains of Michael Deluge, who vanished a few years prior, and some fingers belonging to an unidentified third man were also discovered on the property. Numerous products that belonged to the same group, among other things. At the ranch, eyes belonging to different men were taken from the sump. Their whereabouts are unknown. The hostess herself had worked it out and fled, so she wasn't home when the police arrived. Sheila apparently hoped to get lost when she hitched a ride to Boston. She also wooed a motorist who gave her a ride on the way, and he kindly offered her to live in his home. However, the new boyfriend himself called the police the following day to tell that Sheila was now in his bed after seeing TV news about the hunt for a dangerous criminal. She was taken into custody there. A box of videotapes was discovered during the investigation of Sheila's house, which was another terrifying discovery. Kenny, Michael, and a number of other men admitted to heinous atrocities on the tapes, but based on their looks and state of health, it appears that they were tortured to make these admissions. There have been many concerns about Labarage's mental health since her arrest, thus the court mandated the required assessments. Sheila was diagnosed with schizophrenia symptoms and a delusional illness. She referred to herself as a heavenly angel sent to shield children from sexual predators. Her lawyer attempted to construct a defense based on Sheila's deteriorating mental condition. He referred to his client as gravely ill and attempted to demonstrate that she was unaware of what she was doing. Her childhood trauma, both physical and mental, was the cause of this. According to the defendant, she met God many years ago when she was in a coma near death after a tragic accident, and the deity instructed her to rid the world of those who violate children. Speaking in court, Sheila's ex-husbands and a few of her boyfriends described her as a wild, unstable, and violent woman. The third spouse, Wayne Ennis, also claimed that the ex-wife had constantly urged him to assassinate Mr. Labar so that she could have his property. It was established that Sheila knew what she was doing when she committed her crimes, despite the defense's efforts to persuade the court that she was mad and in need of treatment. She was convicted in July 2008 and given a life sentence without the chance of parole. Her appeals were all turned down. Sheila is currently incarcerated at Homestead Correctional Facility in Florida. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this episode, we will discuss the events of 2014. Carly McBride, 31, disappeared under mysterious circumstances after visiting her ex-boyfriend's house. After receiving a missing person report, the police launched an investigation. However, the authorities took nearly 2 years to respond to the question, where has Carly vanished? Carly was born on April 14, 1983, into the family of Steve McBride and Lorraine Williams. She was a cheerful and outgoing child who had a strong bond with her parents. Carly became increasingly troubled as she grew older, and she began abusing alcohol and illegal substances. Nonetheless, she made an effort to overcome her harmful addictions. Carly was 31 years old and lived in Belmont, New South Wales, Australia, in 2014. She was a mother to 2 children. William is 7 years old, and Cadence is 3 years old. Carly had children with various men, but I couldn't find any information about her relationship with her former partners. However, we know that Andrew Easton, Cadence's father, was among the last people to see Carly. Carly sought treatment in 2013 to overcome her drug addiction. While there, she met Sale Kenneth Newson, and their friendship developed into something more. In August 2014, Carly and Sale began spending almost all of their time together. The couple fought occasionally, but they appeared to be happy on the surface. On September 30, 2014, Sale drove Carly to Muswellbrook, where her 3-year-old daughter Cadence lived with her father, Andrew Easton. Carly came to stay with her for a few hours. She entered her former partner's home around 12:30 p.m. Sale did not stay with her, but they agreed that he would return in a few hours. However, when Sale arrived to pick up Carly, she was no longer present. Carly's ex-partner Andrew Easton claimed they fought, so Carly departed. She planned to visit the nearest McDonald's, which was about a 20-minute walk from Andrew Easton's house. She was perplexed that Carly had not called to tell him where she would be waiting for him. Sale began addressing her as himself. Since all attempts had failed, Sale drove towards McDonald's, where she allegedly planned to stop along the way. He looked around, hoping to see Carly sitting somewhere waiting for him. He suggested that her phone had died, but Carly was nowhere to be found. She wasn't at or near McDonald's, where she was supposed to have gone. Sale drove around Muswellbrook streets for a while, but it was in vain. Carly appeared to vanish into thin air. When she did not return home to Belmont that evening, Sale called the police. The detectives questioned him about what had happened. It would be precisely the same thing, each time. I would drop her off, and she would exit and head to the front door. She'd hold her daughter in her arms, turn around, and wave me away. Newson said she would call and text me twice during each visit to let me know she was fine. But on that particular day, I dropped her off around 12:30 p.m., and everything changed, and I did not hear from her again. Not a thing. I texted her. I called her, but the phone simply rang. Newson said he arrived at the house around 4:30 p.m. As usual, I went to pick up Carly, only to be told by her ex that she had left after an argument earlier that afternoon and was walking about a mile away to a McDonald's. Undoubtedly, the following question arose. Did Carly leave her ex-partner's home, or was Andrew Easton concealing something? His story suggested that he was the last person to see her. However, no other witnesses could confirm that Carly had actually left his house. Police interviewed neighbors and people who lived along Carly's route to McDonald's. The fact that no one saw her has fueled suspicions about her former partner. Unfortunately, no surveillance cameras near Andrew Easton's home could confirm or deny his claim that Carly left around 2 p.m. After reviewing the recordings from McDonald's surveillance cameras, the investigators discovered no evidence that she was ever present. Police investigated the fields behind a nearby residential area for clues. However, the chief investigator in this case stated that nothing particularly remarkable had been discovered and that the investigation would continue. They urged anyone with information about Carly McBride's disappearance to contact the police department. She was last seen in blue jeans, sandals, and a yellow t-shirt, carrying a tan handbag. After obtaining a search warrant, police investigated the house where Carly was last seen. A group of police officers went there, hoping to find evidence that would shed light on what had happened to the mother of 2 children. However, after searching Andrew Eastern's house, the police discovered no new clues. Nothing indicated that a crime had been committed in that house. However, investigators discovered something suspicious. They discovered Carly's Facebook account was deleted a few hours after she vanished, prior to the official report of her disappearance. The mysterious deletion of her social media account sparked many questions, including whether the account deletion and Carly's disappearance were linked. Was she the one who deleted her account? Or did somebody else do it? Why was the account deleted? Perhaps the Facebook messages contain information about what happened, which is why the account was deleted. To learn the answers to these questions, the detectives turned to the U.S. Department of Justice, hoping that they could help restore Carly's account and determine who deleted it. Facebook's data analysis takes place at its headquarters in Menlo Park, California. However, Sergeant Wright stated that McBride's Facebook friends could assist the New South Wales police. We're wondering if anyone had contact with Carly via Facebook or other social media in the days leading up to her disappearance. If anyone notices anything unusual, please come forward and let us know. He made this statement in light of the timing of the Facebook page's closure, and in the context of the disappearance, we believe it is highly suspicious. However, it may contain important information about what happened to Carly. Carly's parents couldn't believe their daughter had just fled to begin a new life. Kylie Smith, a close friend and flatmate, said nothing unusual occurred while she spoke with Carly on the phone and traveled to Muswellbrook. She was very down to earth. I would describe her as a free spirit. She was easygoing and just enjoyed life. Miss Smith claimed she was always there for her friends. If you were having a bad day, she knew and would contact you. She also made a plea. Every day, we wake up with no idea what has happened. I don't know where she is. She stated that you must have a conscience to come forward with some news. Please give us something. The police thoroughly searched the area where Carly was prior to her disappearance. The search involved dogs, police divers searching the Hunter River and its surroundings, and aerial and trail bike patrols. And yet none of this helped to find any traces of Carly McBride months ago, and the investigation yielded no results. Carly did not leave any digital footprints. She never turned on her phone after her disappearance. Her social media accounts were inactive, and she did not use any bank cards. Investigators began to believe Carly was no longer alive. Carly's parents asked for help finding their daughter 9 months after she went missing. They were joined by Detective Timothy Seymour, who could help by requesting any information relevant to the investigation. Lorraine Williams, Miss McBride's mother, cried during the public appeal and begged for assistance in finding her beloved daughter. Anything, no matter how small. Please come forward and assist us, she advised. Steve and Lorraine stated that their family faced difficulties following Carly's disappearance. We are doing our best. According to Mr. McBride, the situation with Carly's children is quite complicated. Both children have 2 different fathers. And to be honest, we haven't had much close contact with those kids. So we're just hoping that changes so we can continue to communicate with them. Detective Inspector Timothy Seymour stated that officers had worked tirelessly since Miss McBride's disappearance. We are sorting through a plethora of information. However, we continue to appeal. Inspector Seymour stated that the breakthrough moment may come from someone who believes they have innocuous information. Carly's parents gradually realized that they would likely never see their daughter alive again. Lorraine wrote a heartbreaking letter to the man who robbed her of her daughter. I don't think there's a single person who doesn't know what happened to my bum or hasn't noticed what happened that fateful day. Please help us with her children. They are innocent and beautiful babies. Whoever you are, you have taken away their mother, their only source of fun and happiness in their lives, their tower of strength. They will never feel her soft, warm, and reassuring kisses and big, warm hugs, along with her contagious belly laugh and radiant smile. Their memories are lost. They cannot say goodbye to her. Our pain, anguish, angst, and frustration are dragging us all down, causing us to wake up terrified that we will get a call saying they have found my baby. Whoever you are, you chose that day to take my daughter away from us. You, the bottom, feeding runt, have left us with question after question. We don't know how or why we're grieving. We're in a kind of grief limbo. Our little beautiful and poor babies need to know where their mother is. They are the innocent victims of the terrible nightmare we are living. Please come forward so that they can move on and become the amazing people their mother would have wanted them to be. We cannot honor or respect Carly's life until she is found. My daughter is luring you in, and you will be a good catch when you least expect it. This is my only wish, that we find my baby and put her to rest. It is a fundamental human right, with the dignity and respect she deserves. Then her babies, with their beautiful but broken hearts and heads, can begin to heal, and they may be able to live a life free of anguish, pain, and anxiety. You did not give my daughter a chance. Please let her children know that they ache for William, and Cadence should not be burdened with this pain. Please assist us in providing them with a sense of grief and loss throughout their journey. Carly is a proud Aboriginal woman, as is her lovely sister, and I am honored to be their mother. Nobody deserves this in life, but my baby is drawing you in. You're breaking as we're aching. Your truth is Carly's truth, and therefore our truth. Please, speak up. Because the police were unable to connect Carly's disappearance to her ex-partner, Andrew Easton, they turned their attention to another possible suspect, Sale Newson. During the investigation, they discovered that Carly and Sale's relationship was far from perfect. The man was extremely jealous, which was a frequent source of their disagreements. Despite their brief relationship, Newson told everyone he was deeply in love with Carly, claiming she was the first woman he had fallen in love with in the previous 14 years. He desperately sought any information, helped launch a Facebook page offering financial incentives, and knocked on every door in the area where she was last seen. Despite these public declarations of love and devotion, Newson almost immediately began intimate relationships with other women. Furthermore, just hours after reporting Carly missing, he offered sexual intercourse to several women. Carly vanished on September 30, and on October 2, Sale spent the night with another woman, but in public, he acted like a heartbroken man who had lost the love of his life. Detectives also discovered an argument between Sale and Carly 2 days before her disappearance. Carly allegedly received Facebook messages from other men, which sparked the fight. However, all of this was just circumstantial evidence. They needed direct links to charge Sale Newson in April 2015. The authorities searched 3 addresses, 1 in Muswell Brook and 2 in Scone. Scone is a town in Upper Hunter Shire, Hunter Region, New South Wales, Australia. The distance between Scone and Muswell Brook is approximately 15 miles. During the searches, they seized 3 firearms and an unspecified amount of illegal substances, as well as arresting James Cunneen, a 24-year-old man. However, the police stressed that the charges were unrelated to the ongoing investigation into Carly's disappearance, despite the fact that they arose during the investigation. We should keep this name in mind. Carly has been missing for nearly 2 years. The police continued their investigation, but there were no new leads to help solve the case. But then there was a breakthrough. On August 7, 2016, local pedestrians discovered the remains in a shallow grave in a bush just a few feet from the road. A forensic examination confirmed that these were Carly McBride's remains, a mother of 2 from Belmont who went missing on September 30, 2014, at Muswell Brook. The police delayed announcing the discovery of her body by 4 days in order to gather more evidence. Superintendent Guiana reiterated police suspicions that Carly, 31, had been kidnapped from the street by an unknown person. We do not believe this was a random act. So we're looking into her past, and as many people as we can find, he said outside the school and police station, but he didn't name any suspects in the case because it's still too fresh. It took us 2 years to achieve this breakthrough, and we have a large volume of new evidence that needs to be thoroughly evaluated. He stated that we have worked very hard on this over the last 2 years. The team here is eager to resolve this for Carly's family, and we now have so much new evidence that it will require a significant amount of work. but we are well underway. He stated that the heartbroken parents had expressed their desperate need for answers through tears. Please come forward with any information, Lorraine sobbed. We still want to know who did this to my baby. The couple stated that they now have some closure after her body was discovered, and they are extremely grateful to the police and public health for finding their last daughter. The investigators worked for 10 months before issuing an arrest warrant for Newson on June 19, 2017. He was arrested and brought to the police station. Newson denied having any involvement in Carly McBride's death. However, Sale Newson was not the only one who faced charges. Police suspected that 26-year-old James Cunning helped Newson dispose of the body. Carly McBride, Sale Newson, and James Cunning met at an alcohol and drug rehabilitation center. Each left the center at a different time and for different reasons, but they remained in contact. The trial of Sale Newson began in August 2018 and lasted several years because the police only had circumstantial evidence. Prosecutors say Newson met Carly after she left her ex-partner's house, struck her several times in the head and back in a jealous rage, and threw her body away. Forensic experts determined that Carly McBride died as a result of multiple blunt force traumas. She suffered 23 skull fractures, 13 torso fractures including spinal and rib fractures. According to the judge, Carly McBride died as a result of blunt force injuries from Newson. Judge Arraes also mentioned that Newson told police during an interview that he was a skilled mixed martial arts fighter. His primary sport was that of boxing. I had 20 fights and 20 victories. I trained alongside world champions, but as I improved, I became too old. He informed the police that the deceased died as a result of severe brain trauma caused by a high level of force applied to his head. The judge stated, "I am satisfied that the offender caused death through the use of fists, feet, or both, or the use of objects." While looking for a Newson's house, the police discovered the map and a shoebox beneath the bed. This map featured a circle drawn around the towns of Muswellbrook and Scone. Carly's remains were discovered exactly within this radius. That map also had the numbers 1, 2, and 3 written on it in locations outside Muswellbrook with Senior Constable Mohini, indicating that the first two numbers represented the location of point-to-point, two-point cameras. After the police discovered Carly's remains in 2016, Newson contacted her father, Steve. During the conversation, Newson mentioned that the found skeleton lacked hand bones. However, the police never disclosed this information. The only people who knew about it were the police, Carly's parents, and the Department of Forensic Medicine at John Hunter Hospital, as the authorities assumed Newson knew because he was familiar with the crime scene, and he was the one who left Carly's body where they discovered it 2 years later. Furthermore, the clothes on Carly's remains matched those she wore on the day she disappeared. It appeared she died shortly after leaving her former partner's home. The police couldn't find her phone. When police investigated a suspicious mobile phone, they discovered that he had deleted Google location services between September 18 and October 2, 2014. During the trial, the investigators discovered that the photo of Carly that Newson took on the way to Muswellbrook and later used in missing person flyers was edited and cropped before the police received the report of Carly's disappearance. When the search for Carly began, Newson offered a $20,000 reward for information on her location. However, his bank account showed that he was broke, implying that he offered the reward solely because he knew no one would ever find her. Thus, he would not be required to pay. Newson jumped right into the police investigation, attempting to deflect suspicion onto others and gathering information about where police and other emergency services would be searching. He also searched the surrounding streets for CCTV or witnesses, which the police claimed was done not to find information, but to suppress it and determine whether anyone had seen him intercepting Miss McBride. And while volunteers and police searched for her in Muswellbrook and distributed missing person flyers, Newson was in city messaging friends about how he was driving an Audi R8, as well as that Newson claimed to know the area where Miss McBride was found, like the back of my hand, and described it to Carly McBride's father, Steve McBride, despite only seeing footage of a police-staged crime. The images you're seeing now are not from a real crime scene, but rather a staged one that the police used to get a nuisance reaction from. The more investigators dug into Newson and interviewed him, the more they looked through his Facebook messages. The more he listens to his phone calls, the more he reflects on himself. After reviewing his internet search history, investigators discovered that he was looking for instructions on how to delete Facebook account. His account remained active, but Carly's account was deleted soon after. Although all of the evidence was circumstantial, the prosecutor stated that there were puzzle pieces that, when assembled, revealed a picture. These pieces eventually came together to form an irrefutable case, ruling out any other possible explanations for Carly McBride's disappearance and the discovery of her body approximately 82 feet from the side of the road. The judge concluded that the brutal and unplanned attack on Carly was motivated by nuisance jealousy. When he picked up Carly from Muswell Brook, he discovered she had spent approximately 90 minutes with her ex-partner rather than spending time with her daughter as planned. Carly's daughter was not home at that time, and being alone with her ex-partner for an hour and a half allegedly resulted in Noose attacking Carly in a jealous rage. Lorraine Williams, Ms. Zenz, McBride's mother, told a sentencing hearing that she had lived in a state of grief and anxiety for 2 years while waiting for her happy, gorgeous, and outgoing daughter to return home to her 2 young children. Instead, the next time she saw Carly, she was in the morgue. She described the worst day of her life with tears. Carly should be present, living her life with her children. Her sister, her father, and me, Ms. Williams, stated that after today, she will never hear, speak, or see the man who killed her beautiful daughter again. He no longer has the power to harm me, and I refuse to think about him anymore. Ms. Williams said she will miss Carly every second of her life, nearly 7 years after he reported her missing. Newson, 43, was found guilty in December 2021. He was sentenced to 27 years in prison, with parole eligibility in 2038. Following the sentencing, Newson turned to the judge and reiterated his innocence. "I understand that the verdict is final," he said, "Your Honor, I am innocent. From the day I reported Carly missing until today, I've cooperated with the police, the courts, the jails, and everything, and I've been convicted of a crime I didn't commit. Someone out there committed this crime, and it was not me. It was not me. And now I have a difficult task ahead of me in trying to clear my name through the courts." James Cunningham, who assisted Newson in disposing of Carly McBride's body, denied any guilt. However, in July 2022, a jury convicted him. According to the judge, Cunningham lied to police during 3 interrogations to create a false alibi for nuisance and deleted data from his phone to cover his tracks. Unfortunately, I couldn't find his photo. However, it is known that when Cunningham was charged in the Carly McBride case, he was already in prison for possessing illegal weapons and prohibited substances. In November 2020, the 31-year-old Cunningham showed almost no reaction when he was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison with a 4-year parole period. Following the trial, Carly's parents stated that, while justice had been served, no matter the outcome, nothing would ever return their daughter. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The body of 17-year-old Charnel Huff was discovered hanging close to the railing in the stairs of the girl's house early on May 26, 2018, when a staff member at a boarding school dormitory discovered a scene that stunned everyone. Authorities found a second victim, Marna Engelbrecht, her best friend, a few minutes later. Everything initially suggested a double tragedy, but minute discrepancies in the specifics started to show. What started off as a devastating loss quickly turned into a terrifying and intricate study that revealed hidden aspects of life, entwined intentions, obsessions. In Delareyville, a small village in the northwest province of South Africa, Charnel Huff lived on a farm with her father, Ronnie, her stepmother, Anna, and Anna's son, Eston, whom she considered to be her brother. Despite their early divorce, Charnel's parents maintained a cordial relationship. Her mother, Sonia, worked at a tourism lodge in a nearby resort region, and her father farmed cattle. Charnel lived with her parents for 3 weeks on the farm with her father and 1 week with her mother before she started at Stella boarding school. She visited her mother's house less frequently after she started school, though. Charnel's unexpected reconnection and rekindled friendship with Marna Engelbrecht coincided with this shift in her routine. Since they were young children, the two girls had been close friends, But after Charnel moved, their relationship deteriorated. They were reunited in the Stella school setting. For years, there had been a close bond between their families. Ryanette, Marna's mother, had performed at Charnel's parents' wedding. Due to their shared farming heritage, the two families frequently met at local gatherings and Sunday services. Prior to their separation due to personal reasons, Charnel and Marna's bond had grown during their kindergarten years. Both families resided in a rural, agriculturally oriented northwest province, with savannas and shrublands as its predominant scenery. The majority of the population made their living from farming. Even as their influence diminished when apartheid ended, descendants of Afrikaners, European settlers from the 17th century, continued to live according to their traditional ways. The Huff and Engelbrecht families were united by this cultural continuity, which reflected their common history and ideals. Charnel and Marna reunited at Stella boarding school 8 years after their childhood separation due to fate. The two girls were in the 8th grade, and they soon became friends again. The boarding school was far from Charnel's farm, in a little town. Life marked a dramatic change from her family's comfort zone to the independence of boarding school. Her mother, who lived far away, and her father, who was busy running the farm, were less involved in her day-to-day activities. Charnel's connection with Marna became a vital source of consolation and support in this new setting. Charnel Huff first became aware of Xander, an 18-year-old who had graduated from the same boarding school as her, in March 2017. She was drawn to him because of his athletic physique, dark hair, and bright green eyes, which went well with his assured manner. Even though he was already a graduate, Xander continued to be involved with the neighborhood and often traveled to places close to the boarding school. The history of his family was convoluted. When he was still a child, his parents, Monty and Mercia, were divorced. About 50 miles from Stella, Xander lived on his father's farm, but he occasionally went to see his mother, with whom he had a less intimate relationship. Charnel's days were full of adventures and common interests before Xander came into her life. Her passion for animals and horseback riding, a pastime that has remained a major part of their life, brought her and her best friend Marna Engelbrecht together. Although her father, Ronnie, thought Charnel may pursue modeling, Charnel also loved photography and wanted to make it her job. Growing up on the family farm, Marna was a hardworking student who loved science and math and wanted to become a veterinarian. Marna and her parents resided close to Rieberg. Stefan, her father, was a respected drilling specialist who had a strong relationship with his younger daughter, whom he lovingly referred to as Marna Thinker because of her quiet and reflective disposition. Ryanette, her mother, was employed as a caretaker. Marna's family was well known in the neighborhood for their close-knit ties, and their life appeared to be stable and harmonious, even if her older sister Ryan was a major contributor to the family dynamic. The two buddies spent the majority of their spare time together in their shared dorm room at the boarding school. Marna was notable for her generosity and brilliance, while Charnel was known for her charisma. Sometimes they stayed with each other's families on the weekends, but most of the time they went back to their own homes. Both families had close and encouraging relationships. Ronnie, Charnel's father, treated Marna like his own daughter, and the girls' lives seemed content and secure. This exterior concealed a far more nuanced reality. Charnel had just lately met Xander, who had a complicated past. In addition to shaping his apparent confidence, his parents' divorce and the difficulties he had as a child also formed an underlying tension in him. Mercia, Xander's mother, had always thought of him as a unique child. Despite a challenging pregnancy full of problems, she gave birth to him after going through several sad struggles to become a mother. Even as Xander grew older, Mercia remained a loving and protective mother, and his early health issues only deepened their relationship. In contrast, Xander was disciplined by his father Monty, a former police officer, who also instilled in him a love of hunting, sports, and the great outdoors. From an early age, Xander became an essential part of his father's life, time with him by accompanying him on hunting, fishing, and forest excursions. Xander had a complex personality while he was at school, despite his powerful physique. Although he had a reputation for being a successful rugby player, his temper frequently caused him to argue with classmates, teachers, and even adults. Mercia consistently stood up for her kid, claiming that his actions were only a means of expressing his uniqueness, even though his parents were regularly invited to school meetings. Xander chose not to continue his schooling after graduating and started working with his farm on the farm. He was hardly active on social media, only posting pictures of his hunting trophies and guns to showcase his interests. His attractiveness and charisma attracted attention, especially from young women, even though he led a rather secluded existence. Charnel initially noticed Xander during a school function. Current students had been asked to meet with alumni, including Xander. Despite their brief first encounter, they soon found themselves spending more time together due to their mutual desire. As a senior in high school, Charnel was enthralled with his charm, athletic build, and self-assurance. The first several weeks saw a quick development of their bond. Xander gave Charnel all of his attention and tried his hardest to make her happy. He struck me as a loving and committed companion. Xander was anxious to make a good impression when it came time to meet her family. The encounter with Ronnie, Charnel's dad, went more smoothly than anticipated. Ronnie was wary at first, but she quickly warmed up to Xander's enthusiasm for farming. In the end, he accepted Xander's offer to assist with farm chores. Their story together began with these moments. However, Xander's character qualities suggested possible future difficulties underlying the peace. He had previously shown signs of having a fiery temper and being resistant to compromise, and it was only a question of time until these characteristics affected the relationship. The first person to notice Charnel's behavior changes was Marna. She started to get less communication and avoidance from the friends she used to get out with. The changes were gradual at first, but each month made them more noticeable. Charnel often used laziness or exhaustion as an excuse to avoid seeing Marna or their other friends. Marna sought to politely ask what was going on after realizing that Xander was linked to these developments. Charnel, however, maintained that everything was okay. Following Xander's complete integration into Charnel's social circle, these alterations started. Xander's control initially appeared to be subtle. Charnel took his frequent inquiries about her activities and who she was hanging out with as signs of concern and care. He gradually began requesting access to her texts, social media profiles, and phone. Charnel obeyed because she believed his jealousy was a sign of his intense love for her. It reached a breaking point during prom planning. Charnel went shopping for a dress with her mother. When Xander became involved, what should have been a happy time became uncomfortable. In addition to demanding that she wear little makeup and straighten her hair, he insisted on approving her outfit choice. Charnel complied with his demands in a manner he thought appropriate in order to prevent confrontation. She later told a few pals that she was uncomfortable but didn't realize how serious the issue was. Xander's domineering actions kept getting worse. He publicly disliked everyone he believed to be a negative influence and started meddling in her connections. He insisted on thorough explanations whenever Charnel spent time with friends. She gradually began avoiding confrontations by restricting her social interactions. Their encounters became infrequent, even with her best friend Marna. Marna made an effort to speak with Charnel, pointing out that Xander's actions were inappropriate. Charnel persuaded herself and others, though, that these were only short-term difficulties brought on by Xander's character. She thought he would change, but even during family gatherings with his relatives, he got more hostile and his control tightened. Charnel became aware of Xander's intense observation of her words and behavior. Ronnie and Anna, as well as Charnel's family, initially supported the connection, but with time, they started to notice changes in her behavior. Although they blamed it on academic stress, only Marna saw the underlying problem and made an effort to connect with her friend. She appeared more reserved and less confident. But as Xander's power grew, Charnel found herself more and more alone. Charnel Huff made the decision to break up with Xander in January 2018. Since his actions had grown more hostile and domineering, this choice had been coming for a while. By the end of the previous year, Charnel's family and friends had noticed the extreme pressure he was putting on her. This included him constantly watching her phone and social media, and he would physically impose his power during heated fights. Marks occasionally departed Charnel when these altercations alarmed her family, especially Marna. Xander's response to the breakup was intense. He started saying he couldn't live without her and threatening to hurt himself. In addition to these threats, he frequently sent her emotional manipulation texts in the hopes that she would change her mind. Even though this was stressful, Charnel refused to back down this time. She was adamant about ending the unhealthy connection. The best friend of Marna, Charnel, became caught up in the fight during this time. Alarmed, Xander started sending Marna threatening and derogatory messages, accusing her of turning Charnel against him. Marna confided in Stefan, her father. He stepped in right away, calling Xander and telling him to cease the abuse. Although the situation was momentarily diffused, Xander's animosity persisted. Charnel started spending more time with Brandon Victor, a friend she had known since she was 14, a few months after the breakup. A well-liked senior in high school, Brandon was well known for his athletic prowess and friendliness. He listened to Charnel and helped her deal with the residual pressure from Xander, giving her much-needed emotional support. Knowing that Xander continued to display an obsessive infatuation with Charnel, they decided to keep their friendship covert, even though it grew into a stronger relationship over time. Xander persisted in preventing Charnel from moving on even after their split. He continued to send her messages and stalked her, unexpectedly appearing in areas she frequented. Brandon and Charnel became wary about this behavior. To prevent upsetting Xander further, they kept their relationship private and stayed away from public areas where they could run into him. The year May 2018 was a watershed. Charnel tried to get her peace of mind back, but she was still burdened by Xander's constant meddling. His inability to accept her choice and his constant attempts to meddle in her affairs made things tense and unstable for her and those close to her. It would take decisive action to resolve the situation, as the pressure kept increasing. On the morning of May 26, 2018, the boarding school dormitory was unusually quiet. Christelle, a staff worker, started her day by checking to see if pupils were awake in the hallways at around 6 in the morning. She was walking past the bathroom when she noticed some dark hair on the floor. She didn't give it much thought at first because she thought it was just hair left over from brushing. But as she got closer to the bottom-level stairway, she saw a green nylon rope fastened securely over the railing. Shortly after, Christelle stopped when she noticed a pair of white-socked feet hanging above the ground. Sonia Chanel, a few hours earlier, at around 4:17 a.m. When the mother awoke at her Costa home, she discovered a disturbing message from her daughter. "Mom, I just wanted to say I love you and I'm sorry," the text said. Since Charnel was always meticulous about her language, Sonia was instantly alerted to the misspelling of the word sorry. Sonia tried to call her daughter out of alarm, but the call ended up in voicemail. Concerned, she called Ronnie, her ex-husband, to find out if Charnel had gotten in touch with him. Sonia was reassured by Ronnie, who had been asleep, that the previous night had seemed normal, but he still checked his phone. 2 of Charnel's late-night communications caught his attention and caused him great anxiety. "I love you, Brandon," was the caption for the first message, which was sent at 3:42 a.m. EM and featured a picture of Charnel in her underwear. "I'm sorry, Dad," said the second, which was sent at 4:17 a.m. "I'm going with Marna." Ronnie was worried for the girl's safety because of the confusing and unsettling nature of these communications. So he called Richard Hobson, the principal of the school, right once, to voice his worries. Christelle hurried upstairs to Charnel and Marna's room to try to piece together what was going on. It was deserted. There was no sign of anxiety in the way the girls' personal possessions were placed, as though they had been getting ready for the next day. Christelle understood then that things were much more serious than she had first believed, and went back to the stairway where she had seen the rope. The girl's parents were also receiving the concerning texts at the same time, and Brandon Charnel texted her boyfriend late at night. His attempts to call her right away were unsuccessful, and the message was unexpected. Brandon started to feel that something was seriously amiss, even though he didn't fully comprehend what was going on. Originally scheduled to begin with rugby match preparations, the morning swiftly spiraled into mayhem. By the time Ronnie and Sonia arrived at the boarding school, anxious to learn the truth, the atmosphere was tense and full of uncertainty, as rumors of a serious event quickly circulated among the pupils. Christelle, one of the dorm supervisors, called Richard Hobson, the headmaster of a boarding school, in a panic early on the morning of May 26, 2018, as she described how she had found the body of one of the students, Charnel Huff, hanging from the stair railing of the dorm building. Her voice was strained and anxious. As Christelle dropped the phone and rushed to obtain assistance, Hobson, stunned by the news, tried to acquire further information, but the connection terminated abruptly. Ronnie, Charnel's father, received a brief call from the principal of the school informing him of the tragedy. It was a horrible message, Charnel's friend Marna had also been discovered dead. Desperate to get answers, Ronnie called his brother Louis to ask him to come to school with him. In an attempt to make sense of the circumstances at the school, Ronnie played over the odd late-night messages he had gotten from his daughter as they drove. In order to protect the youngsters from the horrific scene, Hobson and his team moved swiftly. When the police arrived in the morning, they found Marna's body in the first-floor bathroom, in addition to Charnel's body dangling from the stairway. Her neck was securely tied with a backpack strap. The police's initial belief that the two females had committed suicide was quickly refuted. Suspicions of foul play were raised by investigators who saw that the marks on their necks did not match the typical symptoms seen in such cases. Ronnie arrived at the school and hurried over to his daughter's body dangling from the railing while the cops investigated the incident. Ronnie was so distraught that he disregarded the officers' attempts to stop him, warning that disrupting the scene could jeopardize the evidence. Only with Louis' assistance was Charnel's body eventually removed. Stevens, Marna's father, also showed up at the school at the same time. He was furious when he saw his daughter and said right away that this was no coincidence. He expressed his concern that the ex-boyfriend of Xander Charnel might be involved. Principal Hobson, who had previously dealt with private investigator Chris Sanders, made the decision to bring him in amid the commotion at the school. Within a few hours, Sanders came and started to collect data. Brandon Victor was among the first people he interviewed. According to Brandon, Charnel's current boyfriend, he had received texts from her during the night but was unable to completely interpret their meaning. Additionally, he disclosed that following their split, Xander had threatened Charnel and had persisted in exhibiting an obsessive infatuation with her. The investigators gathered sufficient material to raise suspicions about a third party's involvement. The backpack strap around Marna's neck and the rope discovered on the stairway were closely examined. Fingerprints on these objects were thought to be essential for figuring out what had happened. Detective Sanders named Xander as the main suspect, after hearing his name frequently in student chats. The father of Stevens' mother, meanwhile, became frustrated with the investigation's slow progress and decided to take matters into his own hands. He confronted Xander and demanded answers at his house. The probe might get more complicated as a result of this action, which threatened to worsen the situation. On May 25, 2018, Brandon and Charnel Marna were seated in the girls' dorm room at around midnight. In order to console Charnel, who was growing more and more agitated over threats she had been receiving from her ex-boyfriend Xander, Brandon had surreptitiously entered the school, breaking rigorous restrictions. They spoke and drank coffee, but as the evening wore on, Charnel's stress became more noticeable. Charnel's phone rang at 1 a.m. Xander was the one. In order for Brandon and Marna to hear the chat, she put the phone on speaker. Xander initially tried to convince her to come outside and meet him by speaking quietly. His tone changed drastically when she refused. He started to threaten, saying, "You'll regret what I'm going to do tonight," before hanging up. Charnel looked shaken. Despite Brandon's willingness to stay, she asked that he go back to the boys' room because she was afraid he would be punished if anybody found out. Brandon departed at around 2 in the morning. He saw the girls alive for the last time. After hearing of Charnel and Marna's deaths, Stevens, Marna's father, rushed to Xander's house the next morning, May 26, intending to find out more. When he got to the property, he went up to Xander and his dad, Monty. In his sorrow and hatred, Stevens blamed Xander for the catastrophe. Chris Sanders, a private investigator who had just arrived on the scene and was acting calmly, broke up the heated debate that rapidly broke out. Sanders persuaded Xander to go with him to the police station and got Stevens to back off. Sanders started interrogating Xander while driving there, exerting constant pressure. After a while, Xander lost it and admitted to the crime. He acknowledged that he had slain Marna to get rid of a witness after killing Charnel out of jealousy. At the scene, Sanders used a voice recorder to capture the confession. The police had already begun gathering evidence. The circumstances surrounding the girls' murders and the marks on their bodies suggested foul play, and Xander's confession confirmed the suspicions of the detectives. Upon reaching the station, Xander recounted his story while being questioned. In order to avoid suspicion, Xander explained how he had planned the crimes and intended to portray them as free acts. He explained how he entered the hostel covertly and did what he had to do. Messages, pictures, and journal entries on his phone were also found by investigators to be unsettling proof of his fixation with Charnel. The main emphasis of Xander's trial, in March 2019, was his actions and motivations. Anastasia Fesser, a friend of Xander's from fishing contests, provided one of the most important pieces of testimony. She described how, the day before the catastrophe, he called her and passionately said that he would not let Charnel to live her life without him. Now, his terrifying declaration that he would make her life intolerable stood out as a clear foreshadowing of what was to happen. Although Anastasia acknowledged that she had dismissed Xander's remarks as an emotional outburst and hadn't taken them seriously at the time, she now regrets not alerting the police or anybody close to Charnel and Marna to his remarks. Her testimony proved to be an essential component of the trial, providing insight into Xander's fixation and the deliberateness of his conduct throughout the proceedings. Key testimony was given by Charnel's new lover, Brandon Victor. Brandon described how, on the night of May 24, 2018, he crept into the girls' dorm to hang out with Marna and Charnel. They attempted to defuse the stressful situation by conversing, laughing, and talking about recent occurrences. However, Xander called to interrupt their evening. In order for Brandon and Marna to hear the chat, Charnel put the phone on speaker. Xander tried to get her to meet him by speaking softly at first. His tone changed to one of threat when she refused, concluding with the chilling declaration that she would come to regret her choice. Despite her obvious fear following the call, Charnel demanded that Brandon go back to the boys' dorm because she was afraid they would be in trouble if anybody discovered he was there. Brandon last saw Charnel and Marna alive as a result of this choice. When police found their bodies the next day, the investigation that finally resulted in Xander's arrest began. Recordings of Xander's admissions and testimony from private investigator Chris Sanders undermined the defense's attempt to contest the veracity of the evidence by claiming that Xander's confession had been forced. According to psychological assessments, Xander was emotionally unstable and had a pathological obsession with Charnel. The tragedy was caused by his jealousy, compulsive need for control, and incapacity to handle their divorce. Xander's family's involvement was also questioned. His mother, who had been too protective of him since he was a toddler, had always stood up for him, even when he displayed troubling behavior. At first, his father, former policeman Monty, admitted his son's culpability and said justice had to be done. However, Monty changed his mind after the punishment, which included 2 life sentences, and hired attorneys to challenge the decision on behalf of Charnel and Marna's families, claiming that the court system was unfair. The knowledge that the 2 best friends were now buried next to one another brought some solace. This case emphasizes how crucial it is to identify latent problems in interpersonal relationships and take preventative action to avoid disaster. It also calls into question how a person's character is shaped by their upbringing and emotional support system, as well as how unresolved emotional issues can have disastrous results. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon, you. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. A young woman's lifeless body was found in the state of Morelos on the side of an abandoned road. When they discovered her, the onlookers called the police right away. The body was still. She had obvious bruising and abrasions on her skin, and her clothes were wrinkled and discolored. Authorities were unable to locate any personal possessions or documentation that would have helped identify her in the area. This signaled the start of an inquiry to clarify the events and determine the causes of this catastrophe. Born in one of Mexico City's impoverished districts on July 5, 1995, Ariadna Fernanda Lopez Diaz, despite having few finances, her early years were filled with love and affection. Her mother and her older brother Omar made up her family. Mutual support kept the small family together in spite of the lack of a father figure who was uninterested in his kids. Omar gave Ariadna constant support and became into a protector and role model for her. Because of their strong relationship, Ariadna felt secure knowing that she could always count on someone. Ariadna was well liked by her peers because of her friendly and affable demeanor. She stood out for her genuineness and willingness to assist people, and she had a natural aptitude to make friends. She spent a lot of her school years with close companions, with whom she frequently discussed her future aspirations. But in 2018, when Ariadna was only 23, her mother was afflicted with cancer, leaving her youth tainted by a devastating loss. The family eventually had to confront the inevitable as the sickness advanced quickly. For both Ariadna and Omar, losing her mother was a heartbreaking blow. In addition to deepening their relationship, this catastrophe made Ariadna grow up fast and accept responsibility for her own life. She made sure her mother's presence was always with her by getting her name permanently inked as an homage to her mother. Ariadne had met a young man and quickly started seeing him before to the death of her mother. Ariadne soon found out she was expecting a kid, as their romance progressed swiftly. The young couple quickly recognized their paths were separating though, since the arrival of her kid did not provide the stability she had hoped for. Following their separation, they continued to have a cordial relationship while sharing custody of their son. Having a child presented new difficulties. In order to support herself and her son, Ariadna had to juggle the responsibilities of parenthood with her job search. Getting a job at a well-known bar in Mexico City was the first step on this adventure. This place, which was frequented by wealthy customers, had high standards for its employees. Ariadne developed her capacity to communicate with a diverse range of people here. She thrived in her position in spite of the problems, overcoming them with her charm and tenacious work ethic. Her life was drastically altered by the pandemic. Despite losing her job because the company where she worked closed, Ariadne resisted giving up. Instead, she opened her own beauty salon during this time to fulfill a lifelong dream. This endeavor came to represent her will and ambition to create a life free from other influences. Using her vast network and skills, she was able to start a business that gave her a reliable source of income. A new connection came into her life at this period. She clicked with a man she met right away. She found security and happiness in her relationship. Between her spouse, her job, and her son, Ariadna managed her time well. Despite having a busy schedule, she managed to find joy in every new chance. By the time Ariadne was 27, her life had taken on the appearance of a finished puzzle, with each obstacle and accomplishment adding to a picture of tenacity and accomplishment. She had experienced loss, started over, taken care of her son's future, and become independent. But what appeared to be the beginning of a happy chapter was actually the beginning of a tragedy. Vanessa was introduced to Ariadne by mutual connections. Ariadne and her pals went to an event where they first interacted. Ariadne was immediately drawn to Vanessa because she was youthful, lively, and captivating. Vanessa was able to establish a connection with people quite fast. Those who knew her well, however, felt conflicted about her. Her acts frequently shocked people with their unpredictable nature, and beneath her seeming openness were jagged edges. A common figure in Vanessa's social circle was the middle-aged businessman Rautel. Rumors surrounded his reputation. Prominent for his wealth, power, and extravagant way of living, he was frequently spotted with young women who wanted to be a part of his world. Rumors of his ties to influential people and even criminal organizations helped to elevate his stature, but no one in his inner circle could verify these claims. Although Rautel shied away from discussing his background and business operations directly, his manner evoked both admiration and discomfort. Despite her intelligence and independence, Ariadne was not immediately aware of the differences between her new acquaintances and her regular group of friends. Eager to make an impression, Vanessa frequently spoke about her relationships with Rautel and other powerful individuals. She portrayed him as having the ability to resolve any issue. Ariadne gradually started to spend more time with them. Vanessa made an effort to earn Ariadne's trust, and appeared to be truly enthralled with her. After hearing about Ariadne from Vanessa, Rautel became interested in her right away. His attentiveness and conversational skills surprised her at their first meeting. His charm and confidence were irresistible, and Ariadne was no exception to his appeal. However, a more nuanced personality lay beneath this appeal. Rautel's manipulative tendencies were observed by anyone who interacted with him. However, Ariadne thought he was a decent and kind man. Vanessa remained essential in reinforcing the bond between Rautel and Ariadne. She created an environment of openness and trust by often inviting Ariadne to events where Rautel was present. But as time went on, strange information emerged. For example, Ariadna was cautioned by some of her friends to exercise caution when interacting with these individuals. Some were aware of Vanessa's erratic behavior and Rautel's dubious reputation. They suggested that these interactions might have unspoken dangers. Ariadna saw no threat in her new social group, even in spite of the warnings. She viewed her friendship with Vanessa as a chance to escape from her everyday obligations and discover a world that had previously been unattainable. Rautel, however, made an effort to gain her favor by being kind and generous. She found his invitations to parties and dinners intriguing and innocuous. As we know, Ariadna was seeing a young man. Nevertheless, based on the information at hand, she continued to cultivate acquaintances and occasionally accepted invitations to social gatherings. Her boyfriend didn't show displeasure with her social contacts and was a trustworthy individual. Ariadne gradually realized that her life was beginning to be impacted by her new relationships. Vanessa contacted her often, offering to arrange get-togethers and leisure activities. Rautel, on the other hand, made a greater effort to establish himself in Ariadna's life and frequently provided assistance and support in a variety of circumstances. Unaware of the possible repercussions, Ariadna was slowly but surely losing herself in their world. Ariadna accepted Vanessa's invitation to get out with friends on October 30, 2022. The event was scheduled to start at Fisher's, a well-known eatery in Mexico City's downtown. Vanessa reassured her that the evening would be pleasant, with a leisurely meal and pleasant companionship. Ariadna felt a little uneasy because Rautel was also supposed to join. She was beginning to have doubts about him, but she chose not to turn him down since she didn't want to jeopardize her friendship with Vanessa. Later that night, the group gathered at the restaurant, which was well known for its fashionable patrons and elegant interiors. It served as a vibrant background for the event. An assortment of canapés and wine cocktails contributed to the lively and joyous ambiance at the table. Rautel made himself the focus of attention as usual, toasting and telling stories. He went out of his way to demonstrate his power and engaged with the waitstaff with assurance. Vanessa encouraged him by interjecting remarks and jokes to keep the discussion going. Following their example, the other guests attempted to match the host's enthusiasm for the evening. Amidst the boisterous atmosphere, Ariadna's actions were particularly noticeable, frequently checking her phone, reading texts, and sending out comments. She didn't seem quite comfortable. She frequently kept her eyes on Rautel, as though she were trying to find some deeper significance in his words or deeds. In an attempt to divert her attention, Vanessa drew her into discussions and urged her to take another cocktail. Ariadne, however, stayed taciturn. Something was bothering her more than the surroundings based on her look. Ariadne shared a mysterious message on social media in the middle of the evening. "Would you miss me if I vanished?" Although many in her wider network thought it was a joke, this post caused anxiety among her close friends and family. But Ariadne had never written anything like this before, according to those who knew her well. Although no one could have foreseen that it would be her final post, it made an uncomfortable impact. The party made the decision to relocate to Rautel's residence as the evening wore on. Rautel himself made the suggestion, and Vanessa wholeheartedly agreed, stating that it would enable them to spend the rest of the evening in a more private situation. After some hesitation, Ariadne consented, and after Vanessa encouraged her to join the others, they all piled into Rautel's car and drove the short distance to his house. Rautel's home, which was situated in a posh area, demonstrated his prestige. The interior was decorated in a contemporary style with opulent elements. When they arrived, the party took up residence in a large living room. Ariadne became more uneasy as the evening went on, despite the music and cocktails. As she checked her phone and pretended to make calls, she moved away multiple times. Her focused and aloof manner was not unnoticed. When Vanessa noticed this, she started whispering to her Rautel, which made the situation even more tense. Ariadne declared she was tired and wanted to go home closer to midnight, but Vanessa persuaded her to wait a bit longer, saying they could depart in around 30 minutes. As the evening wore on and the other guests began to go, Rautel, who was unusually silent at that time, would periodically look at Ariadne in a way that made her feel even more uneasy. Ariadne was among the last to go. Sadly, none of the gang would ever see her alive. An incident rocked Morelos the next morning, October 31, 2022, when two bikers discovered a woman's death on the side of a distant road while out on an early morning ride. Locals hardly ever visited the area, which was remote from any major roadways. The bleak landscape, scant vegetation, and eerie quiet of the surrounding area all served to highlight the tragedy. Although the woman was dressed, her clothes were filthy and seemed to be broken. Numerous bruises and what seemed to be contusions were seen on her body. Law enforcement was notified of the occurrence by witnesses right away, and they arrived a few hours later to record the incident and possibly help identify the body. The cyclists snapped pictures of the area in the interim. As soon as the police showed up, they roped off the area and started gathering evidence. Mark suggested that the body had been moved, and tire traces were discovered in the ground. Although there were obvious indications of a struggle, forensic experts were unable to determine the cause of death. Since there were no obvious injuries from a weapon, it was challenging to pinpoint the precise circumstances of the tragedy. Since no personal belongings or paperwork were discovered with the woman, her identity was unknown at the time. Pictures of the body started making the rounds on social media a few hours later, and people who saw them started talking about them. They were Ariadna's friends and relatives, who had been missing since going to a party at Rautel's house. They were able to identify the victim's distinguishing characteristics, such as tattoos. Omar, her brother, feared the worst and reported the woman missing to the police, speculating that she might be his sister. Meanwhile, the investigation was started by the Morelos state authorities. However, there was a lot of criticism directed at the police's early response. Critical traces at the site were not adequately documented, and there were reports of violations of evidence-gathering rules. This cast suspicion on the professionalism and moral character of the local police force. Their suspicions were validated when Ariadne's family members showed up to formally identify the body. His sister had a tattoo honoring their late mother on her shoulder, which Omar recognized. Her body's condition, bruises and injuries on her arms and face obviously indicated a violent incident, made the family's heartbreaking shock even worse. But at the time, the police's official comments sounded dubious and offered no clarification. The family's first reaction was to demand justice. They started calling for responsibility for those involved and an open probe. To raise awareness of the situation, they contacted acquaintances who were active on social media that same day. A little initiative soon gained momentum and attracted thousands of participants. The Morelos police insisted that the killing might have been an accident despite the growing public criticism. Further investigation would be contingent upon the completion of a forensic examination, they said. This position simply increased suspicions that powerful people might be engaged in hiding the truth and stoked further concerns. Since Rautel and Vanessa were the last to see Ariadna alive, they were the first people investigators got in touch with. The first speculations regarding what might have happened were based on their statements. According to Rautel's original story, Ariadna called a cab to leave his residence after the party. She didn't exhibit any signs of serious distress, but she did seem a little upset, he said. He claims that once he led her to the door, she departed. Vanessa backed up his account by saying that Ariadna had actually gone in a taxi and hadn't stated where she was going. But their versions' contradictions soon sparked doubts. The absence of any proof proving a cab ride was the first warning sign. Raufel and Vanessa were unable to produce the driver's contact details or any evidence to support their claims. Investigators eventually found that none of the drivers recalled picking up Ariadna, despite the fact that multiple taxi calls had been recorded in the vicinity of Rautel's home that evening. The behavior of Vanessa was the second problem. Depending on what was questioned, her story changed. At first, she maintained that Ariadna had gone out on her own. She went on to say that they had argued at the party, which might have angered Ariadna. Additionally, in reference to the mysterious social media post Ariadna had written earlier that evening, Ariadna's friends informed police that Vanessa had messaged them in an attempt to imply that Ariadna might have hurt herself. Even though Ariadna's family and close friends initially thought the post, which was published just hours before she vanished, was a joke, investigators started to worry it might be a reflection of her actual emotional condition that evening. Vanessa's increasingly unpredictable behavior was another concerning element. She was attempting to minimize the problem and omit specifics in her texts to Ariadne's pals. She acknowledged in one text that she was scared of being implicated, but she didn't say why. Investigators' suspicions that Vanessa might be hiding important information were further heightened by these indicators. The investigation's preliminary conclusions were equivocal about the precise circumstances surrounding Ariadne's demise, but later investigations by law enforcement and outside specialists turned up important evidence. These conclusions were supported by security footage, text messages found on the suspect's phones, and 2 autopsies. According to the first forensic report in the state of Morelos, Ariadne's death was due to asphyxiation from bronchial aspiration. According to the examiner, she may have died as a result of food and drink getting into her airways. However, Ariadne's family quickly questioned this judgment. Despite the official conclusions, they drew attention to the many bruises and injuries on her body that were not sufficiently addressed in the report. Under pressure from the family and the public, her family insisted on a second exam. For additional examination, Ariadne's body was moved to a separate forensic facility in Mexico City. The first conclusions were entirely at odds with the findings of the second autopsy. Numerous injuries, including head trauma, bruises, and signs of physical force on her arms and legs, were discovered by experts, indicating that she may have tried to defend herself. These results demonstrated that alcohol was not the only factor in her death, or that it was not an accident. Authorities reclassified the case as a criminal conduct when her death was deemed to be the consequence of violent acts. Surveillance footage taken from Rudel's home's parking garage was essential to the investigation. In one video, the morning after the party, Rautel was seen taking Ariadne's motionless body to his car. He was also seen on camera packing her body into the car and driving off. These recordings turned into unquestionable proof linking him to the body's movement and eventual concealment. Investigators found communications about Rautel and Vanessa's behavior after the party after seizing their phones. Attempts to coordinate their accounts for law enforcement and defend their actions to Ariadne's pals were exposed in the texts. Rautel assured Vanessa that everything was under control, but Vanessa voiced worry about the pressure from Ariadne's family. Even specific guidelines on how to respond to inquiries without arousing suspicion were included in one reply. Vanessa frequently implied that Ariadne might have been experiencing emotional turmoil and perhaps considered self-harm in her chats with Ariadne's acquaintances. Ariadne's acquaintances claimed that she was a happy, energetic girl who showed no indications of such tendencies, which ran counter to this story. Suspicion of Vanessa's involvement was heightened by these discrepancies. Investigators came to the conclusion that the earlier allegations of an accidental death, or Ariadne leaving Rautel's home freely, did not match the evidence from the second autopsy, surveillance footage, and retrieved texts, which provided a better picture of what had happened. The violent nature of Ariadne's death and the subsequent concealing of her body were amply demonstrated by the evidence. These conclusions served as the basis for the accusations made against Rautel and Vanessa, who would shortly stand trial for their crimes. The first person arrested was Vanessa. Investigators found that she had been communicating with Rautel continuously. They talked about avoiding accountability in the days after the incident. The public was closely watching her arrest. Vanessa stated during her first interrogations that she was not responsible for Ariadne's killing. However, her claims were contradicted. Vanessa maintained that she was not aware of what happened following the incident because she had gone to bed early the night before. A fact check of her statements, however, uncovered up contradictions. Text exchanges revealed that she had spoken with Rautel about the specifics and was fully aware of what had transpired. In an attempt to hide her role in the crime's cover-up, investigators also found that Vanessa purposefully erased communications, pictures, and other potentially damaging material. Rautel decided to turn himself in to the police after realizing the growing evidence against him. He declared his innocence while accompanied by his attorneys, claiming that he did not hurt Ariadne but rather panicked and tried to conceal her body out of concern for the repercussions. He claims that the morning after the party, he discovered Ariadne unconscious in his house and, thinking she was dead, chose to dispose of the body to allay suspicions. But there were significant questions about his account of what happened. First, the second autopsy's findings refuted his allegations by confirming a violent cause of death. Second, instead of calling for assistance, he was seen on security camera carrying the body while making obvious attempts to conceal his conduct. Furthermore, as the investigation went on, His text exchanges with Vanessa showed a concerted attempt to agree on fabricated accounts of what had transpired. Concerning information emerged regarding possible corruption between Rotel and the Morelos prosecutor's office. The state's first autopsy report had purposefully left out mentions of injuries that were obviously signs of violence. The prosecutor was accused by activists and Ariadne's family of absolving Rotel of responsibility by leveraging their position. Public indignation was sparked by these accusations. An internal affairs division commenced an investigation into potential misconduct, and Mexico City officials began reviewing the Morelos prosecutor's activities. According to some witnesses, Rotel had ties to criminal organizations, which may account for his seeming assurance in evading punishment. The case received a lot of attention and came to represent structural problems in the legal system as well as the need of public pressure in seeking justice. At least one of the suspects knew more about what happened that night than they were ready to acknowledge, according to additional interrogations and evidence gathered. However, neither Vanessa nor Rotel took direct blame. Instead, they centered their explanations on attempts to defend one another's acts. This only served to increase suspicions and was a major contributing cause to their brief detention. A protracted and thorough inquiry was conducted into the causes and motivations behind the tragedy that transpired that evening. It took meticulous event reconstruction, evidence analysis, and a detailed look at everyone's behavior during the party to uncover the truth. With the help of contradictory testimony, technical information, and the suspect's psychological profiles, a more comprehensive picture gradually started to take shape. Together with mutual friends, Ariadna, Vanessa, and Rotel started that fateful evening over dinner and drinks at a restaurant in downtown Mexico City. Everything appeared normal on the surface: music, laughter, and conversation, but minute nuances suggested underlying stress. Witness accounts and a review of text conversations revealed that Ariadne seemed particularly silent and distracted. Her habit of checking her phone a lot, sending messages, and taking calls was unusual for her at social events. Later on in the investigation, this fact became crucial. Her communications showed that she had been messaging a close friend to express her anxiety about the party and her worries about certain guests. The group left the restaurant and went to the hotel's residence. The property, which had security cameras and high walls around it, was often used for private parties. The hosts, Vanessa and Rotel, appeared to have strained chemistry. According to witnesses, Vanessa made a number of scathing comments about Ariadna, who handled them calmly in an effort to avoid conflict. Alcohol started to affect the group's conduct as the evening went on. Already emotionally agitated, Vanessa allegedly yelled at Ariadne many times, calling her rude and unwelcoming. These charges increased the already rising tension but didn't strike a chord with the other members of the group. Rotel, on the other hand, was obviously unhappy with Vanessa's actions, but seemed to maintain his neutrality. Witnesses' reports of Ariadna trying to leave the party early the following morning marked a turning point. She reappeared shortly after being spotted outside the residence. Investigators found that Vanessa persisted in confronting Ariadna throughout this period, resulting in an open dispute between the two. The specifics of the altercation are still unknown. Investigators believe Vanessa accused Ariadne of attracting Rotel's undue attention. After the majority of the attendees had departed the party, only Vanessa, Rotel, and Ariadna were remaining in the house. Messages recovered from the phones verified that Vanessa and Rotel had talked about difficult events from that evening. Investigators said that Vanessa, who was allegedly very drunk, started acting aggressively. An incident that is thought to have occurred during this time is what caused Ariadna's fatal injuries. What was the reason behind Ariadne's peculiar social media post that evening? After being written off as a joke at first, the message gained significance as the inquiry progressed. Friends subsequently acknowledged that Vanessa's actions and the general ambiance of the event might have made Ariadne uncomfortable. The tweet could have been an attempt to draw attention to herself, communicate her uneasiness, or perhaps act as a subliminal warning. According to the reconstruction of events, a major contributing factor to the catastrophe was Vanessa's envy, which was made worse by drink and mental instability. Rotel's actions, which were probably an attempt to hide what had transpired, simply made matters worse. If the atmosphere at the party had not been so tight and unstable, this confluence of circumstances could have prevented the disastrous result. Omar, Ariadna's older brother, was left to be the only father figure in the life of her 6-year-old son. Omar stepped in to offer both emotional and financial help. As he assumed responsibility for his nephew's upbringing, he worked to preserve Ariadne's memories and show him the love she had always shown him throughout her life. Since other family members and friends helped the youngster deal with his loss and provide him with a loving atmosphere, this choice strengthened the bonds within the family. The family of Ariadne continued to be involved in the effort to learn the whole facts regarding her passing. They attracted public attention, started social media campaigns, and planned protests. One noteworthy accomplishment was attracting the attention of foreign media, which contributed to a rise in pressure on the Mexican legal system. The initial judicial proceedings concerning Ariadne's demise turned out to be a crucial point in the fight for justice. The family and their legal team made sure that the case was handled openly and honestly, taking into account all pertinent facts, even in the face of opposition from some authorities. The public and media kept a watchful eye on every stage of the inquiry and trial, making it difficult for any facts to be concealed or misrepresented. Rautel and Vanessa's positions in court proceedings were the main topic of discussion at the start of the trial. Key evidence offered by the prosecution included text message data, phone call logs, and security footage. These documents showed the defendants' possible involvement in the violent acts that resulted in Ariadne's death, in addition to their involvement in hiding the body. By claiming that the tragedy was an unfortunate accident, the defense tried to refute the facts, although a number of testimony and forensic analyses seriously put doubt on that account. Determining the motivations behind the crime was one of the trial's main goals. According to witnesses who knew Vanessa well, she was impulsive and prone to aggressive conduct, which was frequently made worse by drink. However, Rautel's portrayal as having a dubious past and purported connections to criminal organizations raised further questions over his role in that night's events. However, the defendants denied any involvement in Ariadne's demise. Suspicions were heightened by the fact that their claims contradicted the evidence. The investigation and judicial proceedings in Ariadne's case are still ongoing, so a verdict has not yet been rendered. Prosecutors have charged her with femicide, a felony including gender-based violence that is thought to be an aggravating factor under Mexican law, based on the evidence they have acquired. Both suspects may spend up to 70 years behind bars if found guilty. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Lori Eisenberg called the Idaho authorities in February 2018 with a distressing message. She said she was sailing on Lake Coeur d'Alene with her husband, Larry Eisenberg, when he suddenly fell into the water. But after the body was recovered, a medical examination revealed a different picture, which made authorities believe that a more intricate and nuanced story was involved. Born in 1950, Larry Eisenberg earned a degree in forestry from the College of Idaho. He worked in forest cultivation, maintenance, and harvesting. He started working in the woodworking industry after completing his college education. He spent his entire life striving for success because he enjoyed working hard. In 1974, Larry married his first wife, with whom he had 2 children. But after the kids grew up, the couple got divorced. He soon met Lori Barnes, who was born in 1953. Lori's life used to be extremely impoverished. On occasion, her family even had to stay the night on farms that were deserted. She got married in 1973 at the age of 19, and the couple divorced in 1996, but they had 6 daughters together. She moved out after the divorce and became a single mother to her daughters. Many were drawn to Lori because of her amazing laugh and smile, and she was very good with people. Larry has consistently stated that he loves his wife more than anything else since they were married in 2004. Their neighbors and friends said their 17-year marriage was perfect. In northern Idaho, they led a contented life. Lori was the executive director of the North Idaho Housing Coalition at the time, which remodeled homes for impoverished families to buy or rent. Larry was retired but still involved in a number of community activities, and she was a well-respected member of the community. Lori and Larry decided to take their boat to Lake Coeur d'Alene on February 13, 2018, so they could watch the sunrise from Sunup Bay, a beautiful location. Given that Lake Coeur d'Alene is generally regarded as having serene waters, what happened that day was nearly unthinkable. But soon after they set sail, Lori looked very upset and used Larry's phone to dial 911. She reported her husband's drowning to the authorities. Lori described her desperate search for Larry in the water and her need for immediate help. At 11 a.m., officers reached the closest shoreline and sent a rescue boat to retrieve Lori so that she could receive medical care. Sheriff deputies asked the woman for any information regarding Larry's last known location when they arrived at the scene. Lori claimed she couldn't find her cell phone and didn't call emergency services until 2 hours after Larry went overboard. Additionally, Lori stated that she had to manually start the engine again because the ignition key had broken shortly before the incident. She then disclosed that after searching the neighborhood for Larry, she chose not to drive the boat back to shore out of concern that she would lose the trail. She eventually located Larry's cell phone and dialed 911 after taking out a blanket to stay warm. But after she finished speaking, the cell phone fell out of her grasp and into the lake. The officer observed that the woman's emotion appeared to be very real during this exchange. They all believed it to be an accident. Lori was assisted by medical staff in waiting for an ambulance so she could be monitored further. Officers towed the Eisenbergs' boat to a speedboat nearby so they could inspect it. Detectives noticed blood spatter in multiple locations as soon as they got on the boat, most likely from Lori's nosebleed. Officers discovered a switch and cord on the floor, despite Lori's assertion that the ignition key broke prior to Larry falling into the water. Because the switch and cord would have needed to be connected to the ignition switch in order for the engine to start later, investigators thought this was strange. Furthermore, the ignition key was obviously bent, indicating that there may have been a struggle of some kind. Along with Lori's purse, which included an empty juice bottle, officers also discovered a number of additional keys. These things were all taken as proof. Lori's cell phone was discovered by a deputy sheriff during an examination of the vehicle the Eisenbergs used to tow the boat. Additionally, a vial of allergy medication containing the active ingredient dimenhydrinate and an unidentified liquid spilled in the cup holder. Despite being an over-the-counter antihistamine medication that is frequently used to treat fevers and allergies, it still makes you feel extremely sleepy. Unfortunately, a thorough search was necessary because Lori did not provide precise information regarding their most recent location. As a result, it was determined to use a group of divers equipped with sonar. In an attempt to find Larry, search and rescue helicopters were also involved in the search, but to no avail. Detectives were still unable to locate Larry, so 5 days later, on February 18, they called Lori Eisenberg and asked her to go on the lake with the sonar diving team. Despite her agreement, Lori was unable to name any particular landmarks and offered the searchers little help. The investigator thought this behavior was strange. Lori laughed and joked during the search and occasionally broke down in tears for no apparent reason. However, this was not stressed because everyone grieves in a different way. However, Lori's suspicious behavior at her husband's house, which was 20 minutes southwest of town, prompted 2 calls to the county sheriff later that day. Police became interested after the callers, who were the Eisenbergs' neighbors, claimed that Lori's family members were assisting her in moving her belongings out of the house. On February 21, 2018, a startling discovery was made that completely changed the course of the case. Due to Lori Eisenberg's potential fraudulent activities, the North Idaho Housing Coalition, where she had worked for years, notified police officers that it would no longer be working with her. It turns out that the coalition's accountant found errors in the report and that $500,000 was missing from their budget total. That was the amount that only Lori had. Those who knew Lori Eisenberg were shocked by this news because, according to law enforcement, she was a law-abiding citizen with no prior criminal history. Larry's son made the decision to speak with the investigator at this point. He told him about Lori's peculiar actions and the potential role she played in his father's passing. However, the detective was certain that the woman had nothing to do with Larry's death and saw it as merely his personal grievance. However, in response to Lori's fraud charge, a search warrant was issued for the Eisenbergs' residence the following day. Several pieces of evidence were found during the search, including red stains on the floor outside the house, paper towels that appeared to have dried blood on them, black latex gloves, and a Ziploc bag that contained an unidentified white powder. Lori was immediately briefed on the evidence by the investigating detective. She countered that she was unaware of the brown stains in the backyard and that the blood they discovered on the gloves and towels was her own. The red marks on the concrete were later identified by forensic analysis as paint drips that had stained the boards. Lori was arrested on 40 counts of forgery on February 27th. Since the coalition was partially financed by taxpayers, the nearly $500,000 she was accused of stealing would escalate into a far more serious offense. On the following day, one of Lori's daughters posted her $75,000 bail. About 3 miles from the location where Lori claimed Larry fell overboard, Larry's body was discovered floating face down, close to the shore on March 1, 16 days after the tragic event. An autopsy the following day verified that the body belonged to Larry Eisenberg. That's not all, though. Toxicology tests conducted by the coroner's office showed that Larry's blood contained deadly amounts of the antihistamine dimenhydrinate. Experts concur that despite the extremely low frequency of overdoses, the drug is fast-acting and can be lethal if taken in excess in a short amount of time. Although the autopsy results were not made public by the authorities, Lori had previously claimed that her husband took several pills daily and frequently neglected to take the recommended dosage. Larry also had flu-like symptoms, according to Lori. Larry only ever mentioned being sick once, in a message to his friend. But was Larry the one who sent that message? The expert analyst concluded that the last time the cell phone signal was present close to Lori's son's house was when Larry vanished into the lake, despite the fact that Larry's phone had drowned. Given that Lori said the phone fell into the lake on February 13, this was strange. Detectives concluded that Larry's death was most definitely not an accident. As a result of all of this, Lori did not show up in court for her fraudulent fraud case in late May. A warrant for her arrest was consequently issued, but she never showed up. Investigators kept questioning the Eisenberg family's close associates, and soon the idyllic relationship started to show signs of weakness. Despite their apparent happiness, Larry had been very dissatisfied with Lori's recent spending patterns and the fact that she frequently provided financial support for her kid. Investigators also discovered that Larry was one of 3 men Lori had cheated on her first husband with. Furthermore, it was found that Lori herself had handwritten modifications to Larry's will a month prior to his death. According to the will, Larry's children would receive 80% of the estate, while his own would only receive 20%. Authorities chose to make the autopsy results public and declare the case a premeditated murder since Lori was still at large. It was discovered that he overdosed on the antihistamine Benadryl and died from diphenhydramine toxicity. Diphenhydramine, an antihistamine used to treat allergies, is marketed under the name Benadryl. It is also used as a sleep aid because it makes you drowsy, even at standard dosage levels of 1,0,100 nanograms per milliliter. Diphenhydramine induces drowsiness. Larry's body contained a deadly 7,100 nanograms of diphenhydramine at the time of his death. Larry's doctor was questioned by police to see if they saw any indications of a stroke or other medical irregularities, but the doctors said Larry was in perfect health. Investigators concluded that Lori texted Larry's daughter that morning before poisoning her husband, based on all the evidence they had collected. Subsequently, she added the pills to the man's juice. Larry became ill and went overboard near the coast. They also conjectured that before dialing 911, Lori purposefully steered the boat further away from the location. The entire Eisenberg family was uninsured. What was the motive? That was the only question left. It was probably coming to pass that Lori would inherit their shared house in the event of Larry's death, which she could then sell to raise the money she needed to pay for the money she had stolen. Additionally, according to friends, Larry had no idea what Lori was doing at the Idaho Housing Coalition. 2 months after going missing, Lori finally made an appearance at the sheriff's office by herself in July. Until the fraud case was tried in court, investigators were eager to discuss her alleged murder of her husband. Eisenberg consented to enter a guilty plea to 3 counts of wire fraud and 1 count of federal program theft in November 2018. She also consented to make restitution of about $580,000. Eisenberg was found guilty of embezzling over $500,000 and given a 5-year prison sentence. In addition, Lori's daughters entered guilty pleas to individual conspiracy charges. Each of them received a $50,000 fine and a house arrest sentence. Even though that case was resolved, another one was still pending. Lori was questioned about Larry's death once more right after the sentencing. Detectives questioned her directly about whether or not she had killed her husband during that interrogation. Lori behaved apprehensively throughout this interrogation. Her foot started tapping, which is a sign of tension and anxiety. After that, she was informed of the autopsy's findings. The detectives persisted in pressing her with additional compromising evidence, even though she denied any involvement in her husband's death. She eventually demanded an attorney and refused to answer any more questions. Lori Eisenberg was charged by a grand jury with first-degree murder by poisoning, a capital offense, 2 years after her husband's body was discovered floating in Lake Coeur d'Alene. The COVID-19 pandemic caused her trial to be repeatedly postponed. In order to maintain her innocence and admit that she would probably be found guilty if the case went to trial, Eisenberg entered an Alford plea to a lesser charge of second-degree homicide, after initially being charged with first-degree homicide by use of poison. She entered a guilty plea to the lesser charge of second-degree murder in February 2021. Larry's daughter, Jessica McPherson, said she thought the plea agreement, which spared Eisenberg from acknowledging guilt, was a betrayal of her father's family. "The manner in which I lost my father," Lori Eisenberg, "has left a hole in my soul that I will never be able to fill. And for 3 years, that hole has just continued to get deeper and deeper at the web of lies, deceit, and manipulation that have continued to expand," Jessica McPherson said. Larry's son, Dean Eisenberg, stated, "It is impossible for me and those who are deeply impacted by the loss of such a great man and wonderful father to find closure." In an unforgettable way, he referred to his father as his best friend. "Even those who hated him loved him in a way," he stated. As her stepson talked about the man she confessed to poisoning, Lori Eisenberg wiped her eyes with a tissue. He spoke of a decent, industrious man who cherished his family, especially his wife. "I can only hope she did what she did to save him the embarrassment of finding out what his soulmate had done behind his back," said Dean Eisenberg. Lori's daughter, Amber Barnes, claimed that her mother controlled the household. "Larry dedicated his life to Lori. He loved her, he trusted her, and she killed him," Barnes stated. The pain felt by everyone who lamented Larry's passing was exacerbated by Lori's plea to Alford. "She deserves to be held accountable for her actions and be seen for who she really is," Amber Barnes stated. She saw Lori Eisenberg as a father figure and a great-grandfather who would give her children bear hugs and stroke their hair while telling them he loved them. "Our family lost 2 people that day on the lake. We lost Larry, the grandpa we loved, and we lost Lori, the mother and grandma that we loved, trusted, and thought that we knew. Lori shattered our lives when she took Larry's life. But it didn't stop there," Amber Barnes stated. Before the judge sentenced Lori Eisenberg, she spoke to the court for over 45 minutes. She claimed that she started stealing from the coalition because she was having financial difficulties with her daughters, one of whom she had expelled from her house when she was 15. She claimed that she felt unable to express to her husband her desire to support her daughters financially. She emphasizes that they lacked health and dental insurance. "I saw my precious little grandchildren suffering because their mothers were not able to have a double-income family and not able to provide what they needed," she said. "So what do they do when the kids get sick and have to go to the doctor?" According to her, "I got to the point where I was torn between adhering to the life and Larry's standards of life and being able to do what I thought I had to do. And so I came up with the most stupid, shameful plan ever, and that was to steal money from my employer." Eisenberg killed her husband, according to the prosecution, to avoid the additional humiliation of losing half of her assets in a divorce. Eisenberg, however, told the court that her husband wasn't supposed to consume the poisoned drink that killed him. Eisenberg claimed that she had considered suicide ever since her embezzlement was uncovered. Her words, "I knew my life was over." She claimed that after drinking the drink she had tainted with Benadryl, she intended to drown in Lake Coeur d'Alene, but her husband discovered it while she was asleep on the boat. "I had 2 options, death or life in prison. I never wanted to get away with anything. I know Larry would still be alive if it weren't for me," she replied. According to the judge, he was convinced that Isenberg's account of what happened in court was accurate, at least the version she had chosen. "Your truth doesn't hold up in the light of all the evidence," he responded. Isenberg was given a life sentence with 30 years fixed and credit for time served, according to the judge's ruling. Following the delivery of the sentence, Larry Isenberg's family silently embraced it. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We take a look at events that happened in 2019 in the UK. On April 28, 2019, 39-year-old care worker Emma Faulds vanished under mysterious circumstances. After receiving a call from her family 2 days later, the police began a thorough investigation to find out Emma's true fate. 700 square miles had to be searched by the police. In 2019, Emma resided in Kilmarnock. Located in southwest Scotland's East Ayrshire, Kilmarnock is a town and former burgh. There was quiet and comfort in her home, and she was always followed faithfully by her dog Maverick. Emma led a quiet, measured life. In addition to having a good heart, she was well known among her neighbors for her ability to relate to everyone. Emma regarded her dog Maverick, a cute West Highland Terrier, as a son, and more than just a pet. They would enjoy the fresh air and the splendor of nature while taking long walks together in parks and woods. Emma visited her parents on April 25, 2019. Her father, Ian, 70, and mother, Margaret Faulds, 70, were thrilled to see their daughter. Emma always brought a sense of coziness and warmth to her visits with her parents. Emma's parents talked about their plans and memories during dinner. Even though she had heard these stories a lot, she always discovered something fresh and motivational in them. Her parents occasionally reminisced about Emma's early years and how the family used to go on picnics at the lake. The conversation at the table was informal and laid back. Immersed in the recollections of her carefree childhood, Emma shared their laughter. However, the discussion continued. In order to prepare for the future, her parents informed her that they would be traveling to Brighton to see relatives who resided there. Emma remarked to herself how her parents, in spite of their advanced age, made plans with ease and joy, still full of life and adventure. They continued their conversation over a cup of coffee in the living room after dinner. For Emma, this evening served as a reminder of the value of family, of the unseen thread that unites generations, and of what is genuinely important in life, in addition to being a chance to spend time with her loved ones. Nobody could have predicted that the family's tranquility would vanish in a matter of days. Emma informed her parents that on Sunday, April 28th, she would be meeting up with her friend Ross Willocks. Ross and Emma had been friends for 18 years. Both of them were wardens at Kilmarnock Prison when they first met. Emma wanted to visit Ross after telling her parents that he had adopted a dog from a shelter. Emma told her sister via text that she was going to have a bit of a mad one. Ross resided in Monkton's Fairfield Park. Emma texted a friend at around 8 p.m. to let them know she was at Ross's house, where she would be spending the night and enjoying a glass of wine. Emma's phone was referred to as an extension of her arm because she was typically in constant communication with her loved ones. However, Emma didn't text or call any of her family members or friends the following day. Margaret, her mother, said this was completely uncharacteristic. Emma's parents were in Brighton visiting relatives on April 30th. Emma's employers called her mother, Margaret, to inform her that her daughter had failed to show up for work. Emma's parents were immediately aware that something was amiss because she spoke to a friend or family member every day. "We were on edge and decided to report her missing because it was so unlike her," said her dad. Around 4:30 p.m. when police officers broke into Emma's apartment on Fullerton Street in Kilmarnock that day, they found her pet dog, Maverick, home by himself. A neighbor had heard Emma sobbing. Everyone knew Emma well enough to know that she would never leave her dog alone. Emma kept Maverick in a cage during his recovery from a recent operation on his cruciate ligament to prevent him from jumping and running around. The investigation, known as Operation Salsion, immediately focused on Ross Willocks because he was the last person to see her alive. At approximately 11 p.m., Willocks informed officers that Emma had made the decision to drive back to her apartment, which was less than 9 miles away. He claimed that while they were at his Moncton home, she became anxious about her recently operated dog and wanted to bring it home. They chose to visit her apartment. He claimed that after traveling with her, he took roughly a dozen lines of cocaine. According to Willocks, Emma was cheerful and upbeat and was having fun. She was planning a cruise and discussing her upcoming 40th birthday. At around 7 a.m., he said, he took a taxi home. April 29. After Emma was reported missing, her sister, Myram Faulds, who works in Abu Dhabi, went back to Scotland to assist in the search. On May 1, 2019, she took a plane back to Scotland and started assisting with her sister's search. Emma vanished the following day, leaving a profound sense of unease and uncertainty in her wake. Her family launched a difficult and demanding search for her as soon as they couldn't get in touch with her. The police swiftly acted, coordinating with Emma's friends and relatives. Soon, informational pamphlets with Emma's picture were lining the city's streets. They asked that anyone with information about her contact the police, and they included information about her last known location. On social media, word of Emma's disappearance spread, and every post on her family page drew an increasing number of supportive comments and wishes for her safe return home. Desperate, Emma's family begged for assistance from the public every day. The authors wrote, "Any detail could be crucial. Please help us find Emma." The police also asked for assistance from the town's residents, realizing how urgent it was to solve the case. Private CCTV camera owners were asked to review their footage by detectives. Maybe something suspicious would be captured on camera, or perhaps Emma's figure would be glimpsed among the typical street scenes. A strong feeling of unease was mingled with both hope and fear. Everyone who knew Emma and cared for her, however, remained hopeful. The town was unified by the shared objective of locating Emma and returning her home, despite the fact that hundreds of total strangers did not remain uninterested. The police placed a high premium on gathering evidence related to Emma's disappearance. Every discovery might hold the key to the woman's unexplained disappearance, and every bit of evidence and witness statement added to the puzzle that investigators were attempting to solve. Every little detail had to be considered in their hard work. For detectives, every discussion with neighbors and family members became a source of fresh concepts and theories that might help explain Emma's fate. One of the key success factors was the investigative team's capacity to carefully examine the evidence. They were able to create a tenuous but significant series of events that ultimately led to Emma's demise because of their meticulous attention to detail and unwavering pursuit of the truth. Furthermore, it was critical that the investigators take into account both the psychological and physical evidence. They made an effort to learn more about Emma's personality, relationships with other people, potential enemies, and the reasons behind her actions that most people would find improbable. Emma's vehicle was essential to the chronology. At 5:39 p.m., dash cam footage showed the blue BMW 1 Series parked outside Ross Willocks' residence. April 28. Emma's car was parked outside her house the following morning, but strangely it was parked on the other side of the street. Emma always parked her car directly outside her apartment because she suffered from obsessive-compulsive disorder. When the police were able to obtain footage from a private CCTV camera, they were extremely fortunate to discover that Emma was not the driver of the car, but rather a man. Let's examine the video that was made public by the police. If you pay close attention, you can see the driver cleaning the dashboard and steering wheel of the vehicle. Investigators think Ross Willocks was the driver of Emma's car and was aware of Emma's fate. After Emma was reported missing, her family and friends posted posters and handed out leaflets throughout Ayrshire. But Willocks chose not to participate. Sarah Faulds, Emma's sister, told investigators that she spoke with Willocks after Emma vanished, and he provided her with 2 different accounts of what transpired. "Hi Ross, I'm just wondering if she's still with you. No one's seen her," she texted Willocks on April 30, 2019, to which he responded that she wasn't with him. In a subsequent message, Willocks told Sarah that he had driven Emma home himself. When Sarah inquired about the time of her departure, he replied, "Sunday. Maverick was getting rowdy with my dog, Patty, and Emma was getting stressed." Experts started using CCTV and cell phone analysis to map Willocks' movements as the hunt for Emma grew more intense. CCTV footage of Willox purchasing bleach, rubber gloves, and tins of outdoor disinfectant from multiple stores was found. When we put all those pieces of evidence together, it painted a suspicious picture of Ross Willox's movements. They also looked into his background and found that he had previously constructed wind farms in Dumfries and Galloway, close to the Galloway Forest, according to Detective Crombie. When cameras captured 2 trips to the region in the days after Emma vanished, this became crucial. The first was in his Mercedes SUV on April 29. The second was in a Jaguar he purchased for his wife, who was working overseas when Emma disappeared. Later, during the search of the Jaguar, a police dog trained to detect the smell of dead bodies repeatedly barked at the boot area, providing a positive indication. In addition to an officer with extensive local knowledge and experience working as a wind farm liaison, police also called in search specialists from the UK National Crime Agency. According to Detective Crombie, some areas of the 700-square-mile Galloway Forest Park resembled the moon's surface. Willox's cell phone was examined by digital forensics specialists, who then superimposed the CCTV footage that was found on the routes he took in the 48 hours following Emma's disappearance. As previously stated, the police dog made a signal when searching Willox's Jaguar. Even though investigators knew Emma was dead, they still needed more solid proof to find Willox guilty. They had to locate Emma's remains. Police called for assistance from the public once more. The Mercedes on Monday, April 29, and the Jaguar on Tuesday, April 30, were both known to have been on the A714 Girvan to Newton Stewart Road. Detective Martin Fergus, who was in charge of the investigation, stated, "What Emma's family is going through is unimaginable, and our priority is to find her. I am thankful to members of the public who have been in touch and have provided us with valuable information which has led us to explore this area. I believe the A714 route is key to helping us find Emma, and I am appealing again to those who use this route regularly. Please take time to think back and consider if you saw a Mercedes or Jaguar car on this road, or parked up somewhere, or even off-road. If you have dashcam footage, please take the time to go through and check it. You may not realize it, but you could have captured footage of the vehicles in these locations, which could provide us with vital information and assist us in finding Emma." Since Willox was the sole suspect in the Emma Faulds disappearance case, he was constantly monitored by the police. Neil Moore, Ross Willox's best friend, gave the police another crucial lead. Moore claimed that after Willox requested to use his device, he noticed the searches on it. On May 8, 2019, Moore told prosecutor Paul Kearney that he discovered searches he had not made on his iPad. They included: do police put tracking devices on cars? Can cars be traced by GPS? And can UK police trace your car without a warrant? Willox was being watched when he was taken into custody at his mother's home on May 8 on suspicion of Emma's murder. Declaring that he had no idea where Emma might be, he entered a not guilty plea. The Galloway Forest is roughly 700 square miles in size. However, police were able to concentrate on a search area by employing specialized techniques. During Operation Salzan and the search of the 700-square-mile Galloway Forest area where Emma's body was suspected to be, police called in Professor Lorna Dawson. Among other things, the soil expert was asked to inspect Willox Timberland boots. On June 11th, Professor Dawson presented her findings. Emma's nude remains were discovered 24 hours later, concealed in a section of Glen Truel Forest that is not typically traversed by people. When comparing the soil that covered Emma's body to the boots, there was a 92% match. Another potential match from the forest site was discovered beneath the Jaguar car's wheel arch. As a wind farm project manager, Willox was familiar with the area, but he told police that he was only there to walk his dogs if they saw him. He was also located in and around the area by mobile phone analysis. According to Detective Pakalek, Bear, his dog, who was trained specifically to locate dead bodies, started barking, signaling that he had discovered something. To conduct additional investigation, the officer went back to the location. Pakalek put on sterile gloves and stated, "I lifted the vegetation to see if it was a body part or torso. I could see the lower portion of a naked body." A service was held at Holmesford Bridge Crematorium after hundreds of mourners paid their respects at Kilmarnock's New Lay Kirk. Maverick, Emma's West Highland Terrier, was leading the procession out of the church while sporting a blue bow tie. Emma's relatives posted on the family's butcher shop's social media page that they felt compelled to make a public statement only now. They claimed that during this incredibly depressing and agonizing time, they had received fields of flowers, hundreds of messages, and countless cards. This proves that there is a great caring community spirit in Kilmarnock and further afield, indeed worldwide, they stated. The Faulds family and Emma's dog, Maverick, signed off on the message, saying, "Thank you all so much for your support and kindness you have shown us during the past few weeks. We're not there yet, and it will be a long time until we get answers to all the questions that have been haunting us, but knowing that everyone is with us makes it easier to bear." Emma Faulds' murder has been charged against Ross Willix. In addition, Willix is accused of trying to thwart the course of justice by concealing Emma's body for several days before disposing of it in a forest, and by trying to conceal his alleged role in her demise from April 28 to May 8, 2019. According to the prosecution, he searched online for information on blood and how to disable vehicle tracking and disposed of Emma's clothes, belongings, and cell phone. Prosecutors also claim Willix asked officers where Emma was and said he was concerned, leaving voicemails on her phone on multiple occasions while feigning to think she was still alive. Despite Emma's apparent neck injury, jurors were informed that her body was so decomposed that a pathologist was unable to determine what killed her. Dr. John Williams, a pathologist, testified in Glasgow's High Court that he examined Emma Faulds after her death, but because of the state of decomposition, Dr. Williams said he could only determine so much from her remains. He added that he was unable to pinpoint Emma's death date when questioned by prosecutor Paul Kearney. According to Dr. Williams's report, there were no significant natural diseases found, and she did not have any fractures to her arms, legs, or ribs. In response to the question posed by prosecutor Paul Kearney, "So nothing to point to a natural cause, but with the great caveat that your examination was affected by the state of decomposition?" Dr. Williams said, "That is right." It was discovered during the trial that Emma Faulds' toxicology samples included traces of alcohol and painkillers. The jury was informed that the cause of death must be declared undetermined after Dr. Williams read from his report saying, "In summary, the medical cause of death has not been established. The degree of decomposition has limited many aspects of the post-mortem." Joanne Cochran, a forensic scientist, described to the court how, while inspecting the BMW in September 2019, she removed a tape from a seat lever. It matched Ross Willix's DNA profile, according to the expert. The trial also heard how blood was found in the accused's house. 2 tiny droplets that matched Ross Willix's father's DNA profile were discovered. According to forensic scientist Joanne Cochran, no additional blood was discovered, but there was a tiny staining of contact blood elsewhere that was thought to match the accused. At the trial, Willix had denied murder. In his version of events, he claimed to have left Ms. Faulds fit and well after partying with her for a while before they drove to her apartment in Kilmarnock, Ayrshire, which was about 9 miles away. Willix's attorney, Donald Findlay, stated that it would not be suitable to offer any apologies on behalf of his client, who disputes his own responsibility. According to Findlay, he is not the kind of person I would have expected to have found himself guilty of a crime of murder. The murder of somebody that he knew and cared for. They cared for each other, not in any romantic sense, but as friends. Something catastrophic went wrong in the early hours of the morning and one life was lost. Margaret Faulds, Emma's mother, described the location of her daughter's discovery on the first day of the trial as, "No one would walk there or drive there. You would have to see it to believe how remote it was." Nevertheless, one individual went there with the intention of ensuring that no one would discover what he had done to his friend of nearly 20 years. Professor Lorna Dawson, a soil specialist, presented her results on June 11 after testing the Mercedes and Jaguar vehicles for soil and a pair of Willix's Timberland boots. Search teams eventually located Emma, after refocusing on damp, marshy areas as a result of Professor Dawson's analysis. She informed the trial that the deposition site was not a place you would typically walk through, and that there was no natural path to it. Her words, "You would avoid it." Professor Dawson stated that rather than originating from a similar common bog habitat, the soil recovered from the boots came from the deposition site. A jury convicted Willix of murder and attempted obstruction of justice following a 6-week trial. Miriam and Sarah, Emma's distraught sisters and parents, were there to hear the decision. The judge stated to Woolax, you know what the sentence for murder will be. It will be life imprisonment. Be under no misapprehension. This was a foul crime on a young woman loved by her family. You would have visited upon them a lifetime of wondering if she was still alive had her body not been recovered as a result of the sterling work by the police and experts. It was in such a remote place, and you had intended her body would never be recovered. Willox showed no emotion as he announced the decision. The heartless murderer acknowledged that he was not involved in Emma's search. He maintained that the bleach bottles were not used to remove any traces of a crime, but rather to clean his decking. Only he really knows what caused Emma's death, and it's still unclear what transpired between them at his house that evening. Ross Willox received a life sentence in prison in June 2021. Before he can apply for parole, he must serve 20 years in prison. Only you will know what happened in your house that night that led to you killing your friend. You were not as clever as you thought you were, Willox was told by Judge Mulholland. In a statement issued following the guilty verdict, Emma's family stated, "We are absolutely devastated by Emma's death, and her not being with us has left a tremendous void in all our lives. We cannot believe she was taken from us in such a violent way. And what makes it even worse is that Ross Willox was supposed to be her friend. The last 2 years have been the worst our family has ever experienced, culminating in a 6-week murder trial in the High Court in Glasgow, which ended earlier today. The conclusion, as you are probably aware, is that the man who murdered our beloved Emma has been found guilty. I feel on behalf of my family that I should use this message to thank everyone, friends, customers, and the wider community, for their fantastic support, kindness, and help when needed. We know we will never get Emma back, but we feel, with all the professionals involved in the case, we've got justice for her." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Arthur Labanjo Hughes, then 7 years old, would give up on life at this very moment. 5 hours later, the world would hear the most tragic story on the internet, that of Arthur Labanjo Hughes, after an emergency 999 call was placed. He was discovered in a state that could not be explained by a fall, even though he had fallen and struck his head. He was remembered for his superpower, his smile. If one could ask for one last thing, despite having numerous guardian angels around him, Arthur was imprisoned by pure evil during COVID-19 and spent every day of his life in hell. Soon, the Midlands, England Police Department would find horrifying hidden footage and videos that they would prefer not to view. June 17, 2020 was the date of the call. The voice on the line was panicked. 6-year-old Arthur Labanjo Hughes had fallen down the stairs. When paramedics arrived, he was having trouble breathing. Arthur's life slipped away in spite of all the attempts to save him. Before the doctors noticed something that would haunt them for years, it appeared to be a tragic accident. Horrible injuries were found, which contradicted the caller's account. Arthur's severe brain injuries had caused his death. According to the doctors, the damage was comparable to an automobile accident. Even the on-scene paramedics observed numerous bruises on his body, in addition to severe head trauma. Amidst the frantic words and background noise of the 999 call, the truth was concealed in plain sight. Everyone would be shocked to learn the true story of Arthur's tragic demise when the recording was played again, this time with more discerning ears and a greater sense of suspicion. Something much darker now echoed what had once seemed like desperation. Emma Tustin, 32, the stepmother and caregiver of 6-year-old Arthur Labanjo Hughes, was the female voice on the call. Emma was the only person who saw Arthur's final moments because his father, 29-year-old Thomas Hughes, was not there when the alleged accident happened. She was also the one who explained how Arthur got hurt and escorted him to the hospital. However, there was a problem with the doctors. They called the police because of their suspicions, and detectives soon began requesting Emma's first formal statement. The thinking step was the punishment area that Arthur's stepmother Emma and father Thomas had created for him. He could stand there and think about what he had done. Because of his actions, Arthur often found himself there, Emma said. However, Arthur was particularly impolite and violent on the night of June 17, 2020, the day he passed away. Emma started crying as she described the mischievous child who had mistreated her. She asserted, like many other stepmothers, that her love was not returned. However, the narrative did not match Emma's story, which remained mostly unchanged from the details in the 999 call. Although more research was necessary, the results would reveal a disturbing truth that would haunt the investigators for the rest of their careers. By 1 a.m., Arthur was placed on life support. After determining that there was nothing more that could be done, life support was turned off the next day. A forensic analysis conducted as the investigation progressed showed that Arthur had more than 130 distinct wounds, from head to toe, in varying stages of recovery. Each and every part of his small body was injured and bruised. Long-term physical stress caused his thymus gland and one kidney to shrink significantly. However, a total detachment of the retina in his right eye and bleeding on the brain were the cause of death. The experts had no idea that this was only the beginning. He had extremely high sodium levels when he was first brought to the hospital. These levels did not change 7 hours later, suggesting that his body was unable to adequately absorb the excess salt he had consumed. According to estimates, Arthur would have needed to eat 6 tablespoons of salt in a single day, or more likely, be poisoned with high amounts of salt over a number of days to reach such sodium levels. Torture was evident from the autopsy report and the injuries sustained. However, that wasn't even the reason this case was the most well-known in Middleton. It was the horrifying findings that had not yet been made during the inquiry that had the public's attention like a wildfire. Authorities were tracking down the sadistic monster who had committed the unthinkable after discovering the unspeakable horror inflicted upon the defenseless child. Behind the story of the tearful Emma and the restless Thomas, there was little question that something was amiss. Across the nation, rumors were circulating, but it quickly became clear that these were more than just conjectures. Discovering the atrocities that had taken place behind the scenes was the difficult part. A search warrant for Emma's 2-bedroom home, where she lived with her boyfriend Thomas Hughes and their children from prior marriages, was swiftly obtained by the Middleton police. Apart from a CCTV camera placed in the living room, nothing seemed especially noteworthy at first glance. Investigators were informed by Emma and Thomas that it was done to keep an eye on Arthur and make sure he didn't hurt himself. The investigators were unaware that the recordings held terrible secrets they would have preferred to ignore when they took them for additional analysis. Heartbreaking details of little Arthur's last hours were captured on CCTV, including scenes that would have horrified anyone who saw them. This unsettling video was captured just a few hours prior to Arthur's purported mishap. Arthur pleaded with Blake to come and save his life. Who were these individuals that Arthur was depending on in the final stages of his life? Blake was Thomas Hughes's brother and Arthur's uncle. When Arthur called for his family outside of Emma and Thomas, he was seen to be weak, frail, and hardly standing. Detectives contacted Arthur's grandparents and Uncle Blake during the hours that these recordings were being examined. In addition to being open, the family had a lot to share. The date of Arthur's birth was January 4, 2014. He was among the happiest kids you could ever meet just a year ago. He was a huge supporter of Birmingham City Football Club and loved superheroes. Those who knew him said he was intelligent and vivacious, but as the grandparents dug deeper, it became evident that Arthur was a contented but unlucky child. Thomas and Olivia Labagno-Halcrow, who met while engaging in drug activities, are his parents. Olivia entered a new toxic relationship with Arthur after the parents divorced, but Arthur stayed with her. She had taken an alcohol awareness course and met a man named Gary Cunningham. Gary and Olivia both used violence against one another. In February 2019, this toxic relationship tragically came to a head when Olivia killed Gary by stabbing him 12 times while intoxicated. The fact that young Arthur saw the murder was the most startling aspect of this incident. Olivia received an 11-year sentence in 2020. Little Arthur moved in with his father, Thomas, and grandparents while the mother was serving her sentence. His grandparents and his Uncle Blake were the main sources of the love he had experienced. For Arthur, this was the safest period of his life. The trail of misfortune started with a simple date, but the wave of good times would soon subside. Thomas, his father, went on a date with Emma Tustin, a woman he had met online. Detectives discovered that Emma had a history of unpredictable and attention-seeking behavior as the investigation progressed. When her boyfriend threatened to break up with her in 2013, she leaped from the top of a multi-story parking structure. She once threw herself out of a bedroom window to stop her partner and his best friend from going to the pub. In an interview with the Daily Mail, one of her ex-boyfriends stated, "She's a black widow. Every man she hangs out with is sucked dry by her. She has absolutely no maternal instinct. She wanted children because of the attention they gave her as a newborn and the benefits they provided. But she didn't want to know once the attention stopped and she was left alone with a baby." She was also accused of being a careless mother, and social services frequently visited her home. The ultimate application of this woman's evil would be when she entered Thomas's, and eventually Arthur's, life. Thomas wasn't a perfect father, but he wasn't a total nightmare either. But as he and Emma became closer, that would soon change, and Arthur would lose his father in a way he never could have predicted. Arthur went on a number of excursions with his father and Emma, but each time he came back, the grandparents noticed that he was becoming less and less eager to accompany them. He couldn't quite understand the unnerving tension that was replacing the warmth of family. His grandparents claimed that they became aware that something was amiss in their own house. Every time Emma came to visit, Arthur would try to hide because he was afraid of her. She was disliked by Thomas's brother and parents as well, who perceived dishonesty and disdain in her. They were unable to foresee the scope of what was happening, though. When Arthur's grandmother tried to buy him a Subway sandwich during one of Emma's visits, Emma yelled at her to stop feeding him, saying it was a needless luxury. This brief interaction acted as a warning, demonstrating Emma's ease and eagerness to make choices regarding Arthur's life. She wasn't alone, though. Thomas was also acting differently. He had started to become easily agitated. Blake saw the young boy staring blankly at the wall when Thomas, for a child, it was an unusual sight. Blake tried to give him a snack to lift his spirits, but Thomas stepped in and said Arthur was being punished and shouldn't be fed. As the pandemic spread, this was only the start of a nightmare that would only get worse. A total lockdown was proclaimed by the Prime Minister. Arthur had the danger in his own house while others hunkered down to protect themselves. Separated from his cherished grandparents, he was raised by his father, Thomas, and Emma, and saw them infrequently. Things were gradually coming together for Arthur's decline. Arthur's grandmother saw a blue bruise on his shoulder during one lockdown. She took prompt action and lodged a complaint with social services, even though she was Thomas's mother. When Arthur got back to Emma and Thomas's house the next day, a social services agent called Emma and paid her a visit. But nothing was done about it. They insisted that Arthur and Emma's other two children looked content and healthy, and they denied that there was any bruise. But the call prior to the visit was sufficient justification for Emma to be on guard and take the required precautions to hide it, according to the grandmother. Blake tried to get in touch with the Middleton police, but sadly the officers never got through to Arthur because they believed social services was handling the case. The family made repeated attempts to enlist assistance for Arthur, but there would be no outcome. Arthur was suffering terribly, and there was nothing anyone could do about it. Meanwhile, Arthur's death was being investigated more thoroughly. Though they were unsure of what might have caused Arthur's death, Arthur's grandparents and family blamed Emma and Thomas. The couple was the subject of a more thorough investigation, and the most repulsive information began to come to light. After seizing their phones, investigators started going through the data. They found shocking information in the audio recordings and text messages between Emma and Thomas. The weight of what had been concealed behind closed doors became painfully evident with every new line that appeared on the screen. Emma and Thomas's messages exposed the depth of their perverse collaboration, and they were complicit in this nightmare. The messages described Arthur's living conditions, which included physical abuse, loneliness, and hunger. Emma vented her frustrations and documented her increasing cruelty towards the boy in the majority of these texts. She punished Arthur by depriving him of food and liquids and making him stand in the hallway for hours on end. The young boy's pleas for sustenance and solace were ridiculed. He referred to his desperation as misbehavior. For Emma and Thomas, the conversations were a perverse kind of reinforcement in these messages. When Thomas wasn't home, she would frequently record Arthur's anguished cries and send Thomas audio snippets, seemingly to get his approval for her severe treatment. Thomas would reply by expressing his own annoyance with Arthur and urging her to be even harsher, telling her to just end him or recommending violent means to stop his screams. The boy was left to suffer alone in his room or cry himself hoarse in the hallway while the couple, at times, were only a few feet away from Arthur and texted, their phones buzzing with nasty conversations. Emma complained that Arthur was acting out or spoiling him because of his need for affection. Emma and Thomas talked about how Arthur should be disciplined for small transgressions or denied certain foods. Neglect was not the only form of abuse. There were numerous instances of name-calling and verbal abuse in these messages. Both sides' hatred was clearly visible in these messages. The messages made it abundantly evident that there was physical torture and intimidation in the home. Arthur had been attacked several times. According to one of the messages, Emma and Thomas had a falling out, and Emma said she could accept Thomas but not Arthur. In a stern reply, Thomas insisted that she would have to take Arthur and him together or not at all. Since Emma's rejection of Arthur only made Thomas more irate, this exchange exposed the problematic dynamics of their relationship. This tension suggested that Thomas's rage could quickly grow and result in more abuse of Arthur. One thing was certain, despite the numerous questions, Arthur was leading a miserable life and frequently going without food. For the investigators, one CCTV clip that had previously seemed unimportant took on new significance. On one of the hottest days of the year, the video showed Thomas and Emma lounging and eating ice cream. Arthur, meanwhile, was made to stand on the stairs, hot and hungry, without water, and in a bulky onesie that made him feel even more uncomfortable. Emma stooped to eat McDonald's in front of a starving Arthur, who was left defenseless in the hallway, while Thomas sat cross-legged. The question came up. Did Emma's children all experience the same level of suffering? The investigators learned from Arthur's grandparents that Emma's children were frequently abandoned and left hungry for extended periods of time, while Emma remained in her room. But Arthur's ordeal was particularly horrifying. Emma's children didn't seem to experience the same degree of abuse as Arthur in any of the video. Subsequently, Emma's kids would inform investigators that if they attempted to assist Arthur, they would also be punished. As another heartbreaking clip awaited their review, the unsettling details of this case seemed to go on forever. Arthur was seen standing and shuffle-footing in these clips. It appeared innocuous at first, until they discovered he had been upright for as long as 14 hours. Police clamped down on Thomas and Emma as the horrific details surfaced, interrogating them about Arthur and the devastating information in the recordings. The details of Thomas and Emma's accident story started to shift piece by piece, but Thomas would be the first to reveal the truth, which was even more terrifying than they already knew. Thomas admitted to them that his punishment of Arthur might have been excessive. He explained to the investigators that Emma and the family suffered as a result of Arthur's behavioral problems. Thomas was going to disclose that he had studied torture techniques used during interrogation, techniques that caused the most pain without leaving scars or bruises, even though it was difficult to comprehend what offense a 6-year-old could have committed to warrant such a punishment. What actually took place on June 17, 2020 then? But did Arthur's body simply give up after all this suffering? No. The case's reality was straightforward and cruel. In fact, the reality was even more horrible. Arthur was left behind as usual, weak and starved, while Thomas had gone to the grocery store with Emma's kids. Emma texted Thomas that Arthur was causing trouble and instructed her to discipline him, even though Arthur couldn't have done anything that she couldn't manage on her own. In a matter of hours, Emma made the decision to act independently and guided Arthur to his demise. Emma repeatedly slammed Arthur's head against the wall, knocking him out by the time Thomas got back. After several unsuccessful attempts to get Arthur to get up, Emma called 999 and told them that Arthur had beaten himself before falling. Thomas blatantly admitted to the investigators that he was to blame and that Emma ought to be released. He explained to them that Arthur died because he was unable to control him and was subsequently carried away. Emma wasn't at fault. From Middleton to Parliament, the unsettling case rocked the nation. The authorities eventually realized that Emma and Thomas had lied after Arthur died, and the injuries were obviously not self-inflicted. Both were taken into custody and accused of killing Arthur. At Emma's trial on December 3, 2021, the judge gave the following account of the deadly assault. You, Tustin, committed the last act of killing. You gave him a shake that caused his head to flex and become hyperextended on his neck while repeatedly striking it against the wall or the floor. Your degree of violence caused his body to be subjected to forces comparable to those involved in a high-speed traffic accident. Emma was found guilty of murder and given a life sentence with a minimum of 29 years in prison because of the severe and devastation of her injuries. Thomas Hughes, who did not witness the deadly assault, was convicted of manslaughter and given a 21-year prison term. It was announced in December 2020 that their sentences would be examined to determine whether they were excessively light, potentially resulting in longer terms for both. Only the two youngest of Emma's 4 children from prior relationships were still living with her when she first met Thomas. Emma had already been reported to social services multiple times by that point because of worries about the welfare of her children. But she had mastered the art of controlling these circumstances. She would use emotional strategies, crying and playing the victim whenever social services came to visit. The authorities would always depart without doing anything more. Although social services had always been mentioned in the story, their non-participation was an unexpected plot twist. How come Arthur's ongoing suffering went unnoticed despite social services getting involved in this case so early? How did social services contribute to Arthur's demise in your opinion? What, in your opinion, ought to have been done to save young Arthur from his cruel destiny? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. The Beverly Liggett case exemplifies madness by inheritance when a favorite son becomes an executioner. Unfortunately, genetics is inextricably linked to a wide range of inheritable diseases. These include some mental illnesses. However, an existing predisposition is only a risk and probability, not a guarantee that the child will inherit this or that disease. Naturally, every parent hopes that his children will inherit only the best, and that diseases will avoid offspring. Many experts believe that there are no specific genes for the transmission of mental illness, meaning that no single gene is necessary or sufficient to cause the disease. Nonetheless, mental illness is often passed down through families. This is precisely the issue confronting our heroine today, Beverly Liggett, who sincerely believed that her children would be unaffected by such a condition. And while Beverly, his daughter, grew up to be a perfectly healthy and balanced woman, the son appears to have suffered a double blow, which he blamed solely on his mother. It should be noted that this man's intelligence was unaffected by his mental disorder. On the contrary, Beverly Liggett was very clever and calculating, which makes his atrocities even more sickeningly creepy. Beverly Liggett was born on October 1, 1956, in Colorado's capital, the picturesque city of Denver. She was raised with her older brother Stephen and sister Martha in a typical family of Barbara and Edwin Liggett, who spent their entire lives in their hometown, rarely leaving its borders. Beverly attended a local college after graduating from high school, but was unable to attend university for a variety of reasons, including her health and drug use. The girl worked as a salesperson but married at the age of 26 and had 2 children. She devoted herself to her family for many years and was solely focused on raising heirs and building a home in 1988. Beverly gave birth to her long-awaited firstborn son Ra, followed by a daughter named Libby a few years later. The young woman genuinely didn't care about her heirs and lived for them. However, her marriage ended in the latter half of the 1990s. The husband abandoned the family and relocated to another state, no longer caring about his ex-wife's fate or participating in the lives of his children. Beverly was forced to work 2 jobs at once. However, thanks to her diligence and determination, the family of 3 did not require anything. She and her children relocated to the suburbs of Denver, a small and relatively new town founded in 2001 for the town's centennial, where they rented a cozy, spacious home. In the mid-2000s, Beverly met a man named Seth Miffy on one of the dating sites and began corresponding with him, which eventually led to a romantic relationship. He inspired her lover to finally pursue her dream of higher education. Liggett chose medical school because he'd had always wanted to help people and felt that helping others was her calling in life. At the time, she was over 50 years old, and she was twice the age of her classmates. However, she quickly found common ground with them and is remembered as a sociable, attentive, and responsible miniature brunette nicknamed Caring Angel. Beverly's incest romance lasted approximately 5 years before the couple decided to officially legalize their relationship. For the two of them, the step was serious, but they were prepared. Beverly was overjoyed because she finally had a college degree, a higher-paying job, and was about to marry the man she loved. Her children had reached the age where they could live independently. However, her son's area was a source of genuine concern and apprehension, and there were several good reasons for this. A hereditary disease. The Liggett family had a sensitive issue that they tried to keep hidden from others and never discussed with outsiders. Beverly and her sister Martha were diagnosed with bipolar affective disorder at a young age, which is characterized by frequent mood swings from manic to depressive states. The disorder occasionally worsened. However, Martha experienced minor discomfort associated with this disorder, and the prescribed medication quickly produced positive results. Beverly occasionally required hospitalization because she was on the verge of committing suicide. This was the reason she was unable to attend university at the time, and it was also the reason her marriage with her children's father ended. It's also worth noting that her mother, Barbara, suffered from long-term depression, but she had this problem in her 40s. After that, no one provided qualified assistance to the woman at the time. As a result, she spent almost her entire life fighting her illness alone. Beverly was certain that the mental disorder in their family was passed down exclusively through the female line, because the disease manifested itself in her mother, herself, and her sister, while her brother, Stephen, remained completely normal. In this regard, Beverly feared for the health of her daughter, Libby, but just the daughter of the disease bypassed, hitting with redoubled force on Ra, the special child from early childhood area with a rather strange withdrawn boy prone to tantrums at the age of 5. He was diagnosed with autism, and later a whole host of other mental disorders and abnormalities were added. He could withdraw into himself and completely abstract from what was going on around him. But Sue, he was particularly fond of chemistry and physics. The boy solved complex problems quickly, performing the majority of his calculations mentally. His intelligence was above average, but his social and communication skills were virtually non-existent. Flatmates avoided or mocked the strange and unsociable Pierre. Ari had no friends, was uninterested in learning about the world around him, and was aggressive and violent, resulting in animal cruelty and attacks on other children. The boy was repeatedly hospitalized and given medication to treat his condition. However, at home, he frequently stopped taking the prescribed medication and quickly returned to his previous state. His parents attempted to persuade him to take the necessary medications, but as he grew older, it became more difficult for him to ask or speak calmly, and he always got his way with tantrums. The boy could isolate himself and not speak to anyone for weeks, but he could talk for hours to himself or to an imaginary interlocutor. When things get bad, he became dangerous to others, and his relatives occasionally insisted on his mandatory hospitalization as a dangerous teenager. As a teenager, I learned that his mother and grandmother also had mental health issues, and his mother had to be hospitalized on occasion. During that time, Barry despised his mother and blamed her for all of his problems. He believed she had given him a disease that was ruining his life. The young man grew increasingly uncontrollable. He threatened his loved ones with violence and was constantly perplexed as to why his own sister's family curse had been ignored. Being with him under the same roof became dangerous, and the first couldn't stand the head of the family. He filed for divorce and literally fled. Despite his diagnosis, Ra was able to enter university with a high passing score. However, he was expelled in his first year after bringing a homemade firearm to campus and threatening a fellow student with death. At the time, he was arrested for the first time, but was only sentenced to an educational talk, the confiscation of the weapon, and expulsion from the university. Beverly contacted the police about a year later and requested that they come to their home right away to apprehend her son, who was threatening to kill her and her daughter, and appeared to be very serious. However, the police handed over the violent young man to psychiatrists, who, after a brief hospitalization, released him home and prescribed medication. Ari, of course, did not accept the hateful stepfather. Ari was 18 years old when Beverly met and started dating Seth. The couple quickly decided to live together, but Ari immediately took his mother's new chosen one in the bayonet. He tried everything he could to get him out of the house, including threats, scandals, and even fights. scandals, and even fights. The appearance of another man in the house, which his mother perceived as a personal insult and betrayal, prompted him to do his best to support his beloved. He looked for a specialist who could assist the young man in paying for his clinic treatments, but the more he tried, the longer he despised him. The thought of this man becoming his stepfather and a member of their family, combined with his fear and depression, makes him aggressive and dangerous. That Missy repeatedly told his wife that her son was old enough to live independently. He could study or work normally if he took his medication correctly. Beverly Leggett was well aware of this, but she loved her son and could not abandon or take him mount, so she continued to endanger her own life through her obsession with guns. The young man's hobbies evolved over time, becoming increasingly bizarre, sophisticated, and dangerous. He had a weakness for weapons, and more specifically, he was obsessed with them. In the basement of his own home, he gathered homemade firearms, literally from improvised materials, on his knees, demonstrating once more that the man was very smart, clever, and enterprising. However, Ari was not limited to a single weapon, and came up with the idea of creating an explosive device. He found all of the information he needed on the internet and purchased or ordered the components he required, as well as the substances he couldn't find. He made the decision to synthesize at home himself. Using his extensive knowledge of chemistry, Beverly was suspicious when she found her son in the backyard of the house, and because he refused to answer questions and behaved strangely, she immediately called the police. As it turned out, she did it just in time, because the police discovered an almost ready bomb in the house during their search. In addition, they discovered and seized a modified rifle, several pistols assembled from various model parts, a silencer, and a large number of spare weapon parts. Our computer search history from the previous few months was reviewed and studied. The FBI became seriously interested in the young man because they suspected he was planning a large-scale crime. In Ari's room, there were also numerous jars of poisonous substances on the shelves, such as arsenic and potassium cyanide. He could not explain why he bought them. The young man was arrested the same day, but he was only charged with misdemeanor possession of weapons and careless handling of dangerous chemicals that could result in death or serious injury. However, he pleaded guilty, cooperated with the investigation, and received only a 1-year suspended sentence, after which he returned to his home and resumed terrorizing his mother and sister, citing the threat of reprisal and the medical profession's indifference. Ari became enraged and hateful following his arrest and suspended sentence. Not a day went by without him threatening to kill his family in their sleep or burning down their home after locking everyone inside. He was then hospitalized again, this time for 3 months, in a psychiatric hospital. In addition to previous diagnoses, doctors found signs of schizophrenia and acute psychosis in the young man. Following another course of treatment, the young man became quiet for a while before returning to himself. He didn't talk to anyone, spent most of his time in his room on his computer, and appeared to take his prescribed medication faithfully. However, only a month later, he had another breakdown, triggered by the news of his mother and Seth's impending wedding. Ari also overheard his mother and stepfather discussing their plans to buy a house in another state, relocate, and restart their lives. Libby's sister had already moved out with her boyfriend, leaving Ari on his own. The 25-year-old man was upset about it. The young man went completely crazy. He threw a tantrum at his mother, screamed her, waved a knife in front of her, threatened to kill her, and ensured that the body was never discovered. Beverly immediately called the psychiatric hospital, told them everything, and asked for her son to be forcibly hospitalized again. But the attending physician dismissed her request, believing that there was no reason to do so and that the previous course of treatment had yielded positive results. So he did not believe that Ari posed a threat to others. Beverly had one last conversation with Seth that evening, who was working in another city and couldn't get to her right away. Beverly Hill's mystery disappearance occurred on October 14, 2012, less than 2 weeks after the woman celebrated her 56th birthday. She failed to report for hospital duty that day, which had never happened before. Colleagues were the first to sound the alarm after failing to call his lover and receiving no response to his numerous messages. Sat dialed Libby's number to find out when she last spoke with her mother. As it turned out, Libby had been attempting to call her unsuccessfully since the morning. He called the house phone and was horrified by what he heard. Ari picked up the phone and unsuccessfully attempted to imitate his mother's voice, pretending to be her and claiming that she was fine. Seth immediately called the cops and asked them to send a unit to their house as soon as possible. When the police arrived, they discovered that no one was home and that there was no reason to break in at that time. Therefore, the only attempts made that day were to trace Beverly's phone signal and check her bank card activity. Beverly's car had also gone missing, prompting a statewide manhunt, and it was the vehicle that led to a lead just 2 days later when a patrol officer saw it in a Denver suburb and decided to check the paperwork to see if it was the right car. A creepy discovery in the boot. Even before checking the license plate number to ensure it belonged to the missing woman, the police officer noticed something strange about the car. When the last outs were gone, the police officer approached the driver and requested identification. The driver was a young man whose long hair partially obscured his face. He was visibly nervous, and when asked to show his documents again, he simply pushed the gas pedal to the floor, accelerated, and sped down the road at full speed. The police officer began pursuing the fugitive and radioed for assistance. But only a few minutes later, while attempting to make a sharp turn at high speed, the car skidded, veered off the road, and struck a tree. The driver was wearing a seatbelt, and the airbags deployed, leaving him unharmed as he attempted to flee, but was thrown to the ground by police officers as soon as he exited the car. Upon inspecting the vehicle, the police discovered several large sealed plastic containers in the vehicle's boot, which they opened with shock and horror. Inside were fragments of a dismembered female body covered in a strange-smelling murky liquid, the interrogation and the carrogation, and the killer's attempts to avoid responsibility. When Ari was brought to the station for questioning, he revealed that he had schizophrenia, autism, psychosis, and bipolar affective disorder, which his psychiatrist confirmed. He also stated that due to his diagnosis, he was unable to distinguish between right and wrong, and thus had no idea what he was doing. He then inquired about whether he would be tried if his diagnoses were confirmed, and what punishment he would face if he refused to plead guilty. During interrogations, he would refer to himself as a god, or claim to be possessed by demons and needed an extra fist. At times, his speech became incoherent, as if he was talking to an invisible interlocutor while completely ignoring the police. The psychiatric examination confirmed that the accused suffers from a variety of mental disorders. However, it has been demonstrated that he is capable of providing an account of his actions. During the interrogations, the psychiatrist who observed the man's behavior concluded that even when he was talking to himself, he listened carefully to what was said to him and what questions were asked. This was evident in his reactions, clarifications, and abrupt mood swings. Ari's main motivation for displaying his insanity in such a vivid and demonstrative manner was to avoid severe punishment and minimize his responsibility before the law. He was clever and intelligent enough to attempt to confuse the investigation and persuade others of his insanity, the investigation, and the unexpected results of the search. Despite the fact that everyone knew he had committed a terrible crime from the start, his guilt had to be proven. This required hard evidence. It was decided to begin with a search of their family home, where, as expected, the murder occurred. The police discovered washed-up traces of blood on the kitchen floor, corridor, and bathroom. A bloody hacksaw was found in the dishwasher, which the young man had apparently used to cut up his mother's body. The bathtub, with its jagged edges, served as the setting for this heinous act. Beverly was poisoned with potassium cyanide, according to the expert examination, and her body was dismembered with a hacksaw before being packed into a container. Vials containing the aforementioned poisonous substance were discovered in the kitchen of Ari's room, as well as in the basement of the house, where the man had a sort of chemical laboratory. In addition, under the bed in his bedroom was the corpse of Beverly's favorite cat, which had also been poisoned. This implied that the perpetrator had practiced on the animal before killing the mother. Remember the strange liquid in which the dismembered body's fragments were placed. As it turned out, it had a special chemical composition that can accelerate the process of tissue decomposition. The killers had already found the recipe on the internet and decided to literally dissolve the corpse and hide the bones in the mountains so that they would never be discovered. Based on all of the evidence found, the following picture of the massacre emerged. On the eve of the tragedy, Ari had a heated conversation with his mother, threatening to kill her again. He was so convincing, but Beverly, terrified for her life, called her son, the psychiatrist, with a request to immediately hospitalize him, However, the specialist ignored the request, believing that his patient posed no threat to others. In the evening, after testing the poison on a cat, the young man poisoned his mother, took her body to the bathroom, and began cutting it up with a hacksaw. It's still unclear how he got his mother to take potassium cyanide. It probably took me all night to finish the gruesome job, because when Sass called the house phone in the morning, the perpetrator was still in the house. Aries and carelessly cleaned up the blood stuffed into the saw into the dishwasher and packed the body into several chemical-filled containers. He placed the containers in the boot of his mother's car, which he used to leave the house. The following events are already known to you. When this version was presented to the defendant, backed up by hard evidence, he began to justify himself and change his testimony. He claimed that his mother committed suicide by voluntarily ingesting the poison and that he only discovered her lifeless body. According to the guy, he was terrified of being left without a source of income because he did not work and lived at her expense. He then decided to dispose of the body so that she could be considered missing. According to his plan, he would continue to live in the house and use the deceased's bank cards and accounts. The young man's story sounded crazy, and no one doubted that he was mentally ill, but it was also clear that he had meticulously planned the crime in advance. It was not a temporary insanity, a state of affect, or an outburst of rage. He had carefully planned each step and carried it out. Arias's possession of chemicals that accelerated the decomposition of the body, which he had purchased in advance, was one of the most compelling evidence that the crime was premeditated. Furthermore, according to his search history, he thoroughly researched them months before the crime, trial, and sentence. As I previously stated, the psychiatric examination confirmed our diagnoses. However, experts concluded unequivocally that he was aware of his actions and had carefully planned the massacre of his mother. He continued to insist on his insanity, despite realizing that it was pointless to pretend to be insane. The trial was held in November of that year, a month and a half after the crime that shocked the entire state. Lawyers worked tirelessly to demonstrate that the defendant cannot be held criminally responsible due to his illness and requires treatment. Ari claimed that his mother hated him and therefore passed on the hereditary disease to him, whereas his sister was completely normal. He also described himself as a victim of crazy Beverly and blamed all of his problems on his parents. Seth testified in court, saying that his late lover and he were both afraid of Ari because they didn't know what to expect from him. He was extremely cruel to others, exhibited sadistic tendencies, and refused to take prescribed medication to control outbursts of aggression. He also stated that Beverly's fear for her son had evolved into her fear of her own son. The court convicted every Liggett of first-degree premeditated murder and sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The jury unanimously concluded that his actions were cold-blooded and calculated. The 26-year-old defendant listened to his verdict in silence, his head down and seemingly unconcerned. Following the trial, Libby Liggett admitted that she believed her brother was completely guilty of what he had done. However, she noted that the tragedy could have been avoided if the specialist to whom the family repeatedly turned for assistance had performed their duties and responded to the alarming messages in a timely manner. Beverly, as of today, Ari Liggett is serving his life sentence in a Colorado state prison. All of his attempts to appeal and challenge the court's decision have been unsuccessful. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Nobody could have guessed that the couple had sinister secrets. She was an accomplished judge, and he was a successful lawyer. But a terrible thing happened. What began as a tale of love turned into an unimaginable tragedy. The Circuit House colony was quiet on a typical Kanpur evening. However, a mystery that would soon upend the life of Pratibha Gautam, a respected judge who had only moved to the neighborhood a few months earlier, was hidden behind the walls of one apartment in a government-provided residence. Pratibha, a civil judge at the local court, was renowned for her honesty and equity. She had gained the respect of her neighbors and the confidence of her co-workers by being modest but resolute. Before one fateful evening altered everything, it appeared that nothing could disrupt the rhythm of her life. Manu Abhishek Rajan, her husband and a lawyer, started a lengthy journey from Delhi to Kanpur on October 8, 2016. Despite their undeniable love, The couple's relationship was strained by the demands of their careers, and they had only been married for less than a year. While working at the Tis Hazari court in Dili, Abhishek often stayed behind to spend as much time as possible with his wife. As he drove this evening, he thought about their reunion and looked forward to the weekend they would spend together. Despite the long drive, Abhishek, who was used to such trips, made every effort to communicate with his wife. He tried calling her several times, but no one picked up. He initially thought she was working or enjoying some well-earned relaxation, but he became more uneasy as he approached Kanpur. Why didn't she answer? Why is there no sound? When the first light filled Kanpur's streets on the morning of October 9, Abhishek finally made it to the Circuit House colony and parked outside their apartment. He tried calling her again, but the silence on the other end made him even more worried. As he caught his breath, he hurried to the door after getting out of his car and pressed the doorbell. However, there was only a spooky silence within. Again and again he rang, then knocked, softly at first, then more urgently as panic set in. Since the door was locked from the inside, Pratibha ought to be at home. Abhishek became aware that something was seriously amiss. He made the tough choice to break in with a heavy heart. The door flew open after a series of hard blows. The lock gave way, and Abhishek stepped inside while holding his breath. He was paralyzed by what he saw in the living room. His wife was hanging from the ceiling fan. The air was heavy with an unpleasant smell. Her skin was darkened with dried blood, and her wrists were cut. Abhishek's entire world fell apart in that moment. Everything else became inconsequential. He walked cautiously toward her. The rope gave way when he touched her, and Pratibha's body dropped to the ground. Fear and sadness tightened his chest. He stood over her, finding it difficult to believe what he was seeing. Then, as if in a daze, he knew he had to do something. Ignoring the neighbors' shocked looks, Abhishek ran out of the apartment. He got into his vehicle and drove quickly in the direction of Kanpur Kant, the closest police station. With a trembling voice, he reported that his wife had probably committed suicide. The officer sent a team to the scene right away after listening carefully without interjecting. This signaled the start of an inquiry aimed at answering the numerous mysteries surrounding Pratibha Gautam's last hours. What had become of this powerful woman? Why had her life ended in such a terrible way? There was a spooky silence in the Circuit House colony as officers pushed their way into the apartment. They were shocked by the scene at once. The body on the ground was different from what Abhishek had first said. He claimed to have discovered his wife hanging from the ceiling fan. He clarified that he had taken her down in an attempt to assist in his panic. However, the bloodstains on the furniture and floor only strengthened their suspicions, and this particular detail raised more questions. Senior officers and forensic specialists soon showed up to start gathering evidence. While Abhishek watched, his hands shaking and his face displaying a mixture of shock and fear, they took pictures and collected tangible evidence. Neighbors were beginning to congregate outside, whispering and glancing nervously at each other about what might have happened in the judge's house. The small Uttar Pradeshi town of Orai is where Pratibha Gautam was born. Her mother taught her and her younger sister to be independent and persistent, and she grew up in a middle-class family with a father who worked at a bank. Early on, Pratibha showed an interest in law, and she relocated to Lucknow to attend university after high school. There, she not only graduated with honors, but also made the decision to become a lawyer. Her desire to become a judge eventually led her to Delhi, where she enrolled in graduate school. The pivotal moment in her life occurred in Delhi. She met Manu Abhishek Rajan, a young, ambitious lawyer who shared her desire for career advancement. Abhishek was born into a powerful family. His father, Judge Suresh Chandra Rajan, had a long career that included positions at the CBI and NGT, among other prestigious organizations. What started out as straightforward discussions between Pratibha and Abhishek regarding exam stress and career obstacles quickly developed into something more. Through long walks around the city, study sessions, and library visits, their friendship developed into a romantic partnership, and they soon made the decision to get married. But not everything went as planned. When Pratibha informed her parents that she intended to wed Abhishek, they reacted negatively. Since Abhishek was only an attorney, they felt that he was unfit to be their daughter's partner and that their daughter should have a higher status. Their objections were exacerbated by the caste differences. Nevertheless, the couple decided to fight for their future together, because their love was stronger than what society expected. They both made the decision to apply for the junior judge exam in 2013. Pratibha gave her all to the preparation, attending specialized classes, studying at night, and taking practice exams. Her diligence paid off. She started training after passing the competitive exam. Sadly, Abhishek failed the test. Although it was a major setback, he decided to keep going and pursue a career in law, concentrating on criminal cases. They continued to have a solid relationship in spite of the disappointment. Pratibha Gautam began working as an associate civil judge in Kanpur in 2015. She soon proved she was capable of handling the responsibilities and demands of the position, which called for complete dedication. She quickly gained the respect of her peers in the local court due to her fairness and strong work ethic. Abhishek Rajan, meanwhile, pursued his legal career at Delhi's Tis Hazari Court, where his professionalism and tenacity won praise from peers. On January 29, 2016, they took a risky move. They got married in secret at Delhi's Arya Samaj temple. This was a planned move to take charge of their future rather than an act of impulsive behavior. They chose not to tell them since they were aware that neither family would be happy about their union. Only a few close friends who assisted in planning the event attended the low-key ceremony. They kept their marriage a secret from their families until shortly after it was formally registered. The couple made an effort to patch things up with their family after the wedding. Pratibha was eventually accepted as a daughter-in-law by Abhishek's family, who also showed interest in her life. Pratibha's family, however, was adamant in their disapproval. They were unable to forgive her for selecting a partner whose background and status they considered inappropriate. 2 months after the wedding, on April 23rd, Pratibha and Abhishek announced their union with a reception in Delhi. The celebration was lively and joyful, but it was clouded by Pratibha's parents' absence. It wasn't until after the wedding that her parents learned about it. They refused to accept Pratibha's decision and remained aloof, despite her repeated attempts to make amends. Pratibha found this difficult and hoped that their feelings would eventually soften, but that time never arrived. Abhishek and Pratibha ultimately made the decision to relocate to Kanpur. In the respectable Circuit House colony, Pratibha was given government housing. They made this their new home, a peaceful and safe haven where they could put their careers first and avoid family conflicts. After a few months in Kanpur, Abhishek went back to Delhi to carry on with his work. It was 6 months into their marriage. They continued to support one another, stay in close communication, and get together whenever they could in spite of the obstacles, distance, family strife, and the pressure of their demanding careers. Pratibha and Abhishek treasured every second they had together, planning, dreaming, and having faith that their love would triumph over all challenges. When Abhishek got to Kanpur early on October 9 to see Pratibha, he discovered her dead in their apartment. Given that Pratibha was a judge and the police unit arrived quickly, her death was not only a personal tragedy, but also a challenge to the system as a whole. Officers started going through the apartment very carefully and recording any possible evidence. Beside Pratibha's body was the scarf that had been around her neck. Investigators had a lot of questions about the cuts on her arms. Why did the scene seem so strange? And what had actually happened in that room? Shaking from shock and sorrow, Abhishek gave his first statement, explaining how he had discovered Pratibha. She was suspended when he walked in, he said, and he pulled her down until her body hit the floor. Even a preliminary review seemed extremely suspicious, but the police in this case ordered a forensic examination to ascertain the precise cause and time of death. Suspension and wrist cuts, together as a means of self-harm, didn't seem likely. Details that weren't consistent with typical cases were observed by investigators. 3 separate marks in a linear pattern indicated intentional force, and the neck injuries were deep. An O-shaped mark left by the scarf was a noticeable detail in most suspension cases. Although the neck mark typically takes the shape of a V or U, a circular mark might suggest that the patient was compressed while they were in a supine position. The idea that the scene was staged to imply self-harm was raised by this discovery. The 14 deep cuts on Pratibha's arms, 6 on the right and 8 on the left, told a different tale. The cuts were parallel and exact, as if they had been made carefully and without hurry. The police had reason to question the situation's simplicity because this did not fit the typical profile. But the tragedy's news spread swiftly. Camera crews and reporters started congregating outside Pratibha's house. When he heard of her death, her father was devastated. He was so distraught and perplexed by what might have happened to their daughter that he and his wife left right away for Kanpur. A local hospital took Pratibha's body for an autopsy, but there were problems with the procedure. Colleagues and community members criticized the temporary transportation of a judge's body. Her body was left in a corner of the hallway until the examination could start, which sparked criticism from the public and raised concerns about how the police handled the case. Late at night, medical professionals conducted the autopsy and attempted to solve the tragic and intricate puzzle. Abhishek frequently described how he discovered his wife in that depressing condition, but it became evident that something was amiss when the forensic team showed up. He brought up the ceiling fan, which was questioned. He claimed that even though Pratibha had been suspended from it, the mystery was only made more complex by the bloodstains on the fan blade. The smudges were long, as though her arms had simply touched the blades, devoid of the typical patterns of spatter that accompany physical injury. The scene looked too neat, too perfect. There were questions about the ceiling fan itself. It was obviously not strong enough to bear an adult's weight. There were no indications of bending or damage, which would have been expected from a real attempt to use it. Investigators were beginning to suspect a problem. Abhishek claimed that in order to enter the apartment, he had broken down the door. "I have to force it open," he insisted. Investigators soon discovered, though, that the lock was merely minor damage and was still operational. He claimed a forced entry, but the door opened and closed without any problems. It wouldn't have worked so well if it had been disassembled. The police's suspicions of Abhishek were strengthened by this detail. The physical evidence didn't seem to support his version of events. The lead officer concentrated on getting all the details straight during the interrogation. Abhishek meticulously detailed his journey from Delhi, including every stop and piece of evidence, including his call logs, toll receipts, and surveillance footage. He said that during his journey, he made several calls to Pratibha. It seemed suspicious that he provided so much information without much prodding, as if he had foreseen the questions and had prepared his responses beforehand. The police demanded that Abhishek stay for additional interrogation, despite his repeated requests to be released, claiming that he had done everything in his power to aid the investigation. Being an accomplished attorney, he was aware that there might be many details at the crime scene that could be important, and his in-depth familiarity with these details made his story seem too polished and well-rehearsed. But when investigators learned that Abhishek did not call the police right away after finding Pratibha, the real questions started to come to light. The police station was a mile or two from the apartment, so he got in his car and drove there instead. Most people would automatically contact emergency services right away in such a circumstance, but Abhishek would not. He clarified that he wasn't sure what to do and was in shock and confusion. Although he only went to the station once, he said he had attempted to get help twice. Investigators thought they were dealing with something much more complicated than it initially seemed because of the contradictions, strange details, and disparities in his story. Even with his assured answers, Abhishek was beginning to come across as someone who knew the answers to every question, but the reality of what actually transpired on that fateful day was still unknown. Investigators understood that Abhishek might hold the secret to solving the case, and that the solution was still a ways off. Security kept a close eye on everything that took place in this residential colony. It had security posts and guarded entrances, and was inhabited by senior government officials. But Abhishek didn't ask the guards for assistance when he realized the apartment door wouldn't open. Why not? Investigators were immediately drawn to this question, because anyone else in a similar circumstance would probably turn to those around them for help. In addition to the increasing number of troubling details regarding his behavior, this lack of action seemed suspicious. When he drove to the police station after locating Pratibha, another odd detail surfaced, according to Abhishek. When he left, he didn't tell the guards at the colony's entrance what had happened. He could have gone up to them, which probably would have sped up the police call. Rather, he just climbed into his vehicle and left. His account was further called into question by investigators, who saw this as yet another warning sign. Pratibha's parents were horrified by what they saw when they got to the scene. Their sorrow soon gave way to rage. They publicly charged Abhishek and his family with being behind her death. They said Abhishek had made her living conditions intolerable, put her under continual pressure, and limited her ability to communicate with her family. In order to substantiate their allegations, Pratibha's father submitted a report to the police asking that Abhishek be charged with coercion and causing harm. Either Abhishek was directly responsible for her death, he claimed, or his actions had caused her to die this way. As a judge, Pratibha was a successful and self-reliant woman who was used to running her own affairs. For 6 years, she had been independent. Her family found it hard to accept that she would voluntarily hurt herself. She had never displayed any signs of distress or malice, they remembered. This made one wonder, what might have motivated her to do this? 4 seasoned medical professionals performed the autopsy on the evening of October 9 and came up with startling results. Asphyxiation was the cause of death, which suggests foul play. Her body had marks that suggested she had been struck by a metal object. In addition, she had 3 deep cuts on her neck and 14 cuts on her arms and wrists. Everything pointed to a struggle, a last-ditch effort to resist. The most unexpected discovery made about Pratibha before her death was that she was 3.5 months pregnant. The investigation was further complicated by this detail. How could a pregnant woman who was in a responsible role at work choose to hurt herself? The presence of bruises and other marks didn't fit the scenario where she may have caused the injuries and suffocated herself. Why did her body show so many signs of damage? Abhishek started to exhibit signs of discomfort as the questioning went on. His answers, which had been confident, became uncertain. Investigators took notice of his hesitation and self-contradiction. He might be concealing something, and these were obvious clues. He was eventually arrested for additional interrogation. The police were aware that this case needed to be handled carefully. Abhishek practiced law. His brother-in-law was a prominent figure in the judiciary, as was his father, a retired judge. Any mistake could have dire consequences. Public pressure and his family's influence were major factors when Abhishek appeared in court to set bail terms. The judge restricted his confinement to 7 hours rather than the usual amount of time. Investigators and Pratibha's family members were not happy with this decision because they thought Abhishek was treated too lightly, considering the seriousness of the charges. Pratibha's body was given to her family after the autopsy was finished. Her parents, siblings, and other family members were devastated. They remembered how Pratibha had sounded quiet when she called home in recent months. She avoided talking about her personal life and shared few details, and now all those little clues seemed like warning signs they might have missed. The case became more complicated every day, and the solutions appeared farther off. After seizing Abhishek's phone, the police started going through all of his emails, calls, and messages. They found that during the past few months their relationship had becoming more tense. Nearly every message from Abhishek was tinged with annoyance, and they frequently argued about their plans for the family and the future of their child. Although no one was yet certain of the extent to which these sinister undertones would spread, this increased the investigators' suspicions. Abhishek had to endure hours of interrogation while the investigators watched him. With every new question and piece of evidence, the pressure increased and his burden grew heavier. Abhishek finally broke down and said the words that changed everything one day. When he was so tired and on the verge of an emotional collapse, he admitted it. The words were a painful, unwilling admission that came reluctantly, as if drawn from deep within. It was shocking and horrifying to hear him admit his part in Pratibha's demise. Abhishek disclosed that his thoughts and feelings were distorted by years of internalized jealousy and resentment. It all began when he failed the exam and continued to practice law, while Pratibha earned her place as a judge. This status difference turned into a major source of internal conflict. He found it hard to believe that his wife had accomplished more than he had, and that her family publicly disapproved of him. His emotions became more destructive with every day that went by. Then she found out she was pregnant. It represented their love and their hope for the future for Pratibha. She thought the baby would improve her relationship with her parents and strengthen their marriage. Pratibha's mother was ecstatic and intended to help her daughter, even meeting to talk about their future together. However, this news felt like yet another setback for Abhishek. He experienced fear and a greater sense of alienation in place of happiness. He saw the pregnancy as a further erosion of his independence, an increase in his responsibilities, and a widening of the gap between him and Pratibha. Abhishek's friends knew him as someone who liked to live a carefree life. He was known for his parties, independence, and lack of responsibility. Now, he was overcome with fear at the thought of becoming a father. He started to coerce Pratibha into thinking about getting an abortion, but she adamantly refused. The tension between them only grew as a result of her unwavering desire to keep the child. He became increasingly frustrated with her every time she smiled and tried to show him that their future might be promising. He was stuck. The situation only got worse. Abhishek began to have even more influence over Pratibha's life. He cut off her communication with her parents and grew more and more envious of her achievements and career. At home, Pratibha's world was dominated by control and anxiety, despite her independence and success at work. The turning point came when Pratibha's mother said she wanted to see her in early October. Abhishek's response was furious. The fact that Pratibha had disregarded him and contacted her family was too much for him to handle. He insisted that she cease all correspondence, but Pratibha refused to back down. She vowed to stand up for her rights, keep her child, and refuse to compromise. For Abhishek, those words were the last straw. His fear of losing control, his sense of failure, and his jealousy all came to a head. Her strength and independence were too much for him to handle anymore. On that fateful day, things got out of hand. Now that he was seated across from the investigators, Abhishek talked about his anxieties, his overwhelming jealousy, and how he couldn't tolerate her independence and success. The investigators, however, believed there was more to the story even after his admission. The deeper secrets of their relationship had not yet been revealed, and it appeared likely that Abhishek had only told a portion of the truth. Things started out quickly and unexpectedly when Pratibha told Abhishek she was going to Delhi, in spite of his strong protests. On October 7, Abhishek was at a resort unwinding with friends. He was startled by the news. He made the decision to go back to Delhi right away. He left his friends behind, gave up his break, and went home. Pratibha reached Delhi by train on October 8. In the hopes that a face-to-face discussion would improve their relationship, she was met by an irate and agitated Abhishek. He loaded her into the car, and as they drove, the tension increased and turned into a furious dispute. Shouting broke out during the exchange, and Pratibha finally had enough. Declaring she was going back to Kanpur, she got out of the car in the middle of the road and started to walk away. Abhishek's eyes were burning with rage as he watched her. "Do as you please," he yelled after her. However, his feelings overcame him after a short while, and he chose to follow her. It took Abhishek about 9 hours to drive to Kanpur during the night and arrive at Pratibha's apartment in the posh Circuit House colony. On the morning of October 9, it was around 5 or 5:30 in the morning. Since most neighbors kept to themselves and the colony was known for its security, he had some leeway to act undetected. The tension that had grown over the previous few months exploded when Abhishek walked into the apartment. He started slapping a stick at Pratibha. She tried to stop him, but he persisted. As the blows did not satisfy his rage, he cut her arms, body, and neck with a blade. Despite her best efforts, Pratibha lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Abhishek intensified his actions upon realizing she was still alive. He reached for a scarf, pulled it tight around her neck, and held it there until she exhaled. Breathless, standing over her, he started to realize the seriousness of his actions. He needed to hide his tracks now. He tried to hang Pratibha from the ceiling fan to make it appear as though she had committed suicide, but the fan was not strong enough to support the weight. It looked like it might shatter. Abhishek left her body on the ground after realizing that this plan would fail. Knowing that it might expose his intentions and motivations, he swiftly looked around the apartment for anything that might implicate him and took Pratibha's phone. Trying not to draw attention, he left the apartment at around 6 in the morning and made his way to his car before leaving the Circuit House neighborhood. However, he did not immediately call the police. Rather, Abhishek paused on a calm Kanpur street to collect his thoughts and prepare his statement to the authorities. Every detail would be important, he knew. He didn't visit the Kanpur Cant police station until 3 hours later, at approximately 9 in the morning. He claimed to have discovered Pratibha, dead in the apartment, when he reported her death there. Inconsistencies in his behavior were immediately observed by the police. Why hadn't he reported the incident sooner? Why hadn't he gotten help right away, rather than taking some time to think about what to do next? The investigators were particularly interested in these questions. Abhishek was taken into custody for additional interrogation after making his initial statement. The police started a thorough investigation of the crime scene in the meantime. The scarf that was used to kill Pratibha was discovered, but the blade that was used to injure her was gone. Suspicions increased as a result. Abhishek had obviously tried to conceal evidence and mislead the investigation, indicating that a comprehensive and intricate investigation would be necessary to find the truth. Abhishek put Pratibha's driver and housekeeper on leave the day before the incident, which at first glance appeared to be a random coincidence, but turned out to be a component of his scheme. Following Abhishek's arrest, his parents promptly fled, evading all police requests. After taking notice, the court ordered the seizure of their assets and issued an arrest warrant for them, pending their appearance for interrogation. Abhishek's parents appealed to the Supreme Court in an effort to defend themselves. They were successful in getting the warrant temporarily stayed, but on October 18, the court in Kanpur ordered their voluntary surrender. To cooperate with the current investigation, Abhishek's parents showed up at the Chief Magistrate's court. Abhishek, meanwhile, tried several times to get bail. He filed petitions with the Supreme Court, the High Court, and the Session Court, among other courts. But every request was turned down. He could not be released due to the seriousness of the charges and the possible danger to the investigation. After several years, Abhishek had been incarcerated for almost 5 years by 2022. After a protracted legal battle and multiple appeals and counter-motions, the High Court finally granted him bail in April 2022, but this was only a short-term solution. The case was still being reviewed, and a verdict has not yet been rendered. Despite all of their efforts, Abhishek's family persisted in demanding his exoneration, while the police and prosecutors persisted in their attempts to establish his guilt. Both parties are still engaged in a fight for justice, while the investigation continues, and the final ruling is still pending. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll talk about what happened in Maine in 2016. While her husband Luke was shopping at Walmart, Valerie Tiemann, 34, vanished from the parking lot. There was no sign of Valerie when he got back in the car. The police opened an investigation as soon as they heard about Valerie's disappearance, but it soon took a surprising turn. Sarah Jean Sampsarmanen and Jean Allharman welcomed Valerie Jo Harmanen into the world on December 3, 1981, in Salem, Virginia. Valerie attended Hampton Park Christian School and graduated in 2000. She was born and raised in Greenville, South Carolina. She graduated from Bob Jones University with a degree in cosmetology. She was well known for her gregarious demeanor and warm smile. Valerie was well known for her passion for speech and theater. She played the flute and piano and loved music. Valerie worked in pageants, spas, and salons using her cosmetology skills. She helped people look and feel their best in order to support them. Valerie had been seeing a man named Matt Guccio. When Valerie was around 22, they met through a mutual friend. In many ways, they were too dissimilar. Matt was more reserved, but Valerie was gregarious and happy. However, they did not find this difference problematic. Valerie and Matt were married in 2004. They moved into Matt's tiny house after the honeymoon, and while everything was great at first, Valerie's parents started to notice behavioral changes over time. Matt was very frugal with his money. To have some personal savings, Valerie had to open a different bank account. Matt's behavior changed more and more over time. He attempted to exert total control over Valerie's life and held her responsible for all of his and their family's issues. She endured a great deal of emotional suffering and a lot of things, but patience has its limits. Matt and Valerie got divorced 10 years later. Valerie wanted a new chapter in her life, and Luke Tiemann opened it. He helped Valerie move past her past issues. Luke spent 10 years in the army. Valerie saw him as a trustworthy man who cared for her family while he was in Iraq and Afghanistan. Valerie was starting to look happy again. Valerie was once again smiling and full of joy as she had been 10 years before. Luke and Valerie entered into marriage on June 6, 2014. They relocated to the Fairfield home of Luke's parents. Luke was living in Maine at the time, and Valerie's parents were in South Carolina. After visiting Valerie's family in South Carolina, Luke and Valerie returned to Maine in August 2016. The final text message exchange between Valerie's mother, Sarah Jean Harmon, and her daughter took place on August 18, 2016. Luke was spotted with a woman he had begun chatting with on Facebook a week prior, on August 24, 2016. This woman and Luke Tiemann had sex on the evening of August 24, 2016, and it appears that Valerie learned of it that evening. In 5 hours, Valerie called Luke 31 times. A mutual friend of Luke and Valerie reached out to the latter through Messenger on August 26, 2016. Valerie was told by a friend that Luke was getting sucked into other women and claiming that they were no longer together. Valerie replied in multiple messages that, although it was heartbreaking, everything would work out because God has a Tiemann and he would never find a better woman than her. She also said that he had lost her the following month in 2016. Luke Tiemann moved into the home of a woman with whom he was having an affair and told Valerie, his wife, that Valerie had fled with another man. Every week, Valerie would call her parents in South Carolina, but now they were unable to get in touch with their daughter for over a week. They couldn't get in touch with their daughter because she didn't answer their calls or texts. Luke was decided by Alan Harmon and Sarah Harmon. Speak with Luke. They texted him to inquire about his and Vale Luke's well-being. The following day, Luke replied, "We are good. Thank you, love her so much." Another 13 days have passed, but Valerie's parents still can't contact he Luso. They call Luke's father. They were shocked by the man's response. Valerie had been missing for approximately 2 weeks, according to Luke's father. In addition, he consulted Valerie's parents about what to do with her belongings. After that, Luke Tiemann was questioned about why he hadn't informed them about their daughter. "I was waiting for her to get in touch with you because," Tiemann said, "I never speak poorly of her. I still adore each of you." Luke said Valerie had run off with another man, and he thought she would tell her parents that they had broken up. Sarah Jean and Alan knew it wasn't true. It was a far cry from their daughter's behavior. Valerie couldn't have done that, they were certain. They also thought she would have called them, since she was aware of their concerns. Alan reported a missing person to the Fairfield Police Department the following day, September 9, 2016. Investigators began by visiting Valerie's parents, who were the residents of Luke Tiemann. They spoke with Laurel Tiemann, who told them she didn't know where they were. Since Valerie was, the detectives left without finding out where Laurel Tiemann's were. Because of Laurel Tiemann's domineering behavior, Valerie's parents felt it was difficult for their daughter to share a home with her. Laurel packed everything she owned in trash bags after Valerie was gone for 2 weeks. It was a clear representation of Laurel's daughter-in-law. She wasn't worried about Valerie at all. All she wanted to do was get rid of her things so they wouldn't occupy space in the house. The police meant to find Luke Tiemann and ask him a few questions, but they couldn't locate him. He didn't show up at his home, and his parents said they didn't know where their son might be. However, 5 days after Valerie's disappearance, Luke took the initiative to call the police himself. He claimed to have heard that the detectives were interested in speaking with him. When and under what circumstances he had last seen Valerie was one of the questions the detectives asked him. About 2 weeks ago, he and Valerie went to the local Walmart to buy some food, and he said that the response was really strange. While he went shopping, Valerie remained in the car in the parking lot. He finished his shopping and went back to the car, but Valerie was gone. According to Luke, he tried to find Valerie and promised to take her back by calling and texting her after leaving the store and realizing she wasn't there. Luke also disclosed that Valerie and he were approaching the end of their marriage. He claims that Valerie once brought up another man in a conversation, and he thought she was having an affair with him. Luke didn't know the man's name or where he lived. He believed Valerie had fled with him. The police appealed to the public through the media because Valerie's family was not aware of Luke Tiemann's existence. They asked anyone who has seen Valerie in the past few weeks to report it to detectives by posting a picture of her. From Valerie's disappearance from the Walmart parking lot to the disposal of her possessions in garbage bags, the whole story seemed strange. The fact that Luke Tiemann did nothing to find his wife was another intriguing element of the narrative. He might have been too preoccupied with another woman. On the day that Valerie vanished, investigators visited Luke Walmart, where Luke and Valerie were. There were surveillance cameras inside the building as well as outside. Consequently, it was simple to verify Lou's story. Examining the CCTV footage took the investigators over an hour. They were in for a surprise. Lucy did not see Valerie or Lou Tiemann in any of the recordings. Luchin implied that Luch had lied to the police. The police were now aware that he was concealing something. The investigators chose to have a face-to-face conversation with Luke. They did not, however, reveal all of the information they possessed. They thought he would embellish or alter some of Lucci's testimony. It was no secret that Lucci was seeing another woman, Billie Jo Goodman. The fact that he was unfaithful to Valerie was not denied by him. He claimed that his relationship with Billie Jo was an effort to move on from Valerie's breakup. She was in a number of failed relationships. She thought she could start a future with Luke Tiemann when they first met. Another question now faced the investigators. Is it possible that Valerie acted as a mediator between Lucas and Billie Jo? Maybe these two chose to get rid of everything that might interfere with their plans in order to begin a new life. Billie Jo spoke with the police. She thought Louis had already separated from his wife. She claimed to investigators that she had no knowledge of Valerie Tiemann's disappearance. Meanwhile, one of the residents gave the police a tip. In one of the parking lots, the man had discovered a driver's license in the grass. The driver's license that was discovered belonged to Valerie, and this parking lot was adjacent to Billie Jo's house. Many people were suspicious because Valerie's driver's license was located close to her husband's new girlfriend's home. Few people think that on September 19, 2016, 10 days after Valerie's father, Alan, reported her missing to the police, Valerie fled with another man, leaving behind all of her possessions and discarding her documents. Luke Tiemann spoke with the news center Maine about the police. When he got back, Valerie wasn't in the car. He told reporters about Walmart. He didn't know Walmart had security camera footage. His story was not supported by footage. Without a doubt, after hearing Luke Tiemann's words and seeing his actions, each of you has drawn your own conclusions. On September 20, 2016, the following day, this case took a surprising turn. A.S. Luke warrant was obtained by detectives for the Fairfield property owned by Luke's parents. This was, after all, Valerie's last known residence. During the search, police dogs that are trained to detect human remains participated. His stream, and the land lot were to be checked. After searching the woods behind the house for about 5 minutes, a police dog discovered something. As the officer dug through the dirt with his hand, he noticed a shoe protruding from the ground. He was joined by other officers, who also began digging while wearing gloves. They discovered the body of a woman, wrapped in a blanket, and buried it with a number of odd items. These items included a package of sweet tarts, a bag of potato chips, a bottle of Gucci perfume, a flannel shirt, a handwritten note, a Mason note, and a wedding ring, an item that was not found until the evidence was being packaged for trial. While handling the con jar, Sergeant Scott Bryant, chief of Maine's evidence response team, testified that he discovered the ring. There were twigs and flower stems made of dirt in the mason jar. I knew there was something heavy in the envelope when I heard a thud. According to Bryant, it was still unknown if the ring belonged to a man or a woman. But according to Bryant, the discovered ring was significantly larger than his own wedding band. For my sole happiness, the police read, the soiled handwritten note that was discovered with Valerie's body. Joy, you will always bloom. I love you, Valerie, the note read. May you rest in peace with Jesus in my heart, Joy. I am looking forward to seeing you again. T. Lucio Bear, signed Lucy Bear. Tiemann Lucy Bear Sirs claimed in a police recording that he gave himself the nickname Lucy Bear and used it to sign a number of other notes discovered in Valerie's purse throughout the course of the investigation. Valerie's death was connected to all of Lucy's possessions. They took the body. For an autopsy and identification, the body was brought to the forensic medical examiner's office. Unfortunately, the body discovered behind the Tiemann family home actually belonged to their daughter, V. Lucre, so Jean and Alan Harmon had to worry about the worst thing their parents could hear. In addition to Valerie and Luke, the house was also occupied by his parents and younger brother Sam. Detectives discovered Sam's landscaping tools in the barn. Valerie discovered a contraband device in the same barn where Sam had dug up the burial site using these tools. Detectives soon discovered that Sam, Luke's younger brother, had engaged in illicit substance use. When Valerie visited her parents in South Carolina, she told them she used illegal drugs, which led the police to look into whether Sam Tiemann was involved in Valerie's death. When investigators searched Valerie's parents' bedroom, they found a .45 caliber handgun that Luke Tiemann had bought in 2015. Luke's parents told investigators they were unaware Valerie was buried close to their home. It's difficult to accept that this was the case, of course. Around the same time that Valerie was located, investigators found Luke and Billy Joe, his new friend. Luke Tiemann was taken into custody by investigators and taken to the police station to be questioned. He told the investigators Valerie had used illegal drugs and had overdosed and died nearly 25 months ago on August 25th. It is alleged that Lucian did not want Valerie's parents to be aware of their daughter's illicit drug use. He didn't tell them anything because of this. Since she was already dead, her husband knew that 911 would not be able to help her, so he chose not to call. As an alternative, he left Valerie in bed until nightfall. When it grew dark, he wrapped her in a blanket, left a note outside, and led her to the house in the woods. After that, Luke Clary was buried in a hole that Luke and his brother Sam had dug. Valerie had no physical wounds prior to her passing, according to Luke. Luke Tiemann was lying, though, according to the autopsy results, which showed that Valerie's blood had no traces of illegal substances, only traces of prescription medications were found. It wasn't the most unexpected thing, though. 2 gunshot wounds to Valerie's head and neck were the cause of her death. According to the results of the ballistics analysis, investigators used a .45 caliber handgun to fire the bullets that were taken from Valerie's body. When investigators searched Luke's parents' bedroom, they discovered the same gun. He claimed to have purchased a Bugagohe gun for his father approximately a year ago, but he did not deny owning one. He asserted that he was unaware that Valerie had a loop shot. Valerie's age is 32. Luke Tiemann was charged with the murder of Valerie Tiemann, 34. The police were unable to uncover any proof that her brother was involved in Valerie Tiemann's death when they were investigating her death at the age of 4. According to Luke, his younger brother, Sam helped him bury Valerie's body, but according to the police, Sam wasn't home when Valerie died, and it's still unclear if his parents knew about it or had anything to do with it. However, it's rather odd that they didn't hear 2018. The 5-day trial started with opening statements on April 2, 2018, at Somerset Skowhegan's principal court. Luke entered a not guilty plea and claimed that he had been set up, although he insisted he wouldn't have left incriminating objects like a note and an engagement ring close to Valerie's body. The investigation linked Luke Tiemann to every item discovered there. After looking over the data on both Luke's and Valerie's phones, a computer forensics specialist also testified. The last time Valerie's phone was used, according to the records, was August 25, 2016, the day authorities think she died. The majority of the detective's time was devoted to outlining the process for monitoring cell phone usage and how it can be used to ascertain an individual's location at the time of a call. According to the documents, Valerie allegedly spent time with his friend Billy Joe while making 31 calls in a single day. Valerie only took the final call, which lasted a little more than 13 minutes. By the end of the call, police think he was at home. Another woman accused him of cheating on her in a message that Valerie received the following morning. After that, she refused to be with Tiemann again, and his defense questioned these phone logs. Luke's younger brother, Sam Tiemann, testified against his brother in court. Sam told the jury that he had no relationship with the 28-year-old, despite Luke's claims to the police that he helped him bury Valerie. Saways, 28, had his work log to prove that he was actually working 2 hours away. Sam testified in court that he overheard his brother confess to being an accomplice, and that Luke chose to confront him about it. He asked Luke why, and he responded with claims. Luke said, "What else do you do with a dead body?" in response to what he said. Luke kept asking questions about Luke, pointing the finger at Sam's parents and accusing him of shooting Valerie. Tiemann said that neither she nor Sam's parents could Luke anything like that. The officer questioned whether PTSD was the reason behind Luke's blackout. He had previously admitted to police that he occasionally had flashbacks due to his PTSD. Afterwards, witnesses that the prosecutor brought to the court discussed Valerie's side of the story and Valerie's team behind closed doors. They testified that the couple used a lot of illegal substances and that Luke informed people that he was divorcing Valerie at the same time that Valerie's ex-girlfriend, Sam's girlfriend, was getting a divorce. Sam Jackie Spencer, the older brother, told jurors that she and the couple had a wonderful relationship. At their wedding, she even served as the maid of honor. Spencer testified that she saw Valerie and Luke using a variety of illegal substances together. Spencer claimed that, around the time Valerie disappeared, Luke began texting her frequently. She had always sensed that he was interested in dating her. He used to tell me that he always felt a connection to me. According to Spencer, he has always wanted to get together or hang out. Jurors were shown additional evidence from the crime scene in addition to witnesses who knew the couple personally. 3 minutes after Valerie's body was found, a video showed the officer walking through dense forest on an overgrown ATV trail, a common sight behind many rural Maine homes, to Tieman's house. At the Tiemann Lucidance, members of the evidence response team gave testimony regarding their fee. Tiemann. Luke's defense team quickly objected to a few items, such as a .45 caliber handgun taken from one of the home's rooms and gardening tools found in a property. Tiemann Smith, a team attorney, NC attorney, argued that the state assumed the gun and ammunition that Tiemann had taken because they were discovered in the house. They noted that they never confirmed who owned them, suggesting that someone else in the house might have had access to them. UC Tiemann gave his closing remarks on the 5th day of the trial. Despite his own objections, he testified. Tiemann admitted that he had made many changes to his version. To protect his clients, he provided investigators with multiple stories, he told the jury. According to Luke, he was forced to make a false statement by the detectives. He said he had no motive to take his wife's life and that there was no DNA evidence linking him to the crime. All the evidence pointed to Tiemann, the prosecutor, as the only person who could hurt Valerie. The jury deliberated for less than an hour before finding Tiemann guilty. On May 11, 2018, the jury announced the verdict. Valerie T. Mothers Mothmog Thayed acknowledged her sincere grief and heartache in her statement at the sentencing hearing. Luke is an evil-hearted man who should be sentenced to life in prison because of his persistent denial of the events, which disgusts me greatly. In addition, Luke's mother spoke for her son. She requested that the court take into account Luke Tiemann's entire life. She said, "I don't ask you to ignore evidence, but I ask you to consider the whole person and balance justice with me." When his parents pleaded for the judge's pity, Tiemann sobbed. His mother, La Tiemann, claimed that her son was changed after returning from 3 combat tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. "I'm asking for understanding," she said, adding that she wasn't trying to use post-traumatic stress disorder as an excuse. Valerie's parents wanted Luke Tiemann to receive a life sentence, but he was given a 55-year sentence. The attorney for Harmon's family was shocked to learn that Tiemann's defense did not use post-traumatic stress disorder to obtain a lighter sentence for him. Tiemann changed his testimony once more, but this did not help him either. Tiemann appealed, but it did not have the desired effect while he was incarcerated. Why, in your opinion, did Luke Tiemann bury Valerie's body with other items? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. You just heard a 16-year-old boy make a last-ditch plea for his family's survival. Subsequent attempts to contact him were unsuccessful shortly after the call ended. The Kitsap rescue team later discovered a terrifying and unsettling scene. 3 burned bodies, 2 boys and a woman, were discovered inside the burning house. The father, John Derek Carriga, was absent from the scene though. It was highly suspicious because the father was not present, suggesting that he may have been involved in planning this gory scene. The quiet surroundings of Kitsap County were the scene of this terrifying incident, which left the community in shock and in search of answers. John Derek Carriaga, 43, Crystal Lynn Carriaga, 37, and their 2 teenagers, Hunter Evan Shape, 16, and Jonathan Felipe Higgins, 16, made up the Carriaga family. They shared a home in Washington's Kitsap County, with the 2 teenagers from prior relationships. John and Crystal married in 2009, combining their families. But their joy was short-lived, and as their 8 years as a family were coming to an end, an unexpected guest turned everything upside down. Kitsap County, Washington, saw another ordinary Friday on January 27, 2017. The Carriga family gathered in their quaint one-story ranch home on West Tenino Drive as evening approached. According to reports, Chris Cale had some friends at the house. While at the house, Johnny got a call and left to meet someone, informing the family that he would be back soon. Later, Johnny was back on the property, but he didn't go inside the house. They snacked and indulged in late-night activities like watching TV or browsing through their phones, just like any other family. On that fateful Friday night, however, 16-year-old Hunter Shop made a terrifying 911 call to Kitsap County dispatchers, shattering the peace of the evening. He begged authorities to come to their aid immediately. When the rescue crew finally reached the Carriga home, they were met with a somber scene. All members of the family, including Hunter Shop, had been shot and killed inside their house, which was later burned down. The community was shocked to learn of the tragedy that had occurred when they woke up on Sunday morning, January 29, 2017, to the terrifying headline, "3 people found dead in Kitsap County home after fire." The headline in the newspapers was incorrect. "Homeowner missing." This made the already unsettling situation even more concerning and uncertain. Initial reports stated that the victims, a woman and 2 teenagers, had been found inside a burning house. The community was left reeling from the shock of such a violent and senseless crime after authorities confirmed that the deaths were classified as homicides. John Carriga, the homeowner, was nowhere to be found, and it was confirmed that the crime had occurred the Friday before. Authorities asked people to be on the lookout for Carriga and his truck, a brown 2005 Ford F-150, and to report any sightings. Although John was listed as missing, rumors started to circulate that he might have been complicit in the horrible crime. Public opinion was greatly influenced by the press, with headlines stoking conjecture and doubt. The reference to "someone here with a gun" only served to heighten anxiety about Carriga, but it quickly became clear that the media had erred greatly in reporting that 16-year-old Hunter Shop, who had made the upsetting 911 call before tragically passing away from his injuries, was still alive. Some startling information surfaced as investigators worked on the case, highlighting the heinousness of the crime. More than $50,000 in cash was found concealed in a strong box in the main bedroom, along with an additional $7,000 in a money bag, and shell casings, mostly 9mm, were found on the back deck. In a desperate attempt to find clues, law enforcement used every resource at their disposal to find Johnny Carriga and his truck over the course of the following few days. The ongoing investigation was eventually shaken by a significant development: the finding of John Carriga's truck. On a secluded road in North Mason County, the burned wreckage with Johnny's lifeless body inside was discovered. Authorities acted quickly after a bystander walking through the area made the discovery. The local community was asked for help by the Kitsap County Sheriff's Office, which encouraged anyone with information to come forward. The area was thoroughly examined by crime scene investigators in an effort to find any hints that could provide insight into John's death. One of the most important pieces of evidence they discovered was a single latex glove that was discovered close to the burned-out truck. Authorities appealed to residents and businesses with security cameras for any footage that might offer important insights into the case. After this discovery sparked speculation and raised questions. Lieutenant Earl Smith, the sheriff's detective, stressed the value of video evidence and urged anyone with pertinent footage to assist law enforcement. The community responded quickly to the appeal, with people coming forward to offer support in any manner they could. Although there was a collaborative spirit throughout the investigation, the specifics of John's death circumstances were still unknown. Detectives reported that there were indications of forced entry and visible damage to the gate on the road leading to the tree farm. There was a clear sign of some struggle amid the confusion and uncertainty, as if Johnny's truck had crashed through the gate. Many people were troubled by the memory of Hunter's Shop. In her somber announcement, North Kitsap High School Principal Megan Swayze honored Hunter's memory and urged everyone who knew him to treasure their time together. When Detective Elizabeth Lisa Gundrum was assigned to the case, a glimmer of hope appeared as the community grieved the loss of the Carriga family. Due to a severe lack of eyewitnesses and conclusive evidence, investigators began looking into the victims' personal lives. They discovered a number of perplexing but plausible motivations in the process. In essence, These were conjectures regarding the family's financial transactions and business endeavors, which fueled theories of potential illegal activity and criminal ties. The unsettling 911 call made by one of the victims was the first thing that caught investigators' attention. What prevented Hunter from bringing up the fire? Or was he perplexed? This complicated an already perplexing investigation by raising questions about the timing and motivations behind the arson. Authorities had a lot of questions and uncertainties as the investigation went on. The circumstances surrounding John Carraga's kidnapping, the identity of the person or people involved, and the motivation behind the attack were all still unknown. Months went by with little improvement, but in February 2017, a breakthrough came when surveillance footage showed John Carraga purchasing cigarettes at a nearby grocery store. He appeared to be acting normally in the hours before his disappearance. Although this shed some light on his whereabouts, it produced no noteworthy leads. Then, a picture of a person of interest that was taken from surveillance footage at a Target store just days prior to the killings was made public by authorities in June 2017. Suspicions regarding their possible involvement in the crime were raised by the image, which showed a person entering the store. This demonstrated the urgency of the investigation and was the first official communication in months. Sheriff Gary Simpson confirmed that multiple people were involved in the painstakingly planned killings and underlined the need for public assistance. This made the case more complicated and led to clues regarding the suspects' intentions and relationships to the victims. Questions concerning their potential purchases and connection to the crime were raised by the request for information on the unidentified suspect who was spotted at Target 12 days prior to the killings. Could materials discovered at the crime scene or firearms purchased at the store be connected to the killings? The investigation advanced in September 2017 when Danny Kelly Jr. was identified as a person of interest. Danny had been Johnny's best man at his wedding and had been a longtime friend. According to reports, Danny and his estranged mother had a troubling encounter during which she accused him of misbehavior. According to the case report, he was arrested after repeatedly groping and approaching his mother. Authorities explained that he had not been formally charged in relation to the killings, despite his suspected involvement in the Carraga case, which caused some concern. The murders of the Carraga family were the year's most important local news story, as 2017 came to an end. An anonymous donor who gave $16,000 to Crime Stoppers, boosting the reward fund to $20,000, further stoked the community's long-standing sentiments. Investigators were determined to follow leads in the case even after Danny J. Kelly Jr.'s assault charges against his mother were dropped. Authorities published a longer version of Hunter Shop's terrifying 911 call on January 11, 2018. As they worked, investigators discovered that Danny was dressed in Bandito's motorcycle club gear in the video. Members of the motorcycle club were urged to provide information by investigators. This was an important step because investigators made Danny Kelly Jr.'s affiliation with the Bandito's motorcycle club public and named him as a person of interest. For those who don't know, law enforcement and intelligence organizations in several nations have identified the Bandito's motorcycle club as a motorcycle gang. Despite the club's denials of being a criminal organization, a number of its members have been found guilty of committing crimes. Over the years, the club has been the focus of numerous law enforcement operations and has a significant presence in Washington state. The Department of Justice claims that Bandito's members have been actively involved in violent crimes and methamphetamine trafficking in Washington. Surveillance footage that showed Johnny Carraga meeting someone at a nearby grocery store just before the killings drew more attention. Authorities reiterated their conviction that Bandito's motorcycle club members were directly responsible for the Carraga family killings in January 2020. The biker community was urged to provide any information that could help with the investigation. Since then, though, the case had made little to no headway and had stalled for almost 5 years. After more investigation, it was discovered that Johnny had a lengthy history of transporting and distributing drugs. During his frequent visits to California, he allegedly obtained kilograms of cocaine to distribute in Kitsap County. One of Johnny's close friends, Danny, started selling drugs directly to Robert James Watson, the head of the local Banditos chapter, as a result of his involvement with the Banditos Motorcycle Club. Indeed, despite their close relationship, the first suspects, Danny J. Kelly Jr., had a falling out with Johnny prior to the murders. allegedly over money that Danny had stolen. Other Bandidos Motorcycle Club members who were considering joining the club were contacted by Johnny as he grew his distribution network in Kitsap County. The locations of Carriga and the suspects prior to, during, and following the murders were displayed by detectives using cell phone tracking. In the 10 days preceding the murders, Danny Kelly Jr. made extensive use of a prepaid mobile burner phone that he had purchased at the Silverdale Target to communicate with John Carriga. Despite the fact that the phone didn't expire until April 2017, communication ceased thereafter. When members of the Bandidos were suspected of being involved in the killings, detectives in January 2020 obtained a search warrant for Robert Watson's cell phone. One of the recovered texts between Duneen and Robert Watson, dated January 23, 2020, included a comment from Duneen about the weather. "A little humid today." The Carriga family had guests over the night of the killings, but Johnny left right away after getting a call. He briefly parked next to another car in a nearby grocery store parking lot before leaving, according to surveillance footage. The friends left the Carriga residence in the meantime. 3 men showed up and started shooting before Johnny could get back. According to reports, Johnny's wife Christielle was shot in the driveway first, then her son Jonathan Higgins, and finally Johnny's son Hunter Shape. Jonathan Higgins was shot after he came out of his room to see how the disturbance was going, and Christelle was shot in the head. At least one shooter ambushed Hunter Shape as he was bringing a pizza inside the house. The evidence suggested that he caught the murderer off guard. He was hit by 2 more shots after the first one missed. Sheep was still alive when he called 911, but he was presumed dead. The call ended abruptly, indicating that the shooter may have damaged or tampered with the phone before shooting Hunter to death. The attackers then used accelerants and fire starter logs to start fires at various points throughout the house, and they threw rocks through the windows to feed the flames. The suspects later displayed questionable conduct, and this evidence connected them to the crime. A witness saw Danny driving Johnny's truck away from the scene of the crime. Days prior to the killings, Danny reportedly bought a prepaid phone from a nearby Target, which he used to speak with Johnny frequently, a common tactic in criminal activity, according to surveillance footage. Only during the 12 days before Johnny's murder was that burner phone used for communication. Interestingly, the phone stopped working just before the murders. Watson claimed to have gotten into a fight with a homeless black man while at a club member's house without his pants. Later that night, Watson called 911 to report that a loaded Glock handgun and another loaded magazine had been stolen from his truck, which had been broken into a few days prior. Watson was fired from Kitsap County Public Works after he stopped showing up for work. Detectives discovered in September 2017 that approximately $303,000 had been deposited into his accounts that year, including multiple cash deposits that were untraceable. According to reports, Johnny Carriga concealed $200,000 beneath his house, but it was never discovered. On the night of the murder, a neighbor also saw Carriga's truck speeding down Tonino Drive and heard gunshots. The driver was recognized by the neighbor as Donnie, whom he had known when Donnie's family shared a home. Nearly bumper to bumper, a silver car followed the truck. Because Donnie and John Carriga disliked each other so much, detectives found it suspicious that Donnie would be at Carriga's house or drive his truck. Robert's brother Johnny Watson's 2006 Mercedes was discovered stripped and abandoned in the Puyallup River less than a week after investigators made public footage of Carriga's truck and the unidentified vehicle at the Camp Union supermarket. The car had not been reported stolen, but its license plates were missing. Later on, though, Robert and his brother paid $1,500 to have the car returned. Why he only thought to report it then, the day after a quadruple murder nearby, was the question that emerged. The second car that was spotted in the grocery store parking lot the night of the killings was thought to be driven by Johnny Watson, the third person. Additionally, his DNA and that of one of the rocks found at the crime scene matched exactly. The community was finally rocked by a major development on June 6, 2022, when 3 men were officially charged with the Carriga family's quadruple murder. In the lengthy investigation that had engulfed the area for years, this was a pivotal point. The arrest operation, which took place over several weeks and involved about 70 police officers from various counties, was carefully planned. The suspects, who were identified as Danny J. Kelly Jr., 43, Johnny James Watson, 49, and Robert James Watson, 50, were arrested in various locations throughout the state. About an hour later, Johnny Watson and Danny were arrested in their Bremerton apartments, while Robert Watson was stopped in traffic at Gig Harbor. The three men were charged with a total of 16 felonies each after being arrested and taken to nearby jails. These charges included first-degree burglary, first-degree arson, first-degree murder, and first-degree aggravated murder. A whopping $20 million was set as bail for each defendant. Each of the suspects entered a not guilty plea to the alleged felony charges. When they appeared in court the next morning, the judge placed severe restrictions on their possession of firearms, alcohol, and drugs unless prescribed, and ordered that they be detained without the possibility of release on bond. The court also ordered the defendants to refrain from any communication with one another. Investigators had established a specialized task force to investigate the quadruple homicide in response to the Carriga family murders. The seriousness of the case and law enforcement's resolve to prosecute the offenders were highlighted by this cooperative effort. In the hopes that the arrests would be a major step toward closure for the families impacted by the tragic loss of the Carriga family, the community awaited further developments in the legal proceedings. However, as people gathered to honor them, there was a glimmer of hope despite the gloom. Those affected by the tragedy eagerly awaited the three suspects in the Carriga family murder case to be apprehended. Hunter Shope's mother, Carly Scott, had been praying for justice for years, and now her prayers had been heard. Over the years, she had pleaded so passionately for someone to come forward, and it was successful. The public provided the detectives with tips that enabled them to solve the case. Accused of ruthlessly murdering a whole family, the suspects were brought before a Kitsap County judge while being escorted into the courtroom and clearly restrained. The community was deeply scarred by their alleged crimes, which were motivated by disrespect and greed. Emotions were running high during the trial as relatives confronted the defendant and voiced their desire for justice. Given the seriousness of their acts, the suspects gave off an eerie aura. The arrests gave the victims' loved ones a sense of relief and closure despite the suffering and heartache, and this was evident throughout the Kitsap County Sheriff's Office as family members gathered to give detectives and one another nervous hugs following the arrest. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Doug Estes, then 33, went out that afternoon with his stepson and a buddy on November 17, 1990, a Saturday and the second day of firearms deer hunting season. The bodies were found by Estes's stepson. The ideal day for a hunt was November 17, 1990, but before they could catch a game, Jim Bennett and Doug Estes's lives were cruelly taken in Kalamazoo County, starting a domino effect that would last for more than 30 years. There were 2 hunters who were suspected, and 2 hunters who were killed. A concealed clue that held the secret to solving the mystery was latent amid the enigma. What was the hint that prevented its discovery earlier? Why did it take the investigators so long to find out the truth? The way of life in Kalamazoo County, Michigan, throughout the thriving 1990s, was characterized by a strong work ethic, solid interpersonal ties, and a common dedication to advancement. There were 223 of 411 people living in Kalamazoo County, Michigan. A diverse range of people with varying goals were present, with one crime defining its history. The 1990s unfurled as a transformational decade against the backdrop of this dynamic county. On November 17, 1990, a relatively warm day in Kalamazoo County, the fatal day occurred. The hunters were headed to the Fulton State Game Area in hopes of catching a good game. Bobby Brown and Doug Estes, his stepfather, were among them. The group believed that splitting apart was a smart move and went in different directions. In order to identify the deer's movement, Doug, Bobby, and the others were intent on listening for even the smallest noises. Due to the fact that winter days were usually peaceful, the group and the locals were alerted a few minutes later by the sound of 2 gunshots. Just down the street from her home, Helen Knopfs and her son heard a car scream into a ditch. Could this have something to do with the recent gunfire, or was it just a coincidence? The fact that gunshots were common in the vicinity did not change the fact that the timing and closeness could not have been coincidental. Nofs and her son were inquisitive and worried as they walked up to the automobile and noticed a sweaty man behind the steering wheel. His expression was unpleasant, and he appeared anxious. She offered to call a tow truck for him because Nofs believed he needed assistance, but he declined, claiming that a deer had unexpectedly crossed the road and left him in the ditch. There was something wrong, even though the justifications appeared sincere. After all, people used to come here and hunt deer. Nofs believed he was being calm, which was strange, yet he seemed eager to go out. The man in the automobile wasn't even looking for assistance when she offered to call the cops. He said he didn't want to involve the police because he was sure someone else would fix his car, and then he drove off. However, the gunfire echoes were still audible. Since the sound originated from the direction he traveled, Bobby Brown assumed that his stepfather had captured the deer. He continued in the same direction, almost eager to congratulate him, and discovered Doug lying on his back in a pool of blood on the ground. It was such a strange sight that Bobby's initial reaction was whether Doug was pulling a practical joke. There had been 2 gunshots, but he could not believe what he was seeing as reality set in. Doug might have been shot twice as a result, but he was only wounded by 1 gunshot. The alternative was that someone actually attempted to kill him by firing 2 shots at once and missed one. However, while Bobby searched the area in a panic, he saw something else that was unbelievable. Another body was lying face down. He hurried over to the other man's corpse and rolled him over, but he was obviously dead. He had first checked for Doug's pulse, but there was no hope. Bobby was powerless to help. He promptly alerted the police and raced out to seek assistance. The police responded quickly to examine the disturbing events that transpired on that fatal day, setting the stage for a thorough inquiry. Bobby had previously told the officers about the 2 bodies, and they confirmed their presence. Their first task was to identify the victims, and before long, the police were able to identify them. Bobby had already identified his stepfather Doug as he had phoned the police, and the other man was Jim Bennett, a nature enthusiast who was hunting alone that day. Jim Bennett and Doug Estes were both struck in the back with their hunting licenses at close range. The males had been shot with separate guns, which was strange. According to one version, they shot each other because they thought they were the deer they were searching for. The first problem was that they were nearly impossible to strike because they had both been shot in the back. When ballistic testing revealed that Doug's gun was missing from the scene and Jim's muzzle loader was fully loaded, the second discrepancy emerged. However, that was just the beginning of the chaos. Detective Bruce Wiersema, who was now retired, and Sergeant Roy Ballett were given the case. Since the area had not seen murder cases in a long time, Wiersema was overwhelmed by it because he lacked experience in homicide cases, much less double homicide. But Wiersema made the decision to pay close attention to the specifics in order to guarantee correct protocol. As the investigation went forward, they discovered that Jim and Doug had never met before. It was just a coincidence that they were both slain at the same moment, because they had gone hunting separately. Already, the detectives had no idea what might have been the reason behind the murder. It was more difficult to comprehend the case given since there was no relationship between the victims, although, if they had been acquaintances, a mutual friend may have been found. However, there was still optimism, since they began to suspect Bobby Brown, one of the victim's stepson. At first, the detectives thought that Jim was the target, which is why the killings took place. They claimed that Bobby had intended to rob him, but the heist failed, and Doug was also killed in the process. Bobby had to call the police because his plan did not succeed, the police suspected. However, Bobby's intents and motives did not align with the crime, and Estes and Bennett's families felt that their loved one was not the primary target. The detective's suspicion radar was always on, regardless of what the families stated, in case they overlooked any evidence. In order to find out if the neighbors had heard or seen anything odd that day, the police proceeded to check the crime scene once more. The neighbors had indeed heard the gunshots, but Helen Knopf's statement added a fresh perspective to the tale. She assisted the officers in drawing a composite of the man whose vehicle went into the ditch. The detectives spoke with other neighbors because, although the mystery man was starting to be suspected, there was no evidence connecting him to the crime. Following extensive discussion and exploration of their narratives, a new name surfaced from the obscurity. Jeff Titus, who was born in 1952, owned the land directly behind the Fulton State Game Area, where it served as a boundary. Prior to joining President Richard Nixon's security detail, he was a police officer in the U.S. Marine Corps. He then got a job at a VA medical center as a security guard. He loved hunting and being outside in addition to his professional activities, but he was fiercely protective of his land. When hunters would wander into his lands, he would become enraged. Could Doug and Jim have crossed the boundary into Titus's territory and enraged him? The cops wanted to know where Titus was when the murder occurred. That same day, the investigators brought him in for questioning in the evening when he was free. It turns out that Jeff Titus was himself hunting deer. He had gone off with a friend to an elderly couple's home at Battle Creek, which is over 27 miles from the Fulton Game State area. Titus and his friend went to Burger King and then drove back home after a few hours. The narrative began to diverge at that point. It had finally been discovered that Doug Estes' lost rifle was fully loaded. Titus was involved. He claimed that after finding it some 30 yards from the scene of the crime, he decided to keep it clean so that no one could claim it and it could not be linked to another person. The revelation demonstrated that Doug and Jim had not killed each other and that someone else was to blame for their deaths, even though it threatened to seriously implicate Titus. Although it undoubtedly sparked concerns, Titus was cleared since there was no way to verify whether his tale was false. More importantly, he had a strong alibi. However, the investigators were aware that something was amiss. Despite their best efforts, the situation seemed to get more complicated. The investigation ultimately became cold in 2000 since there were no new leads or closures. A fresh team of detectives, led by Detective Mike Brown and now retired Sergeant Mike Workema, took over the case files and reopened the double homicide case of Doug and Jim. Re-examining the neighbors, re-examining the clues, and re-evaluating the previous suspects were the first steps in their investigation. It turned out that Bobby Brown was the object of their initial suspicion. He was cleared after much back and forth. Who had slain those men that day? Then, if the primary suspect was exonerated and there were no leads or clues. In retrospect, that would seem like a straightforward response, but the cold case investigators took their time and ultimately concluded that Jeff Titus had to be the murderer, regardless of what the original cops thought. Since the incident had occurred more than 10 years ago, people's recollections were hazy and their accounts varied. It was turning out to be harder than they thought. But the investigator quickly developed a tenable theory. It implied that Titus had left the hunting property where he had been at the time of the murders on November 17, 1990, and gone back to his own adjacent property close to the Fulton State Game Area. He took this move because he believed that someone might have entered his property without permission. Following that, it was thought that he killed the victims before returning to the Battle Creek farm and going home with his friend. Titus, a father and married man, was arrested in 2001 after his co-workers at the Veterans Affairs facility made reports. During the deer hunting season, they both revealed that Titus did not appreciate trespassing hunters. It was a good enough motivation, the cops said. Additionally, his colleagues claimed that he boasted and talked openly about the murders. The now retired Assistant Prosecutor Scott Brower of Kalamazoo County presided over Jeff Titus's trial in 2002. Unfortunately, Titus's alibi witnesses had become weaker with time and were no longer able to testify in his favor. The original investigators who had completely exonerated Titus of any crime were not called to testify during the trial, and his neighbor Helen Knopfs did not appear on the witness stand regarding the mysterious man in his car. Titus was found guilty and given 2 life sentences without the chance of release. Even though the prosecutors did not dispute the veracity of his alibi, he was imprisoned in Coldwater, Michigan, at the Lakeland Correctional Facility. However, this tale was far from over. Howard Swabash, a recently retired polygraph examiner from the Michigan State Police, was a noteworthy addition to the team during Titus's legal defense, which was led by attorney William Fett. It turned out that Fett had hired Swabash as a private investigator. According to court documents, Swabash's wife filed for divorce in January 2002, just 5 weeks after Titus was accused of murder. Even though the identity of the second woman involved was kept secret, the accusations of marital adultery led to the dissolution of their marriage. 3 months after Titus was found guilty by a jury, on the memorable Halloween day of October 31, 2002, His wife Julie visited him at Sagina prison with their daughter and private investigator Swabash. Since they had not gotten along for years, Julie told Titus that she planned to file for divorce. According to the public records, Swabash and Titus's ex-wife Julie eventually got married in Florida in April 2005, just 3 years after Titus was found guilty. This was a startling development that sparked speculation about their relationship and how it might have affected the case. The first inquiry that resulted in Titus's exoneration in 1990 was greatly aided by retired Sergeant Roy Belay of the Kalamazoo County Sheriff's Office. Shortly after Titus's conviction, Belay confronted Swabash, the investigator in the Kalamazoo County Courthouse, feeling confused and unhappy with the way things had gone. Belay was disappointed, asking why Swabash had not even bothered to get in touch with him to share his thoughts and feelings about the matter, especially if he had assumed the responsibility of conducting the investigation to prove Titus's innocence. Belay and the other initial detective would have given important testimony on Titus's alibi, but the defense did not call them as witnesses. The altercation became heated, and Swabash's response was combative and offensive. He left quickly, leaving Belay to think over the experience. During a phone interview from prison, Titus freely questioned if the private investigator for this defense team had been genuinely interested in his interests. Titus maintained his innocence throughout the entire incident, saying, "It's a shocker, and then I wonder, was he working for me? Was he working for an ulterior motive? I don't know." But when Bruce Wiersma and Roy Belay, the two detectives who worked on the original inquiry, publicly said that they were willing to testify in favor of Titus's alibi, it was a turning point. The University of Michigan's Innocence Clinic became interested in this development and became involved in the case. At the same time, an independent inquiry was launched by the Michigan Attorney General's office. As both organizations examined the evidence, an important discovery was made. A key aspect that had not been revealed to Titus's defense team during the initial trial was that they discovered that there were many Hunter deaths in the area, and that it appeared to be the work of a serial murderer. Without a doubt, it cast suspicion on any possible link between Titus and Doug and Jim's untimely deaths in 2002. The Innocence Clinic filed a motion for relief of judgment and a new trial on Titus's behalf as a result of these findings and other strong evidence. The genuine turning point, however, occurred in 2019, when 47-year-old producer Jacinda Davis, who is well known for her work in the true crime genre, happened upon her most compelling narrative while traveling the highways to find ideas for her next series. The murderer's journey took her to the center of Michigan, where she was enticed by Jack White's renowned Third Man Records. She came over the intriguing case of Jeff Titus while browsing the internet. Susan Simpson, a 34-year-old former lawyer who is now a podcaster, shared a trip with Davis. Simpson, Rabia Chaudhry, and Colin Miller were the hosts of the popular podcast Undisclosed. After meeting, discussing, and finally deciding to work together, Davis and Simpson decided to combine their narrative skills to help solve the mysterious Titus case. On October 26, 2020, Simpson's podcast Undisclosed was set to debut its upcoming season. The audience was able to uncover some previously unknown facts and delve further into the complex issues of the contentious conviction after it was broadcast. At the same time, on November 1, 2020, fans watched the premiere of the gripping 2-hour documentary Killer in Question, which was broadcast on Investigation Discovery. During their investigation for the series and podcast, Davis and Simpson discovered that there was a problem with the story. The original detectives in this case absolutely 100% clear Jeff Titus and believe he is not guilty, and the cold case team is the opposite. They believe beyond a doubt that they have the right man. During their lengthy investigation, they discovered a significant breakthrough involving 2 key witnesses who had seen a car stuck in a ditch immediately after the gunshots, Davis said. "I can't think of another case where there are 2 sets of detectives that don't agree." Further issues were raised by the fact that Titus's neighbor, Helen Knopfs, could have readily identified him if he had been in the car. When they discovered that the driver was not him, they began to question the stranger's motivations and the reason behind his hasty departure from the scene. Was he the elusive killer they were looking for? They were shocked to see that the composite sketch created using Knopf's testimony bore a striking resemblance to Ohio serial killer Thomas Dillon, Dylan has previously targeted outdoor enthusiasts, hunters, and fishermen. When he was finally caught in 1993 for killing other hunters, Knopf's herself had even recognized him from a police lineup, according to FBI reports. Both Simpson and Davis were full of optimism that their accounts might inspire others who might have important information about the Estes and Bennett killings to come forward. Simpson noted that the simple act of sharing these stories frequently has a cascading effect, encouraging people to come forward with insightful information that may be added to the ongoing investigation. Davis agreed with them. She admitted that memories might evolve with time, with little information occasionally disappearing. Original memories, however, usually survive on their own. Both investigators had their own judgments about Titus's guilt as they dug more into the case. After initially being dissatisfied by the evidence, Simpson found strong corroborations that supported the original investigators' conclusions. Simply put, the evidence against Jeff Titus was insufficient. The Michigan State Attorney General's Office's Conviction Integrity Unit has been thoroughly reviewing Titus's case since 2019. Since none of the motions filed by the Innocence Clinic had been approved throughout the ongoing inquiry into this potential erroneous conviction, Jeff Titus was forced to serve 2 life sentences at the Lakeland Correctional Facility in Coldwater Branch County, Michigan. Despite the challenges, the Innocence Clinic worked to get Titus released from the facility in 2021 because of the COVID-19 outbreak, which resulted in several of the Lakeland inmates testing positive for the virus. They requested a bond release under extraordinary circumstances. Regretfully, the district judge who administered their plea thought it was unjustified. The podcasters Davis and Simpson were the first detectives to discover a possible connection between Dylan, the serial killer, and the 1990 killings. Their natural curiosity brought them to Dylan's troubled history, since he had admitted to the gruesome 1993 killings of 5 hunters and outdoor enthusiasts. And Dylan also told his cellmate that he was a main suspect in another murder in Pennsylvania, and that he was involved in the murders of 2 hunters in a county that he thought the police would never connect him to. Dylan's involvement in the investigation provided a strong lead, even though he passed away in prison on October 21, 2011. Motivated by their resolve, David Morin, director of the Michigan Innocence Clinic, set out on a mission and traveled to the Kalamazoo County Sheriff's Office. Morin spent a long 6 hours carefully going through the file room's archives. As each document was analyzed, the pieces of the puzzle started to fit together, revealing a potentially important development in the inquiry. Deep within the repository, Moran discovered a unique folder as he persisted in his quest for the truth. There were perhaps 30 interesting pages in the thin folder. It was gently penciled with the words "serial killer" on the outside. Moran grew increasingly certain as he perused the pages that these records held important details about Dylan and might hold the secret to their case's resolution. The knowledge that these crucial documents had never been given to the defense added yet another level of surprise. There was an uncomfortable void in the information provided throughout the trial, since it seemed that the prosecutor's office was still unaware of their existence. This revelation gave Moran optimism and strengthened his conviction that their fight for justice was headed towards success. Bruce Warsema, the original detective who put together the serial killer file, stated that he was convinced Dylan was the criminal responsible for the crimes and that the reports on Dylan were part of the case file. The retired cold case sergeant Mike Warsema, however, claimed he had never seen that specific file. He denied knowing about the alternate suspect, as did other detectives on the cold case squad. But according to a police report that turned up in court records, the file was known to at least one of the cold case detectives. Former Kalamazoo County Associate Prosecutor Stuart Fenton had a different viewpoint. He stated that he thought Titus was behind the killings. He was adamant that an innocent man had not been wrongly condemned and that the jury had made the right choice. Fenton believed that the new material would not likely have changed the first trial's outcome in light of the subsequent claims. Titus personally promised himself that he would not cut his beard until the day he was released from prison. On February 16, 2023, he finally received the long-awaited call telling him of his imminent release, and he was overcome with emotion. Titus recounted, "I just started bawling." He would frequently cry with happiness again when he started working on the cards, briefly covering his face with his hands. Jeff Getting, the Kalamazoo County prosecutor, stated that it is still unclear whether additional charges will be brought. He continued, "We're in the process of reviewing the case. It is a complicated factual and legal analysis that will take some time to process." After serving more than 20 years in jail for the 1990 murder case involving Doug Estes and Jim Bennett, 71-year-old Jeff Titus was released on February 24, 2023. His conviction was reversed. It should never have happened in the first place, according to Titus, who added that people had been waiting for this day for 22 years. The moment of being released from jail produced a wave of feelings that Titus found difficult to express. "I'm just ecstatic and overjoyed to finally be out where I can get out and do something. I want to see my grandkids. I haven't seen them. I want to see them." A supporting group of people who had been instrumental in his battle for justice greeted him as he entered the free world. Attorney Moran supported Titus during his newfound freedom, as did the sons of the late Detective Roy Ballet, investigative podcasters Jacinda Davis and Susan Simpson, and committed students from the Michigan Innocence Clinic. Although Detective Ballet, a steadfast supporter of Titus's innocence, had died in January 2022, his influence endured. Workema, the cold case investigator, was still certain of Titus's culpability, even though he supported the judge's decision to free Titus from jail due to Dylan's ignorance. "I still believe Jeff Titus is the killer," Workema declared. "Considering his character and the actions he took, I believe he is the perpetrator. He is a dangerous individual, and I have apprehensions about him. I hope that now that he has gained his freedom, he will use it responsibly and make the right choices." Titus used his newfound freedom to do things that he had not been able to do for 20 years. Enjoying the meals he had long missed while away, he rediscovered the pleasures of life and immersed himself in the presence of loved ones. He even obtained his driver's license and liked spending time with his grandsons whom he had never met before. He remarked, "I can't express enough how grateful I am to be free and have the freedom to simply live again." Titus continued to create and sketch greeting cards, and he enjoyed feeding songbirds and deer. Jeff Titus ultimately received justice after nearly 20 years. But the cases of Doug Estes and Jim Bennett remained unsolved until the passing of serial killer Thomas Dillon. Was the serial killer responsible for the crime, in your opinion, or was Titus? Who, in your opinion, erred during the investigation? The cold case team or the original investigators? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On the pleasant evening of October 30, 1975, it was summer in the Belhaven, Greenwich suburbs. The night before Halloween, Martha was doing her best to persuade her mother to let her go out for mischief night, where she and her friends would pull harmless practical jokes around the neighborhood. Dorothy, Martha's mother, eventually listened to her cries and allowed her to leave after some tenacious persuasion. As the hours passed, Dorothy called some of her acquaintances out of concern for her missing child, only to discover that nobody had seen Martha. It didn't take long to begin looking for her. Martha would be discovered bludgeoned to death with a golf club over 200 feet from her home beneath a pine tree. What took place on the evening of October 30th? What secrets lie behind the walls of exclusive Belhaven? And who could have done something so horrible to such a young soul? Rich in culture and history, Greenwich is one of Connecticut's oldest communities. This seaside town offers you both the lively and thrilling city life and the quaint New England ambiance. And it's only a 50-minute train ride to New York City. No one would have imagined that such a wealthy society would have its hands defiled behind the bar golden doors, and the residents of Belhaven were well known for their wealth and status. Martha Elizabeth Moxley, a social butterfly, was well known for being outgoing and having a good time. Along with her older brother John, Martha was the youngest of Dorothy and John David Moxley's children, born on August 16, 1960. In 1974, the family moved to a large new estate in Connecticut after Martha's father was transferred from his job in Piedmont. It may have been a significant adjustment for everyone when Martha moved to the affluent neighborhood of Belhaven, 3,000 miles from her home, but she was incredibly flexible. She quickly gained a large number of friends, and her lively demeanor and self-assurance frequently attracted peers. She was chosen as Western Junior High School's most popular girl in just 9 months of living there. Martha became well known among the males as a result of her quick rise to fame. One lady who had everything going for her was Martha. She was well known for being gregarious, athletic, and artistically gifted. Martha looked to have an easy time of it. In an interview, her brother John recalled that she was a pleasant, cheerful, and easy-to-get-along-with child who was pleasant to be around. Martha was characterized as a family-oriented individual despite her enormous popularity. She would frequently spend her free time playing with her cat Tiger or drawing about the house. She did, however, have a wilder side. Like any other adolescent child, Martha would spend most of her days at the Belhaven Club in the summer of 1975, either swimming or playing tennis. She would frequently mingle with other kids from upscale clubs beside the pool. It was said that the children of these groups were of a distinct breed. They attended prestigious academies and boarding schools and were wealthy, even by Greenwich standards, in contrast to her other pals. One family in particular stood out among these children, the Skakels, who were the notorious Kennedy's cousins. It was well known that Martha had a close relationship with Thomas and Michael Skakel. The Moxleys lived next door to the Skakels. Ethel Skakel and her husband Robert F. Kennedy had 2 nephews, Michael and Thomas Skakel. Additionally, the families were related, and Robert was the late President John F. Kennedy's brother. Rushton, Ethel Skakel's brother, and his wife Anne had 7 kids. These included Michael Skakel and Thomas Skakel, who were 15 and 17 years old respectively when Martha was murdered in 1975. The Skakels were not a contented family. Later, Michael Skakel would point to a repressive Catholic morale and sexual attitude, chronic illness, and drunkenness as recurring reasons for domestic strife. After Anne Skakel died of brain cancer in 1973, her alcoholic husband Rushton Skakel continued to deteriorate. He frequently left the kids unattended at home, with unrestricted money and little supervision. According to Michael Skakel, his mother's passing caused an even greater degree of disorder to take over our home. They were only 150 yards away from the Moxleys. Because there was no parental supervision, the Skakels frequently had a steady stream of teenagers at their house. In the privacy of Belhaven's gated enclave, Martha was enjoying her best summer days. She smoked, had a few beers, and occasionally sneaked out throughout her adolescent years. Martha wrote about a few incidents that occurred during these holidays in her diary. A lot of them were about the Skakel boys. Martha was particularly worried about the improvements Thomas was giving her. On that date in 1975, she wrote, "Dear Diary, me, Jackie, Michael, Thomas, Hope, Maureen, and Andra. When driving in Tom's car, I was practically sitting on Thomas's lap because I was only steering. He kept putting his hands on my knee, then I was driving again, and Tom put his arm around me. He kept doing stuff like that." Martha also left a message for Michael on September 19, 1975, stating, "Michael was so totally out of it that he was being a real asshole in his actions and words. He kept telling me that I was leading Tom on when I don't like him, except as a friend. I said, well, how about you and Jackie? You keep telling me that you don't like her and you're all over her. He doesn't understand that he can be nice to her without hanging all over her." It was clear that Martha felt conflicted about the Skakel brothers and frequently questioned whether she should leave their home. Although she continued to worry about her personal comfort and safety, nobody could have predicted what would happen next. The Hour of Mischief, October 30, 1975. Martha tried to persuade her mother to allow her to go out with her friends. Martha did everything she could to win her mother's approval, while her father, John, was away on business. Dorothy finally caved in to her daughter's persistent pleading and allowed her to spend the night out. Belhaven was a safe neighborhood. Since everyone entering and leaving the area was thoroughly screened, crimes were extremely rare in such a secure area. Along with her pals, Helen and Jackie Jeffrey, Martha went out. In order to meet with Kennedy cousins, the 3 of them headed to the Skakels' house. As the night wore on, midnight finally arrived. Dorothy's worry didn't kick in until 2 in the morning because she was accustomed to her daughter occasionally skipping her curfew. She initially believed Martha might have simply spent the night at her friend's house. When she called Sheila, Martha's best friend, to ask where she was, she discovered that she hadn't seen Martha since 9:30 p.m., which was around the time when all of the children returned home. When 3:30 a.m. arrived, Dorothy was so anxious that she called Thomas Skakel, their neighbor, who gave Sheila the same response. She eventually gave up about 3:35 a.m. and ended up phoning the cops for assistance. Almost soon, the local Greenwich officers were dispatched to the Moxley residence. Dorothy and they quickly looked around the neighborhood and found nothing unusual. In the end, the officers reassured Dorothy and requested her to wait until morning. However, just before they left, they forwarded Martha's information to all the stations in the area so that they may be on the lookout for any Martha sightings. Dorothy quickly dozed off while she waited for her daughter to arrive by the window. When Dorothy hurried to Martha's room the next morning, October 31, 1975, she discovered her bed was vacant. A strong, eerie feeling had begun to wash over her as the cops were brought in once more. She was aware of a problem. Dorothy was unable to wait, so she and her son John began to search the area. The first place they looked was the Skakel home. Dorothy had never visited her neighbor's house in the 15 months that they had been here, and the first thing she saw there was their hostile dog. She knocked on the door, somewhat frightened by the terrifying experience, and Michael, the younger Skakel sibling, opened it shortly after. Dorothy insisted on finding anything, though, so she asked to peek at the camper parked outside. She thought Martha might have merely slept off in the camper's back, but when she looked inside, she discovered it was also empty, shattering her hopes. By this point, the local community had heard of Martha's disappearance, and the police, accompanied by friends and neighbors, had arrived to examine Belhaven's grounds. Shortly after, shaking with terror, Martha's friend Sheila hurried to the Moxley home. She struggled to find the right words to express what she had just seen while crying. Sheila begged Martha's mother to dial 911 in order to get assistance. She claimed that Martha is not moving and that a horrible incident had occurred. They needed assistance since she had been attacked. Jean, Dorothy's companion at the moment, requested her to remain still while he returned to see what had transpired. John arrived at the scene and discovered something horrifying. The missing teen was laying face down beneath a large pine tree at the border of the Moxley property, 200 feet from her home. The shattered golf club was protruding straight through the back of her neck, and the back of her head was bludgeoned. Martha's slacks and underwear were pushed down to her ankles, and her clothing was covered in bloodstains. A broken 6-iron golf club was found close to the teen, and it was used to repeatedly hit Martha in the head. The club was discovered broken into 3 pieces due to the power of the contact. Except for the handle's grip, the parts of a broken golf club were scattered on the ground close to her body. When the body was found, the police officers were taken aback. In the past 30 years, Greenwich had not seen a violent crime case, much less one as horrible as this one. Given the gravity of the issue, the local police were ill-equipped to deal with it. A crew from the Connecticut County Station was assigned to conduct a more in-depth inquiry. Martha's body was transported for an autopsy. After forensics at the scene tried their utmost to collect as much evidence as they could, the autopsy revealed no signs of sexual assault, and the first cause of death was determined to be the blunt force of her head. Later on, it was found that young Martha Moxley lived out her days as a virgin. In order to determine the precise timeline of the homicide, Greenwich local police officers began collecting alibis from every witness they knew while the inquiry was still underway. The Skakel brothers were the first on the list. Both lads gave their separate alibis for the time of the murder when they were questioned by the police on the same day. Thomas Skakel told investigators that he last saw Martha outside his home at 9:30 p.m. He claimed that after saying farewell to her, he immediately went inside to watch the French Connection with Kenneth Littleton, the family's new live-in instructor. Soon after, Thomas returned to his room to finish a paper on Abraham Lincoln for school. However, his teachers denied ever assigning such a task. Eventually, 2 polygraph tests were administered to Thomas. Thomas cleared the second one, but the first one's findings were still unclear. Michael Skakel said investigators that he had driven to his cousin Jimmy Turn's residence at approximately 9:15 p.m. and returned at approximately 11 p.m. Although they lacked concrete evidence to establish Michael as a suspect, the police were instantly suspicious of his statement. In the fall of 1976, Kenneth Littleton, then 24 years old, was also the subject of an investigation. Before leaving the residence, he reported to the police that he heard sounds outside sometime between 9:30 and 10 p.m. Michael, his older brother, Thomas, and 2 other Skakel boys were not at home when Littleton checked on the 7 Skakel children, according to Detective Solomon's statements. He claimed he did not see anything when he was out, but he did hear some sounds, like rustling leaves coming from the bushes on the property. Littleton went on to say that it wasn't until 10:25 p.m. that Thomas joined him in front of the television. Within half an hour, the other Skakel guys returned home. According to reports, Littleton was unaware of Martha Moxley's identity. Despite failing many lie detector tests, Littleton was never charged with any involvement in the case, even though the night of her murder was really his first night at the Skakels. 2 shocking pieces of evidence were discovered by authorities throughout the ongoing inquiry. A Tony Payne golf club had been used to stab and beat Martha Moxley. Upon closer examination, the same golf clubs were discovered at the Skakel residence, but one was missing. These golf clubs bore Anne Skakel's initials etched on them. When their father, Rushton Skakel, learned of Martha's death, he hurried home after spending the previous day hunting. He was very cooperative with inspections and statements at the start of the inquiry, but he quickly ended his interactions with the police. On the recommendation of their lawyers, the Skakels stopped cooperating with investigators on January 22, 1976, and refused to answer any further questions. The alibis Martha's friends provided were the second item that caused a lot of people to wonder. Martha Moxley and her friends went out on the evening of October 30, 1975, to take part in Mischief Night, where the locals would ring bells and play practical jokes like toilet papering houses. Her pals claimed that Martha was spotted kissing her elderly escapee brother, Thomas, after flirting with him. Shortly afterward, one of her companions said that they had last seen Martha and Thomas fall inside the fence near the pool in the Skakels' backyard at approximately 9:30 p.m. Over the next few months, police are planning to conduct more than 200 interviews. To finish the process, each of them takes many polygraph tests. No one has an obligation to cooperate with the police, but in most instances, individuals who have some knowledge that may lead to the identification of an individual who has committed a violent crime are more than pleased to contribute that information to the police. So it's most unusual when an individual possessing information decides that he does not want to give information to investigators, stated Donald Brown, the state's attorney for Fairfield County at the time of Martha's murder. Initially, a lack of information caused the case to become cold for nearly 20 years. Following a suggestion that William Smith Kennedy, another member of the Kennedy family, might have been involved in the murder, Martha Moxley's case was revived in 1991. Although his ties to the Martha Moxley case were eventually severed, William was on trial for assault charges, and the entire incident ultimately resulted in the case being reopened with fresh leads. Dr. Henry Lee, a famous forensic pathologist, was brought in by the police the same year. Technology was not available in 1975, but Dr. Lee was able to use it. Clothes discovered in the Skakel family's trash soon after the murder were among the things Dr. Lee looked at. Dr. Lee concluded that the hair belonged to a Caucasian male. "We found some hairs and fibers. Some of the hair is microscopically similar to hers, other hair is dissimilar to hers." He was unable to produce a match since he lacked a hair sample from any of the potential suspects. However, Dr. Lee was able to offer a potential explanation for Martha's murder after looking through the photos taken at the crime site. Someone attempted to apply force as seen by the blood stain on her body. It implies a murder with a sexual motive. Michael soon emerged as the case's main suspect. Rushton Skakel reportedly engaged a private investigator shortly after to discreetly clear his family name. He hoped that material would surface that would raise doubts about other individuals, including Kenneth Littleton, a past suspect. But his scheme failed miserably. The Martha Moxley investigation now involved private investigators Jim Murphy, a former FBI agent, and his sidekick, Willis Billy Krebs, a former lieutenant in the NYPD. It was discovered that both Tom and Michael Skakel had lied to the police when the 2 men questioned them about what they had done the night of Moxley's death. It was actually closer to 10 p.m. when Thomas Skakel last saw Martha outside his house, not 9:30 p.m. Additionally, Thomas and Martha did some inappropriate things outside of his house before he returned inside. Krebs claims that once Thomas acknowledged this, he started to cry, but his attorney interrupted him before he could say anything more. When Michael Skakel got home from his cousin's house at about 11 p.m., he told the investigator that he didn't go to bed. In fact, He had climbed a tree outside the window of Martha Moxley's bedroom and done something improper. Dominic Dunn, a writer and author, obtained the investigator's report and forwarded it to state inspectors. Even though Frank Garr, a former officer on the case, expressed his suspicions regarding Michael Skakel, they were previously disregarded for lack of evidence. His theory would gain further impetus from this report. The Moxley case was covered in 1982 by Leonard Levitt, an investigative writer for Newsday, a newspaper based in Long Island. He had a similar hypothesis regarding Michael as well. He revealed that she recognized her assailant because there were no resistance wounds. The fact that she was repeatedly struck with a golf club suggests that she was angry, which made this situation unique. It also suggests that the two must have known each other, making it a crime of passion. It took Levitt 20 years to cover Martha Moxley. According to the report, the police were presented with shocking admissions from Thomas and Michael Skakel. On the night of the murder, Thomas and Michael both admitted to the investigators that they had misled the police about their testimonies. Thomas informed them that he went inside his home after 9:30 and then out again to spend an additional 20 minutes with Martha. He now says that at around 10 or 10 o'clock, he left Martha after they had a sexual encounter. The story he told doesn't make sense if you go back and look at it today. An investigator and a one-person grand jury were tasked with reviewing the Martha Moxley case in 1998. Judge George N. Thim determined after reviewing the evidence that Michael Skakel should be charged with her murder. In his late 30s, Michael was charged with Martha's murder. The court took nearly 20 years to provide justice. After a 3-week trial that mostly relied on circumstantial evidence, he was finally found guilty. Part of the golf club, a 6-iron, had been found by investigators from a set that had belonged to Michael's mother. Regretfully, though, authorities lacked tangible proof linking Michael to the murder inquiry. He said he was watching Monty Python's Flying Circus at a cousin's house, miles away from the murder site. Nevertheless, jurors subsequently stated that his inconsistent behavior and the incriminating remarks he had made had persuaded them. Skakel's old classmates later provided testimony throughout the trial. It seems that Michael had even admitted to them that he had killed Martha while he was a student at a lawn institution, a specialty institution designed to help problematic teenagers get back on their feet. Gregory Coleman, a former classmate, testified during the June 2000 pre-trial hearing that Skakel told him, "I am going to get away with murder. I am a Kennedy." Coleman also claimed that Michael had mentioned that he was attempting to make advances on the girl, but she was not complying, so he drove her skull in. However, Coleman passed away from a heroin overdose in August 2001, therefore he did not return to testify in Michael's murder trial in 2002. Although the Skakel secrets were kept carefully guarded, Michael in particular was known to have a troubled history. There was quite a stir when rumors circulated that Michael had stayed inside a lawn school. It was during a group session at his reform school that Michael confessed to killing Martha on the evening of October 30. Joe Reese, the proprietor of the school, denied that any such claims had ever been made. Nevertheless, during the Skakel trial, numerous witness statements supported the story. 2 of Michael's old Elan School classmates came forward to testify. John D. Higgins was one of them. Michael claimed he only remembered bits and pieces of the crime, and Higgins characterized the experience as a weeping, dazed, and bewildered confession. However, Michael boldly declared that he was certain he would get away with killing Martha because of his family name, according to Gregory Coleman, the other witness. Robert Kennedy Jr., Michael Skakel's cousin, became a fervent supporter when Skakel was sentenced to prison in August 2002. He only thought that his relative was being falsely accused by political propaganda and had never committed the murder, Kennedy stated. "I know Michael Skakel and I know he didn't commit this crime," during a 1997 interview with CBS 48 Hours. With the help of ghostwriter Richard Hoffman, Michael Skakel recorded his autobiography, Dead Man Talking, A Kennedy Cousin Comes Clean. One particular audio that was played during the trial was especially damaging. Michael claimed to have been intoxicated, smoked marijuana, and had abnormal cravings on the night of Martha's death. Skakel was terrified when Dorothy Moxley knocked on his home that morning. On the tape, he stated, "I was still high from the night before, a little drunk." Michael claimed to have asked himself, "Did they see me last night? because he was afraid that someone from the Moxley household would catch him in the act. He claimed that when he was on their tree, he committed a few improper behaviors. However, the prosecution contended that Michael was speaking of being observed using the golf club to beat Martha. Michael's defense countered that he had an alibi for the period of time Martha was murdered, and that there was no tangible evidence to convict him. However, Michael was portrayed by the prosecution as a jealous teenager during the trial. According to them, Michael was under the influence of drugs and alcohol when he was angry at being rejected by his crush, and he ended up acting on his ideas after obtaining the murder weapon. The jury returned a guilty judgment on June 7, 2002. Skakel received a prison term ranging from 20 years to life. Shortly after the commencement of its fourth day of deliberations, the State Superior Court jury declared its judgment shortly after 10:30 a.m. In the crowded, quiet courtroom, Skakel and Rush looked nearly incredulous as the foreman announced the verdict. It was one of the most terrible and complex cases in the Northeast, encircled by a whirlpool of celebrity and fortune, and the people celebrated the justice served. The Moxley family's 27 years of agony came to an end. Mrs. Moxley broke down in tears as she addressed a large crowd of reporters and television crews outside the courthouse. Mrs. Moxley claimed to have prayed in front of the judge. "My prayers started out, 'Dear Lord,' again today, like I have been doing for 27 years. I'm praying that I can find justice for Martha. You know, this whole thing was about Martha." She added, "This is Martha's day. This is truly Martha's day." Michael's attorneys and supporters battled to get his conviction reversed while he was incarcerated. All 4 of the appeals that were submitted were rejected. Then, on October 23, 2013, Michael was given a new trial because his defense lawyer, Mickey Sherman, had not represented him in a way that was constitutional. Consequently, on November 21, 2013, Skakel was freed on $1,200,000 0 bond. The prosecution made every effort to have Skakel's conviction upheld. They were successful. The Connecticut Supreme Court ultimately decided by a vote of 4-3 in December 2016 that his representation was, in fact, legitimate. But the dispute didn't end there. In a subsequent 4-3 verdict in May 2018, the court overturned its earlier result, finding that Mickey Sherman, Michael's attorney, had not presented any proof of Michael's alibi at the initial trial. Retrying Michael is still an option for the prosecution, although it will undoubtedly be challenging given the deceased witnesses and other issues. In a statement released, Michael's legal team commended the court's ruling, stating that it had made the correct choice. Michael, who insists he is innocent, has been wrongfully imprisoned, according to the attorney. But the Moxleys are still convinced that Michael is guilty, Dorothy declared. "I have no doubt that he did it." After hearing the evidence against Michael Skakel, the jury in the 2002 trial returned a verdict that John Moxley, her 59-year-old son, claimed still gave him comfort. "There's a comfort level on our part that we know what happened," he stated. Now 55, Michael Skakel resides in Westchester County, New York, with his aunt. In addition to trying to get over the trauma of his previous conviction and incarceration, he spends his day caring for his 15-year-old son, George. Legally, he must request permission from the court before leaving Connecticut or New York. "I'd like to put this nightmare behind me so I can begin to have some semblance of a life with George, without all of this hanging over my head," he wrote in his email. "I lost 11 and a half years of my life. I miss George's childhood altogether. I know I will never get those years back. But I feel lucky to spend time with George now." For more than 40 long years, Martha Moxley's death was a constant source of anxiety for the Greenwich neighborhood, as well as her family and friends. Although many still maintain that the verdict against Michael was contrived, the state of Connecticut did not receive fair justice for Martha's death, and a mother lost her daughter as a result. Many people think that because of his wealth and connections, Michael left as a free man. John David Moxley, Martha's father, fought for his daughter's justice until his death in 1988. Even now, the Martha Moxley affair continues to bring the Kennedy family notoriety. The 2016 book Frame Up: Why Michael Skakel Spent Over a Decade in Prison for a Murder He Didn't Commit was written by Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. Martha's 84-year-old mother, Dorothy Moxley, said she was at a loss for words after reading the book. She went on to say that in her whole life, truth had never been so perverted and controlled. She continued to suspect Michael of killing her child. A whole chapter of Kennedy's book was devoted to defaming Martha's father, John. He made many accusations against the Moxley family and questioned his whereabouts on the night of the murder. And as of December 2019, Michael Skakel is still at liberty. The people of Greenwich will always remember Martha Moxley. Before she could fully mature from her adolescent years, a young, attractive girl was deprived of her youth. The Kennedy men have buried victims of tragedies before. Although there is still a lot of conjecture surrounding this case, we offer our sincere sympathies to the family of the dead. The trial between Michael and the Moxley family was a war fought by the entire United States. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Nashville, Tennessee saw a devastating event in March 2020 that had an impact well beyond its boundaries. In addition to upsetting the local community, Holly Williams and William Lanway's tragic deaths sparked a national dialogue on the widespread problems of mental health disorders, domestic violence, and the destructive effects of turbulent relationships. The horrific circumstances surrounding their deaths, the investigation that followed, and the story's wider ramifications for domestic violence awareness will all be covered in this film. More than just a narrative of loss, this one is a potent warning that emphasizes how crucial it is to spot the warning signs of abusive relationships and how urgent it is to get help. Come along with us as we work through the intricacies of their lives and the lessons this tragedy has to offer. 31-year-old Holly Williams was well known for her vivacious demeanor, contagious laugh, and compassionate disposition. She was characterized as a cherished friend, sister, and daughter who made everyone around her happy. Holly's life was full of possibilities, and she had goals and dreams. Beneath her cheerful facade, though, Holly battled relationship issues, especially with her ex-boyfriend William Lanway. Holly, who grew up in Nashville, has strong ties to the area. She was supported through thick and thin by her close-knit family. Friends remembered Holly's love of adventure and her enthusiasm for life. She loved being outside, traveling, and savoring time spent with those she cared about. Sadly, her connection with William would turn out to be a major obstacle, overshadowing her lively personality. Born in 1988, William Lanway had a tumultuous history filled with unpredictable and violent conduct. A few years before to their untimely deaths, he and Holly started dating. At first, their relationship appeared to be normal, full of the promise and excitement that come with youthful love. But as time passed, their relationship's dynamics started to change. Holly's family and friends observed that William had a history of jealousy and was possessive. There were several breakups and reconciliations as a result of their unstable relationship. Holly tried to put some distance between herself and William, but he found it difficult to accept their breakup, which resulted in increasingly troubling conduct. In their relationship, Holly's loved ones observed indications of emotional abuse. William repeatedly displayed domineering behavior by keeping tabs on Holly's social connections and demanding to know where she was. There were rumors that William was verbally insulting Holly, which made her feel even more alone and afraid. Holly frequently confided in her friends about her difficulties and her worries about William's instability and fury. Understanding the terrible conclusion of their story requires knowledge of the history of domestic abuse in their relationship. The pair had previously been the subject of multiple domestic disturbance calls handled by law enforcement. Holly claimed to have felt intimidated and worried about her safety in these situations. One significant instance occurred in early 2020 when Holly went to the police after William had followed her around and showed up at her house without permission. In violation of her attempts to establish space, he even made repeated attempts to get in touch with her via social media and phone conversations. As William's actions worsened, Holly's worries grew, and she started to worry more about her safety. Holly tried to put herself out of the situation, but she was entangled in a web of intimidation and emotional manipulation. Friends saw that Holly frequently felt bad about leaving William because she was afraid of his reaction and possible injury. She frequently battled the dread of reprisals, which is a typical occurrence for many people in violent relationships. Holly's circumstances become more vulnerable in the days preceding the disaster. Holly was reported missing on March 1, 2020, when she did not come home from a night out with friends. When they were unable to get in touch with her, frightened relatives became concerned for her safety and called the police. The police soon discovered Holly's turbulent connection with William when they started their inquiry. Red flags were raised right away when friends and relatives shared information about Holly's anxieties and previous encounters with William. Given William's violent and domineering past, the authorities were aware of the possible threat Holly posed. Police were notified by a 911 call about a disturbance at a nearby hotel on March 3. According to witnesses, William and Holly got into a furious dispute. Even though the police were called to the location, both people had already departed by the time they got there. This interaction brought to light the growing strain in their relationship. Holly's acquaintances reported that she had been missing for a few days on March 4, 2020. Concern for her safety increased as alarm bells began to ring. In the past, Holly had shared her worries about William with her friends, which made them think that something horrible might have occurred. When a construction worker found an abandoned automobile at a Nashville construction site on March 5, 2020, the inquiry took a disastrous turn. The bodies of Holly Williams and William Lanway were found in the car, which was later determined to be Holly's. It was a somber and startling scene. It was soon established by the authorities that William had died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, and Holly had been shot several times. The neighborhood was rocked by this finding, which prompted an investigation into what happened before this awful conclusion. It became evident during the course of the investigation that William had killed Holly before killing himself. The terrible effects of a dysfunctional relationship marked by violence and control were brought to light by this sad murder-suicide. Eric, a married man who had been linked with Holly through her escort service under the nickname Lila Love, was a major driving force behind the convoluted web of deceit, treachery, and violence that started the inquiry into the killings of Holly Williams and Bill Lanway. When Holly's boyfriend Bill broke into her escort account and discovered private information about her clients, Eric's life took a terrible turn. Knowing that disclosing his contact with an escort could ruin his marriage and standing in the community, Bill exploited this information to blackmail Eric. Instead of submitting to Bill's demands, Eric turned to Gil, his private security guard, for assistance. Thinking Lila Love was a fictitious name, he first assigned Gil the duty of determining Holly's real identity. But under the pretense of looking into a missing woman, Gil recruited Brian Brockway and his brother Chad, who worked in security as well. Thinking he was assisting someone in need, Chad researched Holly in great detail. As the inquiry went on, it became evident that Eric's problems were not being caused by Holly. He was being extorted for money by Bill. Another security contractor, Adam Carey, finally faced Holly head-on after recognizing the complex dynamics at work. Adam chose to convey messages to Holly and Bill after unraveling the network of blackmail, and on March 11, 2020, he followed Bill to a grocery shop. Eric made a crucial choice that evening after Bill called him, likely to demand more money. Eric gave Adam and Brian permission to murder Holly and Bill if needed. The murders occurred on March 12 in Nashville, where Brian and Adam flew to shortly after. They were seen departing together at around 11:40 p.m. on security footage taken from Holly's residence. Gunshots were heard shortly after departing, and persistent yelling suggested a parking lot ambush. According to the video, Holly was unintentionally shot during the commotion, and Bill was singled out for his blackmailing actions. When Brian and Adam realized Holly was still alive, they shot her once more to be sure she wouldn't live. The killers dumped Holly's car in a landfill after the killings, then drove to Memphis, where Adam dropped Brian off at the airport before heading back to North Carolina. As if the murder for hire were a routine service, Eric inexplicably left a positive evaluation for Gil's security company, Speartip. The FBI looked into Eric's finances more after this internet review raised suspicions, and found that he had paid the murderers almost $1 million, 0 cents. Detectives spent 2 years trying to make sense of a lot of dead ends in the case. Since Eric could easily argue that he had hired the security team to look into Holly and Bill's identity rather than to kill them, they were looking for concrete proof that would connect him to the killings. Chad Brockway, who had first helped collect information on Holly without realizing the scope of the investigation, was the person the police chose to speak with. Chad went undercover to get further information after discovering the truth and consented to assist the authorities. When Chad reached out to Adam in his undercover capacity, he was startlingly candid about his readiness to carry out murder for pay. After the conversation verified that Adam was aware of the murder-for-hire procedure, Chad and Brian met at a restaurant while Chad was wearing a wire. After being quiet at first, Brian later boasted about the killings, claiming that he had overpowered Bill and that Adam was eager to kill Holly. This startling discovery exposed the murderer's lack of regret and created a troubling portrait of them. To stop Brian, Adam, and Gil from escaping, the authorities planned their simultaneous arrests on December 10, 2021, but they held off on arresting Eric right away because they wanted hard proof that he planned the killings. Investigators offered Gil a proposal after the three guys were taken into custody. He could lessen his own charges if he assisted them. In order to get Eric to disclose his objectives, they came up with a scheme for Gil to phone him and pretend to ask for more money. In passing, Eric stated that he would prefer to completely remove Adam and Brian's threat rather than just pay them off. He gave the police the crucial piece of evidence they needed to charge him when he said they had to be sure they wouldn't be back in 6 months. Shortly after, on his way back from a hunting trip, Eric was arrested. Gil entered guilty pleas to murder for hire, abduction conspiracy, and kidnapping resulting in death. By December 2022, he fulfilled his promise to testify against the other three while awaiting punishment. In November 2023, Eric, Adam, and Brian's trial was held in a tumultuous courtroom, with each defendant having their own attorney. According to their argument, Gil deceived Eric into hiring them, and the killings were accidental rather than the result of planned acts of violence. Gil's thorough evidence, however, refuted their assertions and emphasized that the first goal was only to frighten Bill and Holly. After deliberating for 2 weeks and 7 hours, the jury found Adam and Brian guilty of conspiracy to commit murder, conspiracy to commit kidnapping that results in death, and conspiracy to commit kidnapping. Eric was convicted of both conspiracy to conduct kidnapping and conspiracy to commit murder for hire. Hearings are scheduled for 2024, and each could receive a life sentence. Following this tragedy, the people of Nashville came together to support Holly's friends and family. To commemorate Holly's legacy, vigils were conducted during which family members told tales of her generosity, tenacity, and influence on their lives. The community's dedication to increasing awareness about domestic violence was demonstrated by the overwhelming support. By sharing her experience on social media, Holly's family pushed for increased understanding and assistance for victims of domestic abuse. They underlined how important it is for people in comparable circumstances to realize they are not alone and to get help. Discussions concerning the need for better support networks for victims of domestic abuse were sparked by the terrible circumstances surrounding Holly's death. This case was also used by advocacy groups to support training programs that increase public understanding of the warning indicators of domestic violence. To raise awareness of the value of identifying unhealthy relationships and offering assistance to those in need, they planned seminars and events throughout Nashville. Nashville's city government also took action against domestic abuse after Holly's death. They started efforts to give victims access to resources including hotlines, counseling, and legal support. The response from the community showed a dedication to stopping similar tragedies in the future and helping victims of domestic abuse. That concludes our in-depth analysis of Holly Williams and William Lanway's unfortunate story for today. We hope that this inquiry clarifies the intricacies and ramifications of the decisions taken. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Concerned drivers who had spotted an abandoned car on the highway started calling Thurston County, Washington police on August 31, 2022. Officers discovered that their worries were not unjustified when they got to the designated spot. The key was still in the ignition, the driver's side door was open, and the door and steering wheel were covered in dried blood. Beside the car, on the ground, was a broken phone. Whatever happened on the phone happened very quickly because it was last used at 5:10 p.m. and found at 5:30 p.m. The car was registered to Kenneth Davis from Olympia, Washington, which is 25 minutes away from the location where the car was found, according to the police's check of the registration number. But when they got in touch with Kenneth, they found out that the car had been taken by Gabriel Davis, Kenneth's 16-year-old son, at 4 p.m. Gabriel never returned from school after leaving for football practice. Blood and a smashed phone were clearly bad indicators. When such an incident occurs, a number of scenarios immediately spring to mind, such as a fight or perhaps even a murder. The police rushed to learn as much as they could about the boy. The 16-year-old Gabriel Davis hails from Olympia, Washington. His enthusiasm for football has not changed, despite a recent sharp decline in his academic performance. He never skipped a training session because he took it seriously. He was therefore immediately noticed when he failed to appear at the stadium on August 31st. No one knew where he was. Not even Justin Hume, his best friend. The police immediately began a thorough search after finding Gabriel's car, the broken phone, and the blood. Helicopters and search teams were involved in the ongoing search through the night and into the next morning. People who said they had seen the boy began calling in droves as word spread about his disappearance. The teenager was spotted strolling down the highway. According to 5 witnesses, he was walking toward the park by himself. Gabriel even responded to a caller who inquired about his well-being by saying, "Yes." The young man's mysterious disappearance was not the first or even the second incident in the county, which was the most horrifying part. Within 5 miles of where Gabriel's car was discovered, 2 other young boys had disappeared during the previous 6 years. Locals wanted the police to act right away because they believed he was the 3rd victim of the same kidnapper. Logan Schendelman and Matthew Anfelt were the names of the missing boys. Matthew and Logan played a lot of sports in their senior year, just like Gabriel did. There were notable parallels between the cases, especially in Logan's case. He had no reason to be in the southern part of the county, and his car was also discovered abandoned on the side of the road. Additionally, witnesses claimed to have seen the boys prior to their disappearances in both cases. But Logan and Matthew were never located. The FBI became involved early on because of these parallels and the urgency of Gabriel's investigation. The manager of North Carolina Power Systems, a company that specializes in diesel engine repairs, called the police while the massive search for the missing teen under mysterious circumstances was in progress. She stated that Daniel McCaw, one of their staff members, had not been showing up for work for 4 days and was not returning calls. She asked the officers to come to his house and see how he was doing because this was unusual for him, and he had never been missing before. When the officers got to his home in Orting, Washington, which is 45 minutes east of Olympia, they knocked on the door but got no answer. Through the doggy door, Daniel's German Shepherd dog ran outside. At the same time, they smelled a rotten smell, so they looked around for a way to get inside the house. An unlocked door to the laundry room allowed the officers entry. Daniel was lying on the floor when they got inside. He had been shot in the head and was lying in a pool of blood. At first, they thought he had committed suicide because there were no indications of forced entry. Nevertheless, no weapon was found close to the body, and a follow-up examination showed several stab wounds and an abdominal gunshot wound. The advanced state of decomposition made it difficult to determine the precise nature of the neck wounds. They discovered 2 empty holsters and casings for 9mm and .45 caliber firearms at the crime scene. Investigators came to the conclusion that the offender or offenders had used 2 distinct firearms, most likely taken from the victim. Only locals and the mailman had access to the man's elevated neighborhood residence, according to neighbors. How the offender could have muffled the gunshots was not immediately clear. It turned out, though, that although the locals were used to carrying guns, they did not meddle in one another's affairs. Even if someone heard something, they wouldn't think to call the police because they lived in relative isolation. During her talk with the police, Daniel's boss made a very intriguing comment. Daniel had split from Amanda Olafson, his fiancée, just 2 weeks prior. North Carolina Power Systems was another employer of Amanda's. Gabriel, her son, was the same Gabriel who had vanished the day before. It was an odd turn of events, and now the investigators had to figure out whether the murder of the 51-year-old man and the disappearance of the 16-year-old boy were related in any way. Thankfully, they could question Gabriel directly. On the evening of September 2nd, they located him in Thurston County, only 3 miles from the location of his car. Gabriel was found wearing only shorts, without a shirt, shoes, or even socks, and by himself in the dark in the woods. Gabriel said he didn't remember anything and didn't know where he had been when the detective asked him what had happened to him. The police found his response odd. Gabriel had no scratches, but his feet should have had some abrasions if he had been lost in the woods for 36 hours. The blood in his car also didn't match this. Gabriel didn't seem to be able to recall what had happened over the last 36 hours, possibly due to drug use. But in the end, the teenager's account was altered. He admitted that he broke the phone out of fear that the police would discover something that could be used against him. He went on to say that he was afraid of getting hurt, so he couldn't tell what had happened to him. This was a very strange and alarming statement, but since they couldn't force the boy to give an explanation, they let Gabriel return home to his family while detectives worked to determine what had happened. Kenneth, Gabriel's father, called the police the following day. He claimed that although his son did play a role in Daniel's death, it was only because Daniel's biker friends forced him to do so in order to steal something from the victim's safe. According to Kenneth, the biker gang approached his son because Gabriel had lived there and was familiar with the house's layout. If the boy didn't comply with their demands, they threatened to hurt him. Gabriel then confided in his friend Justin Hume about his problems, and the two came up with a solution. The police's evidence, however, painted an entirely different picture. Although the victim and the Amigos Motorcycle Club, which is connected to the infamous Bandidos Motorcycle Club, were connected, the police did not discover any proof that the Amigos Club was involved in the murder. In addition, one of Daniel's friends, who was also a club member, went to the victim's house a few hours after the body was found. When the detective told him about Daniel's passing, he was truly upset. Whatever was in the victim's safe, it had to be identified. When Daniel's mother gave the police the safe combination, she said that the contents would surprise and shock them. Amanda had called and told her that nobody knew how to open it, she said. Approximately 212 different kinds of weapons and ammunition, along with a few coins kept in plastic packets, were discovered by the detectives when they opened the safe. There were several packets containing illegally obtained pills and an empty jewelry box. There were details about his biker club in the notepad. There was obviously something the size of an ammunition box on the bottom shelf. Daniel took his safety very seriously, which was lucky for the investigators. He had a number of cameras in his home in addition to weapons. They assisted the police in figuring out what happened the night of the murder. The detectives discovered that Justin and Gabrielle spent a weekend getaway with their loved ones at Lake Panther on August 28. They left the campsite shortly after midnight and came back at about 6:30 a.m. The surveillance cameras at Daniel's house recorded their exact location, but their relatives were unaware of their whereabouts. Two young, slender men came up to the victim's house from the backyard at 1:50 a.m. On his belt, one of them carried a canister of pepper spray or something. The men wore masks that partially obscured their faces. One of them had on a ski mask, the other a medical mask and a baseball cap. They had flashlights on hand. Through the dog door came the young men. After a while, nothing happened. But at 2:41 a.m., the homeowner left the garage, went inside, and vanished from the camera. 6 minutes later, his German Shepherd was seen on camera hastily leaving the house through the dog door. After leaving through the side door, the unidentified men wandered for a few minutes between the house and the garage while carrying what appeared to be a toolbox or a crate of military ammunition. At 2:52 a.m., they finally left the crime scene, bringing with them what appeared to be a toolbox or a military ammunition crate. Gabriel informed his father that Justin followed Daniel after he came inside from the garage, stabbed him, and then there was a gunshot. The safe was in the garage, so Gabriel went there. At that moment, he says he heard 2 gunshots. On August 29th, the guys went back to their regular lives after disposing of the weapons close to Daniel's house. Gabriel, though, vanished prior to the 31st. He claimed that after bikers found him, they dragged him from his vehicle and struck his head against the steering wheel, spilling blood inside. Then, after beating him for a while driving around with him in a Suburban, the kidnappers let him go. Additionally, they mysteriously took his shoes and shirt and looked through the car for the stolen item from the safe. They found nothing because he didn't steal anything. As a result, the teenager chose to portray himself as a victim, similar to Danielle. That being said, this version isn't cohesive. Why couldn't the teenager enter the house and flee right away if bikers were the ones forcing him to commit the crime? Why wasn't everything finished sooner if, as Kenneth claimed, they had planned it? It was illogical. Once more, why did they enter the house when the safe was in the garage if the goal was to steal something? In any case, Justin and Gabriel were searched and taken into custody by police on the evening of September 2. They discovered a black ski mask and a handheld flashlight in Justin's home, and a black mask in Gabriel's vehicle. Gabriel showed the investigators where he had thrown the weapons close to the former Olympia Brewery in Tumwater after the police arrested the teenagers on September the 2nd. Similar weapons to the one used to shoot the victim were found by the detectives, a .45 caliber Sig Sauer pistol and a 9mm Ruger handgun. More than a dozen knives were also discovered. The firearms were found inside an ammunition box, the same type that vanished from the victim's safe. Although Daniel had friends among the bikers, the police did not discover any indication that they planned to murder the man or even steal anything from his home. The real reason for the crime is not disclosed. However, Gabriel's past might conceal the crime's motivation. He has encountered numerous difficulties in spite of his youth. Gabriel and his older sister were at the center of a terrible custody battle that started when Gabriel's parents divorced when he was just 3 years old. A 2010 court ruling stated that the children lived with their father on weekends and with their mother during the week. After Amanda separated from an abusive husband and remarried twice, the decision was not reviewed. Kenneth, however, sued her after she moved in with Daniel in 2018, alleging that the kids' grades suffered and they frequently skipped class. Additionally, he claimed that Daniel was violent, threatened Gabriel with a weapon, and even threatened Gabriel's sister, who is now 20 years old, and her boyfriend. Daniel acknowledged yelling at the sister's boyfriend when he became embroiled in the custody dispute, but he denied threatening him. The argument started when the boyfriend broke into the house and took a phone charger, but he now feels bad about how he handled the matter. In any event, a judge in 2018 ordered that Gabriel, then 12 years old, and his sister, then 16 years old, live with their father during the week and with their mother on the weekends. The chaos didn't stop there. Because of her subpar grades, Gabriel's sister was expelled from school in January 2019. The girl reported to the school psychologist that her father had grabbed her wrist with force and that he acted aggressively, particularly when intoxicated. This only had a short-term impact. It is unclear if this was the case or if Amanda and Daniel pressured her to obtain full custody. The children were ultimately ordered to live with their father by the court. Amanda and Daniel's arguments served as the background for all of this. According to Daniel's boss, they may have broken up because of his devotion to the biker club. Amanda gave him a choice, either she or the club, refusing to make concessions to the club. His reaction is unknown, but neighbors noticed her removing items from his home on August 13, about 2 weeks prior to the murder. Gabriel made friends with Justin Hume during this period, who also had a history of getting into trouble at a young age. He was accused of making false bomb threats in high school and threatening a classmate with a knife in middle school. As a result, he had to transfer schools as soon as the academic year started. There are numerous pictures of the boy at the shooting range with Gabriel, demonstrating his intense interest in firearms. They caused mischief at school. Daniel's murder might have been retaliation for the way his relationship with Amanda ended, or maybe Amanda is lying. Anyhow, only a teenager could imagine a biker gang sending a kid to carry out their duties. The Raymond Hall Juvenile Detention Center is currently housing Gabriel and Justin. Among the many charges against them are first and second-degree murder. Because of the high probability of them trying to flee, the bail amount for each teen is set at $1 million. When police arrived to arrest Gabriel, Justin's family was seen packing their belongings into a car, suggesting that they were probably planning to flee. Gabriel has previously staged a disappearance to avoid being held accountable for his actions. The teenagers will face adult trials. Notably, the Supreme Court in Washington decided in May 2021 that a person under the age of 21 cannot be automatically sentenced to life in prison without the chance of parole. Therefore, after serving 20 years, they might be eligible for release if found guilty. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Every person in this world wishes to find his or her true love, with whom he hopes to live until the end of his life. Unfortunately, not every love story ends happily. Karen and Gordon Anderson's youngest child, Haley Anderson, was born in Westbury. After graduating from high school, she studied nursing at Binghamton University Medical Center. Haley worked part-time at a coffee shop for the first 3 years of her studies before securing a position in the emergency department of a Long Island hospital. Haley has always wanted to work in a hospital to help people who are described as strong, independent, kind, and always smiling. Haley had a large number of friends. She was a fan of the hippie subculture, believing that youth should be spent engaging in entertainment and developing open relationships. Haley and her roommates spent the late hours of Thursday, March 8, 2018, playing board games and drinking. The gathering ended just before 4 a.m. Then, they all went to bed. When Haley's roommate, Josie Arden, woke up a few hours later, she wasn't surprised that Haley wasn't in bed, given their independent college lifestyles. However, as the day progressed and Haley failed to show up for a planned meeting with Josie and other friends at a bar, concerns grew. Notably, Haley had not posted anything on social media all day, and calls and messages to her cell phone had gone unanswered. Worried, Josie and another roommate used the Find My Friends app to locate Haley's iPhone, which led them to a home on Oak Street. This was the home of Orlando Tercero, another nursing student who had a brief on and off relationship with Haley that lasted just over a year. Orlando, a Miami native with Nicaraguan roots, was known for his academic diligence during the week and for partying with Sean on weekends. Josie, along with her roommate, Michaela Tobley, went to Oak Street to find out where Haley was. Earlier that day, the police were called to Orlando's home on Oak Street after his sister requested a welfare check in response to a distressing text message she received from him. When the police arrived, there was no response and the house appeared to be unoccupied. So they left, discovering nothing amiss. When Josie and Michaela arrived, they knocked on the door but received no response and the house appeared deserted. Despite this, they chose to remain motivated by their concern for Haley's well-being. When they noticed Orlando's car was missing, they checked their tracking app, which showed Haley's phone was still inside. Josie helped Michaela enter through an open window to find Haley in Orlando's bedroom, partially covered by bedclothes. Although they couldn't be certain, her power made them suspect she was dead. They quickly dialed 911, and both police and emergency personnel arrived, confirming Haley's tragic death. The cause was determined to be strangulation, and Orlando was not found. Haley and Orlando had an on and off relationship, with Haley eventually choosing to end it. While she wished to maintain a friendship, Orlando desired a more serious relationship. Over the course of about a year, Orlando sought a serious relationship, which Haley did not reciprocate, preferring not to be tied down during her college years. The investigation revealed a troubling incident. 6 months before Haley's tragic discovery, Orlando was seen shouting at Haley during a party on September 15, 2017, after learning she had reconciled with her ex-boyfriend Kevin Ocampo. Unhappy with this development, Orlando insisted on an exclusive relationship, which Haley declined, stating her desire to remain friends. Kevin slept over at Haley's apartment the next morning. When he left, he discovered that Haley's car tires had been slashed. When Haley reported the incident to the police, Orlando denied any involvement. Given that the damages exceeded $600, felony charges may be pursued to keep Orlando from suffering severe consequences. Haley chose not to press charges on the condition that he pay for the damaged tires. Haley's friends told the police that Orlando was obsessed with her, paying another visit to Eldred, driving by her apartment, and appearing to keep a constant eye on her. Despite this, Haley maintained contact with him because she didn't want him to feel excluded, and she still liked him. As the investigation delved into the events surrounding Haley's board game night with friends, the focus shifted to how she ended up at Orlando's house. Surveillance cameras near and outside Orlando's home were critical. According to the footage, Haley and Orlando entered his house together, with Haley appearing fine and willing. Hours later, Orlando was seen leaving the house alone, disposing of garbage, and then going to a nearby pharmacy to buy sleeping pills like Quil and melatonin before returning home. Following footage showed Orlando leaving again. 7 hours later, I was descending into the house's basement. Police suspected that at this point, Orlando attempted to commit suicide with hooks and a rope, resulting in injuries. The presence of blood on the basement floor supported this theory. They discovered what they thought was a suicide note written in Spanish with the English translation read, "I am deeply sorry about this. I never believed I was capable of doing this. Father, I'll see you soon." Orlando's father died 5 years ago. They believe the note was more than just a suicide note. However, a confession from surveillance footage showed Orlando leaving the house later with a suitcase, and authorities tracked his movements to G-Cake International Airport. He was discovered to have boarded a flight to Nicaragua using his dual citizenship, while his mother remained in the country. Despite his dual citizenship, US authorities charged Orlando with second-degree murder in the hopes of starting extradition proceedings. Extradition, on the other hand, was not mandatory in Nicaragua due to his citizenship. Nonetheless, Nicaragua launched a massive search for Orlando and found him in a hospital in the city of Leon. Only 5 days after Haley's death, he was seeking medical attention for injuries sustained during his suicide attempt. The extradition process was a year-long exchange between us and Nicaraguan authorities. Eventually, Nicaraguan authorities concluded that they had gathered sufficient evidence to charge Orlando and proceed with the trial. Contrary to US expectations, the trial would take place in Nicaragua, with charges that differed from those in the United States. Orlando was charged with femicide, a hate crime in Nicaragua that involves the murder of a woman because of her gender and previous relationship with the perpetrator. The differences were also evident in the courtroom proceedings. In Nicaragua, there was no jury. Instead, a judge heard arguments from both the prosecution and the defense before rendering a decision. Also, Orlando was not required to enter a plea. According to the prosecution's case, Haley willingly entered Orlando's home, and he strangled her to death shortly after, possibly while she was sleeping. The prosecution argued that Orlando's obsession with Haley had reached a dangerous level, and that if he couldn't have her, no one else should. They hypothesized that Orlando strangled Haley out of jealousy over her rejection of a serious relationship. This alleged rage had apparently been building up for 6 months, beginning at a party where Orlando discovered Haley had reunited with her ex-boyfriend. Witnesses from the United States testified via teleconference, recounting Orlando's obsessive behavior toward Haley, which included driving by and calling her apartment, as well as details about the slash tires incident. The judge viewed surveillance footage from outside Orlando's house, which showed him entering with Haley and leaving alone. The court also heard about Orlando's attempted suicide and the note he left for his family, which added context to Haley's tragic death. Dr. James Tersey, the pathologist who performed Haley's autopsy, testified that her death was caused by asphyxiation from neck compression. The court learned that Haley was asphyxiated by manual neck compression, with an element of ligature strangulation visible due to the involvement of the necklace she was wearing. According to the prosecution, Haley was killed because she refused to be in a relationship with Orlando. He strongly disagreed with the defense press's conclusion that Orlando had no recollection of what happened that night. They claimed that Orlando was temporarily insane at the time Haley died as a result of his alcohol consumption. The defense only called one witness, psychiatrist Dr. Ronald Lopez Aguilar, to testify about Orlando's mental health. Dr. Lopez Aguilar informed the court that Orlando claimed to have no recollection of the murder. Orlando claimed that he drank heavily that night and awoke to find Haley dead, with no knowledge of what had happened. The psychiatrist also told the court that it was impossible to know Orlando's state of mind at the time of the murder. However, in terms of his current mental state, Dr. Lopez Aguilar claimed that there were no discernible issues. The defense contended that Orlando, who is not known for violence, may have been provoked, complicating our understanding of the events leading up to Haley's tragic death. After a 90-minute deliberation, Judge Fabiola Betancourt issued a verdict, finding Orlando guilty. She stated that Orlando's actions stemmed from his refusal to recognize Haley's autonomy in making relationship decisions. Judge Betancourt determined that Orlando killed Haley as a form of punishment for rejecting him. She sentenced Orlando to 30 years in prison for femicide, emphasizing all women's fundamental right to life. Broome County District Attorney Steve Cornwell, who has closely followed the case, remarked on the unprecedented collaboration between two governments and law enforcement agencies. Despite initial concerns, US authorities were pleased with the seriousness of the trial, emphasizing that it was not a mere spectacle but a genuine legal proceeding. Orlando chose to appeal his conviction, which was heard by 3 Nicaraguan magistrates. The defense argued that Orlando was drunk and temporarily insane at the time of his murder. They did, however, request a new psychiatric evaluation for the appeal, preferring a forensic psychiatrist with experience in temporary insanity defenses over a court-appointed psychiatrist, as was the case during the trial. During the appeal, the defense argued that Orlando should not have been charged with femicide, claiming that if convicted of second-degree murder in the United States, his sentence would have been shorter than the 30 years he received for femicide. They asked for a review of the sentence on this basis. However, the magistrates denied Orlando's request for a new psychiatrist and declined to reduce his sentence. He was ordered to remain in prison, serving the 30-year sentence imposed during the trial. Law enforcement officials in the United States have stated unequivocally that if Orlando is ever released and returns to the country, he will be arrested for second-degree murder. Karen and Gordon Anderson, Haley's parents, thanked the court for its decision. Karen admitted that she had not seen any remorse from Orlando, only regret for not being able to reduce his sentence. She stated that while she felt 30 years was insufficient, she appreciated the court's efforts to convict him to the fullest extent of the law. Gordon said he believed justice had been served and thanked the Nicaraguan court system. He stressed the importance of remembering Haley as a caring individual. She was a vibrant individual with a zest for life who was dedicated to spreading happiness and love. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Sherry Miller, who used sex, lies, and internet chat to plan a horrific crime, was arrested in February 2000. This crime is widely regarded as the first internet-related murder in the United States. On December 22, 2000, Sherry Miller, a typical American mother of three, was convicted of second-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree premeditated murder. She maintained her innocence for nearly 17 years before pleading guilty. In 2016, she confessed, saying, "I have ruined many lives. It's time to put an end to the lies and tell the truth." Bruce and Sherry were born and raised in Flint, Michigan, a poor town that once played an important role in the Midwest auto industry. Sherry Paulette Kitley Miller was born on October 13, 1971, and recalls a difficult childhood. The girl grew up without a father, and her mother lived a dissolute lifestyle, drank heavily, and frequently changed men. Sherry's childhood was spent in a trailer with her mother's men, who frequently offended her. Sherry claims to have been abused since she was 3 or 4 years old. At 16, the girl was abandoned. At 17, she married, became pregnant, and gave birth. The marriage ended sometime later. Sherry got remarried and divorced again. Her second husband, Tribby, was found guilty of second-degree child abuse after hitting his child hard, causing multiple skull fractures. Sherry clearly chose the wrong men. Tribby was also tried for abusing his 6-year-old stepdaughter, but he was found not guilty due to insufficient evidence. Sherry flitted from one man to the next, looking for someone who could care for her. By the age of 26, Sherry was a single mother with 3 children, from different men, working in a nursing home and selling Mary Kay cosmetics to make ends meet. She wasn't a model-like beauty, but she was undeniably attractive and charming. In 1997, the 26-year-old woman began working as an accountant for Bruce Miller's company, B&O Auto Salvage. At this point, Sherry realized that the 47-year-old successful business owner was the ideal man to provide her with stability and comfort. Bruce Leroy Miller was born on July 26, 1951. He, like many Flint residents, worked for General Motors for several years when he was younger. After leaving GM, Bruce continued in the auto scrapping business. In fact, he owned and operated an auto junkyard that took in old cars and resold their parts. Bruce was married 3 times, enjoyed racing, socializing with others, and was always generous and open. At first, he had no interest in his new employee, Sherry Kitley. Bruce only assisted a single mother in a difficult life situation, but Sherry managed to entice Bruce, and an office romance developed despite the 20-year age difference. The couple's relationship progressed rapidly. Bruce was flattered by a young woman's attention, and the couple quickly progressed from dating to living together. 4 months later, on April 23, 1999, a wedding was held in one of Las Vegas's chapels. Cherie and her children moved in with Bruce, and she discovered the stability she had long sought. Bruce's brother, Chuck Miller, later told the television program Snapped, "She always said Bruce was the best thing that ever happened to her. She finally had a normal life, and a man who could afford to make her happy." Chuck's wife, Judy, said, "Bruce was overwhelmed by the pretty young blonde whom he thought was the perfect wife. Only friends expressed concern about Cherie's need to spend money shopping beyond her means. She immediately maxed out her credit cards and spent all the money she could find. I was trying to fill a constant void," Cherie later explained. Despite her friends' concerns, her hard-working husband ignored his wife's spending habits. In any case, Cherie also worked. She was a Mary Kay cosmetic salesperson, so she could sell products to customers at home or while traveling across the country. Her husband even bought her a computer to help her manage her finances. This purchase proved to be a game-changer. Cherie Miller accidentally discovered adult chat rooms on the internet while searching for a vacation destination on her home computer. In 1999, social networking did not exist, and text messaging was not widely used. Instead, people communicated through online chat rooms, some of which were adult in nature. These were places where you could flirt anonymously, share your fantasies, and experience virtual romance. According to friends, Bruce was aware of his wife's online flirtation, but thought it was harmless. He adored his wife, was happily married, intended to adopt her children, and preferred to trust rather than cloud his family life with suspicion. Cherie quickly adjusted to the virtual world and became accustomed to logging into chat rooms and sharing her most intimate sexual fantasies with complete strangers under various promising aliases. Detective Kevin Shanlian, who investigated the murder case, told the court that Cherie used at least 25 different aliases. It wasn't until 2016 that she confessed, "I didn't get up from behind this computer. Bruce worked at the store, and he had his own business, so he was away a lot. I spent hours flirting online. I wanted to control everything, obsessively control people who trusted me. It was like a video game, and every man and every relationship was a new level for me. And every level was harder." Jerry Cassaday, also known as Rena Dudes, was born on October 6, 1960, in Kansas City, Missouri. He married, raised a son, enjoyed deer hunting with his brothers, and aspired to become an FBI agent while working as a homicide detective. Jerry reported corruption involving falsified records to one of his co-workers. As a result, he was demoted and eventually forced to resign after 9 years of service. Jerry did the right thing, but the move ended his career. Jerry became depressed, started drinking, and abused substances. His marriage ended. He eventually recovered, moved to Reno, Nevada, and worked as a security guard at Harrah's Casino. In his spare time, he frequented chat rooms, where he met Cherie Miller. Hot correspondence began, and in July 1999 they met in person in Reno, where Cherie attended the Mary Kay convention with her friend. When the online romance turned into a physical affair, Jerry Cassaday believed his life was about to improve. Cherie stated that she was a wealthy businesswoman, living with a disabled husband, and was looking for a sexual encounter on the side. Jerry believed her, and his friend and colleague Carol Slaughter would later recount. Cherie came into Jerry's life when he was at rock bottom. His marriage had broken up. He was in a new neighborhood with no friends. Jerry fell hard for Cherie, telling his friend Carol Slaughter that Cherie does absolutely everything in the bedroom. Throughout the summer and fall, Cherie used her cosmetics business as a cover for trips to Reno. When Cherie and Jerry were not together in Reno, they exchanged instant messages and emails of a sexual nature, including videos. Soon, they even renamed their accounts, with Cherie calling herself Jerry's Fool and Jerry calling himself Cherie's Fool. It would seem that the ex-cop should have sensed something amiss, but the emails full of declarations of love apparently blinded him. Whether Jerry was simply gullible, flawed, or broken, he was an easy target for Cherie Miller. She wove a web of deception rather quickly and convinced him that he needed to kill her husband. The effect on Jerry was quite obvious to those who knew him. His acquaintances said that after this woman appeared, their friend became like a person with bipolar disorder, overly excited and active before she arrived, and painfully depressed after she left. As early as September, Cherie announced that she was pregnant with Cassiday's child. She sent him pictures of a positive pregnancy test in her belly. A short time later, Cherie revealed that her husband, Bruce Miller, found out about the pregnancy and beat her, causing her to lose the baby. In fact, in 1995, Cherie had undergone a fallopian tube ligation and could no longer have children. Jerry had no way of knowing this and believed his lover's lies. Very soon after losing the baby, Cherie announced that she was pregnant again. This time, however, she was pregnant with twins. Jerry begged his beloved to leave Bruce, take the children, and come to live with him. Cherie explained that she couldn't do it because Bruce had connections in the mafia and he wouldn't let them leave for nothing. Supposedly, she was afraid for her life and Jerry's life. The young woman continued to drive to Reno. At one point, Jerry was arrested for drunk and disorderly conduct at the casino. There was a pause in online correspondence for the duration of the arrest. When Jerry got out, he decided not to put Cherie in any more danger of being exposed to her husband, Bruce, and returned to Missouri to try to reconnect with his family. The couple continued their relationship online. Cherie sent photos of ultrasounds and her growing belly. "I just bulged out my belly. Jerry wanted to believe it so badly that I had no doubt he would see the pregnancy even if it wasn't there," Miller would later say. Soon, on November 5, 1999, Jerry Cassiday received an email, presumably from Bruce Miller, in which he wrote that he knew about everything and would not let the bastards be born. A concerned Jerry tried to contact Cherie. Hours later, she texted him herself, informing him that she had to leave for a few days and that she would text him later. The next day, Jerry received a message from Bruce and learned that he had forced his wife to have an abortion. Attached to the letter were photos of a battered Cherie. "I remember standing in front of the mirror trying to draw bruises on my stomach," Cherie would later recount. Jerry had reached a tipping point. His children, not one but two twins at once, had been killed by Bruce Miller. He was again devastated and full of anger. He blamed Bruce for the deaths of his 3 children and the abuse of the woman he loved. After reconnecting with Cherie the next day, November 8th, Jerry said he couldn't go on like this. He would kill her husband. The couple set about devising a plan to kill him. They worked out routes, parking spots, and even the best place and time to get to the dump. Jerry then made the long drive from his home to Michigan. That same evening, as Bruce planned to leave work, he received a call from Cherie, and following the plan, asked if he could pick up a pizza on his way home. Distracted by the conversation, Bruce did not notice a man approaching him from behind, pointing his 20-gauge shotgun at him and pulling the trigger. After committing the crime, Jerry went home, and Cherie began the next part of the plan. She called Bruce's brother, Chuck, said she was very worried about her husband's long absence, and asked Chuck to drive to the junkyard and see if everything was okay. When Chuck got there, he found his brother dead on the floor in a pool of blood. He had been shot in the chest with a shotgun at close range, according to eyewitnesses. When Cherie learned of Bruce's death, she began screaming and crying. The crime scene was quickly discovered, but no trace or evidence of the suspect remained. Detectives learned that Bruce carried large amounts of cash, and they initially thought his death may have been the result of a botched robbery. As the dead man's wallet was missing, John Hutchinson, a friend and employee of Bruce's who had recently borrowed $2,000 from him, came under suspicion. Police questioned Hutchinson, searched his home, and confiscated weapons. John adamantly denied involvement. The search was inconclusive, and despite the fact that Hutchinson failed a polygraph test, he was eventually released. A theory of murder due to falsification of vehicle identification numbers was considered. However, none of the options gave any leads, and soon the case was closed. Meanwhile, according to Bruce's sister, Judy Miller, Cherie's behavior did not fit most people's idea of a grieving spouse. 2 days after the death of her supposedly beloved husband, she was already dancing in a bar in Ottisville, Michigan, and looked happy. 2 weeks later, she had a boyfriend, and it wasn't Jerry Cassaday, but a local delivery boy named Jeff Foster. The goal was accomplished. It was like Sherry had passed a level in a video game, and the former lover was no longer interesting. Here's an improved version of your text with proper grammar and punctuation. Jerry thought he would be with the woman he loved after the murder. After all, he killed for her, but that did not happen. She began to distance herself. A month after the murder, she moved her new boyfriend, Jeff Foster, into the house she used to share with her husband and completely severed her relationship with Jerry, leaving him devastated. It was probably at this point that Cassaday realized he had murdered an innocent man in cold blood, and guilt overtook him. 3 months later, on February 11, 2000, Jerry shot himself in his Odessa, Missouri apartment with a .22 caliber rifle. His body was discovered in a chair with an open Bible in his lap, on murder. "Thou shalt not kill, and whosoever shall kill shall be liable to judgment." He judged himself, pleaded guilty, and committed suicide. In an interview a few days after the body was removed, Cassaday's mother said that family members were cleaning the apartment and found a briefcase under the bed with 3 suicide notes and an envelope taped to the outside. Jerry wanted revenge on the woman who had broken his heart. The former detective confessed to killing Bruce Miller because he believed Bruce had abused Cherie and caused the deaths of his 3 children. "I went over there, killed him. I was such a fool, but now everyone will know the real reason I became depressed. I couldn't tell anyone the truth. She wanted to get the money and get rid of her husband. She got her way, but she soon realized she couldn't do that to others. I now realize it was all a lie." Jerry attached printed transcripts of instant messages with Cherie, in which, between intimate episodes, she gave him directions on how to find the dump, where to park to avoid being seen, and other important information. The Cassaday family's attorneys contacted the Jesse County Sheriff's Department and relayed the information. On February 22, 2000, police waited for Sherry Miller as she was getting off a plane with her boyfriend, Jeff Foster, and they were returning from a trip to Reno. She was charged with second-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder. Prosecutors believed Cherie was a skilled manipulator who convinced her lover to kill her husband under false pretenses. On December 12, 2000, the state of Michigan's trial against Sherry Miller began, and her case made national headlines due to the unusual nature of an internet-related crime. The prosecution shared thousands of messages between Cherie and Jerry, demonstrating the woman's lies. She was never abused, and she was never pregnant with Jerry. According to the prosecution's version, Cherie wanted Bruce's death because a divorce would not have provided her with enough money. However, the defense argued that the young woman received only a small amount of money after her spouse's death, despite the fact that she would have lived a much more affluent life during her lifetime. The defense also claimed that Jerry Cassaday fabricated evidence in order to exact revenge as an abandoned lover. Cherie denied writing the messages describing the crime, implying that Jerry had forged the messages using his experience as a homicide detective. However, police discovered evidence of the messages on Cherie's computer. Cherie told the jury that the sexual communication between her and her lover was just part of an online fantasy, and that she lied about her pregnancy to help Jerry deal with depression and about the abuse to convince Jerry to leave her alone. On December 22nd, Miller was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison on the murder charge and 54 to 81 years on the conspiracy charge. In 2007, she was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder and found to have other mental illnesses while in prison. Cherie began treatment and filed an appeal. She even managed to get married for the 4th time. Michael DeNoia saw the story on the news and couldn't resist the woman's charm. In 2009, a federal judge overturned Sherry Miller's conviction, stating that Jerry's suicide letter should not be used as evidence because Cassaday is no longer alive, and the defense cannot cross-examine him. The judge ordered a new trial and set a bail amount. In 2016, Sherry Miller, in a 4-page typewritten letter to a district judge, abruptly admitted her role in her husband's death. This came as a surprise because no one expected her to do so voluntarily. In 2012, the court reinterpreted the admissibility of the suicide letter, and Cherie was returned to jail to serve the remainder of her original sentence. Many saw the letter sent to the judge as just another attempt to gain sympathy or profit. Something happened inside me when I had to return to prison after 3 years of freedom. I had my daughter and granddaughter living with me. I begged my daughter not to join me. She refused to listen as I was led back to the prison. As I walked through the sliding doors, I noticed my daughter crying so hard. I recall hearing her scream, "No, Mommy, don't go." At that point, the full consequences of what I had done to Bruce, his friends, his family, Jerry, his friends and his family, hit me full force. They will not see them again. Bruce was an excellent man. Cherie Miller wrote about her husband, "He never hurt me or my children. All he did was love us. He wanted to adopt my children. He simply wanted a family. The only man who loved me, and I had him killed." In 2022, Cherie gave a public interview to a popular TV station. She admitted that Bruce was not involved in the mob and never abused her. She admitted that she used makeup to fake bruises and faked ultrasound scans to manipulate Jerry. Cherie admitted that she didn't do it for the money. She said that she was afraid Bruce would find out who she really was and felt that it would be easier for him to be killed than to learn the truth about her. Because of this, she declined a plea bargain that would have resulted in 15 years instead of a life sentence. According to Cherie, it took a public story to help her reconcile with herself. "It's still difficult for me to look in the mirror realizing what I did. I've been waiting to tell the truth and hopefully find peace with it." Cherie Miller is still incarcerated at the Huron Valley Women's Complex in Michigan. She is not eligible for parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Carrie Swenson never would have thought that biathlon would become her life's work, but she most likely learned to ski before she could walk. This sport just didn't exist before for women. Women were finally permitted to compete in biathlons in 1983. The USA squad competed in the first Women's World Championship in Chamonix, France, but did not qualify for the first Women's European Cup, even though many of them had undergone years of intense training. Carrie Swenson, a 22-year-old American, began with the customary 10-kilometer race. She came in 5th place, directly behind the Soviet athletes, who were regarded as the sport's unbeatable leaders. She finished 13th in the 5-kilometer sprint, the best among her teammates. But the relay was where the team, and Carrie personally, truly triumphed. Carrie and her teammates became the first American medalists, while the Americans finished in 3rd place. Following the conclusion of the biathlon season, Carrie went back to Montana and organized the summer of her dreams. She worked at Lone Mountain Ranch, a well-known tourist ranch, and ran trails in the backcountry in her spare time. Carrie let the night air into her bedroom by opening the window. She had earned her microbiology degree from Montana State University that morning. Her parents celebrated her graduation and her brother Paul's 21st birthday with a party after the ceremony. Just the summer before, they had relocated to the Lone Mountain Ranch in the Big Sky region to practice and take in the mountains, just like they had as kids. She had dreamed since she was 5 years old that she would leave to pursue her dream of studying veterinary medicine after one more year of competitions. Unaware that her dreams would soon be dashed by the self-centered schemes of 2 recluses, Carrie turned off the light in her room and contentedly fell asleep. Carrie was unaware of the 2 men's conversation that was going on in the mountains a few kilometers away. The younger man was clearly irritated. Though he felt lonely in the mountains and yearned for female companionship, he generally enjoyed living away from people and their rules. "Do you recall the plans we talked about to find a woman for ourselves, Dad?" After giving his 18-year-old son a close examination, the father questioned, "Do you believe the time has come?" The son confidently nodded in response. Carrie ran around Old Ray's Lake on Sunday, July 15th. Bob Sharp, the proprietor of the snack bar where she worked, had informed her that he had spotted a grizzly bear nearby, and she was keen to see one for herself, so she decided to take this route. Carrie ran pretty fast as usual, paying attention to her breathing. She only realized there were 2 men in front of her at the last second. The strangers appeared disheveled. The younger one had a knife and a pistol in his hands, and neither of them was grinning. The hunting season was long over, but there were still rifles lying by a tree. The men made it clear to Carrie that they had no good intentions without taking their eyes off her. Regretfully, she saw them too late to turn around and flee. An adrenaline rush brought on by fear caused Carrie to run even faster, attempting to get past the strangers as fast as she could. But her plan didn't work. On the trail, the older man leapt directly in front of her and took hold of her wrist. He took hold of her other hand before she could respond. Unable to escape their hold, Carrie chose to keep her composure and use her cunning. She was scared by the wild expression in the older man's eyes. Remain composed. Avoid upsetting them, she thought. She pleaded, "Please, let me go." "No, we don't often see attractive girls like you. We would like to speak with you. What is your name?" He held Carrie even closer as he asked. He started questioning her about who she lived with, whether she was married, and other things. Carrie tried to scream, but the man quickly silenced her after realizing she wouldn't be easily freed. After letting go of her left hand, the stranger hit her in the face and tied her up with a rope. The men promised to hold her for 4 or 5 days before releasing her if she didn't enjoy living in the mountains, but she could tell by their smirks that they were more likely to exploit her weakness and end up killing her. She kept telling herself, "It's just a nightmare," hoping to wake up at any second. However, she knew it wasn't a dream because of the throbbing pain in her face and wrist. Carrie attempted to reason with them by stating that her friends and family would find her. The older man retaliated by threatening to shoot anyone who attempted to save her. In order to avoid being seen, the men rushed on, hoping to get deeper into the forest and away from the lake. All Carrie could do was let them pull her along on the rope. In order to make sure she wouldn't run in the wrong direction when she had the opportunity to flee, she covertly memorized the area while feigning submissiveness. As though kidnapping girls were a daily occurrence for the men, they strolled alongside each other, engaging in casual conversation. They talked about how they felt about the mountains, laws, and society. The elderly man voiced his displeasure with the way the area had developed, especially the fact that farmers were permitted to graze their animals on his property. He assured the younger man that he could acquire all life's necessities without going back to school or abiding by social norms. Carrie came to the conclusion that her captors were probably mentally ill as a result of these discussions. Carrie requested water and said she needed to rest in an effort to slow their pace. They decided to take a rest. As they got closer to a swamp, Carrie was horrified to see the older man start drinking from it. She attempted to alert him to the harmful bacteria found in the swamp, but he dismissed her worries, claiming to have never heard of it before. She also took a few sips, reluctantly. She observed that when she pretended not to be afraid of the kidnappers, they acted less violently. Carefully, Carrie began asking them how long they had been residing there without being aware of the risks associated with drinking water from the nearby swamp. They responded that although they had lived in the mountains for 12 years, they were still relatively new to the area. Carrie felt even more uneasy when the younger man smirked and added that they were in dire need of female companionship. Then they went on their journey. In an attempt to leave hints for her loved ones who would be looking for her, Carrie tried to step on soft ground and break twigs. Sadly, the older man saw her attempts and stopped them. Carrie, however, obstinately continued to make marks, and the older man continued to erase them because she had nothing to lose. They went on in this manner, and Carrie noticed that no one had yet begun searching for her when she looked at her watch. Only 4 o'clock in the afternoon had arrived. Alan Goldstein, Carrie's friend and co-worker who instructed visitors in shooting at the ranch, started to question why her run was taking so long. He was worried that she might not have been able to return home by herself because she might have run into a bear or twisted her ankle. Carrie was being led farther and farther from the ranch by the strangers in the meantime. They asked her whether she could walk 60 kilometers in a day. After talking about how far they needed to go, she declined to respond. It was impossible for her to tell her captors that she could run 50 kilometers in hilly terrain while training. They might go more slowly if they believed she was weaker than she actually was. Now she was certain they would not allow her to survive. Not today. Not in 4 or 5 days. They wouldn't give up their valuable independence for her. Carrie kept studying the men quietly. They were remarkably similar to one another in addition to having a similar philosophy. Her suspicion that they were father and son grew. Carrie was aware that people would soon begin searching for her, but nothing had scared her more than the idea of her parents or friends becoming the victims of her captors. Making an escape was one way to avoid this. She changed her strategy after pleading fail. "Change your tactics when you're losing," her tennis coach would often say. "When you have the chance to alter your approach, why keep playing a losing game?" Before deciding to take a night's rest at around 5 o'clock, the men chained her to a tree, drastically reducing her chances of escaping. Carrie was the centerpiece of the feast that the black flies and mosquitoes were enjoying. She was tired, thirsty, hungry, and afraid for her life. Now chained close to the tree, she saw a number of rocks, one of which might be used to break a chain link. It was time to try the new tactic. At night, Carrie made the decision to become intolerable. "Hey, standing by the tree is getting old to me," she insisted. "Leave the chain loose so I can sit down." Despite their confused expressions, the men let her sit. She tried to reach for the rock in private, her eyes closed as though she were sleeping. Sadly, the younger man saw her attempt and took away every rock within her reach. She kept acting rude and demanding feminine products at around 8 p.m. because she was freezing and the mosquitoes were driving her crazy. The older man began discussing how they had many of his ex-wife's belongings in the underground cave where they lived after the younger man, whom the older one called Dan, gave her a shirt and socks. He continued by saying that those caves were very comfortable and that they would never be discovered there. In the distance, Carrie heard a voice. Regretfully, her captors also heard it. A plane appeared in the sky at the same time. Carrie was unaware that the plane was looking for her, but the men were startled and put out the campfire right away. It is obvious that they were surprised that someone would look for the hostage so quickly. The plane circled the forest for about an hour before taking off. Carrie waited anxiously for the night to come and to see what they would do to her. But as they sat quietly by the smoldering fire, they left her alone. When night fell, they lay in one sleeping bag and gave her the other. Carrie's coworkers became increasingly concerned as the sun started to set. They began looking for her 2 hours after she was expected to arrive at work. Carrie's friends and family split up into 4 groups and were each given a specific area to search. In order to get assistance flying over the forest, Carrie's father, Rob Swenson, contacted a friend who was a pilot. He was filled with fear when Bob Sharp told him that Carrie might run into a grizzly bear on that trail. For several hours, the teams combed the areas where Carrie was likely to run while calling her name. However, they had to halt the search as night fell. When their father got back from the airstrip, Carrie's brother Paul discovered him at the ranch. His father appeared pale and anxiously restless. Paul went to his room and asked his father to notify him as soon as there was any update on Carrie because he needed some alone time. After a hasty shower, he collapsed on his bed. Then he caught sight of Carrie. Like a captive animal, she was chained to a log. Nearby, the men sat around the campfire. His sister was in tears. Paul hoped it was only a bad dream when he woke up from this terrible nightmare, not knowing what it might mean. They would resume their search as dawn broke, and they would undoubtedly locate her in the morning. To Carrie's surprise, the captors only moved the camp roughly 50 meters from the original campsite when they made the decision to move it. Dan didn't think twice about using his gun to go hunting and shoot a squirrel for breakfast, in spite of the continuous search for her. The older man insisted that Carrie turn over her shorts while Dan was making breakfast, claiming that their vivid red hue drew too much attention. After taking them, he returned to the former campsite. This gave Carrie a chance to speak with Dan alone. By claiming that he was too young for such crimes, she attempted to convince him to allow her to return to her family. Dan said, "No, you're cute, and you'll stay with me," after giving her a close look without showing any signs of regret, worry, or a smile. Carrie received her shorts, which were smeared with soot from the earlier campfire, from the second kidnapper when he returned. Carrie began putting on the shorts in her sleeping bag while fighting back tears. She was nearly finished when she noticed someone flat on the ground and heard rustling in the bushes to her right. Dan sprang to his feet and pulled his gun from its holster. Carrie yelled, "Remain back! Keep your distance! They will shoot because they are armed!" "Stop talking!" The older man grabbed his rifle and gave an order. "Get out! They will murder you!" Carrie yelled once more. Abruptly, a loud noise reverberated and she was flung back. She smelled the gunpowder and felt the searing pain pierce her chest. "I didn't mean to shoot her," Dan said again, startled. "I didn't mean to." Amazingly, Carrie believed she had been shot right before rescue arrived. No attempt was made by the kidnappers to assist her, but someone else appeared from the bushes to the left. It was Jim Schwalbe, another ranch worker. Evidently, he was unaware that the kidnappers were criminals and thought they were a rescue team attempting to assist Carrie, possibly hitting her by accident while frightening off a bear. Jim dropped his backpack on the floor and hurried over to Carrie. Only then did he realize the truth when he noticed the chain around her waist beneath the sleeping bag. While he was still being threatened with the rifle, he insisted that the older man take Carrie's chain off of him. Dan dropped his gun to the floor and removed the chain's key. Jim then told Alan Goldstein, one of the kidnappers, to flee for assistance. However, it seems that Alan had already discovered their true nature. The kidnappers were surrounded by 200 people, so he yelled that he was armed and told them to surrender. Carrie let out a painful scream as Dan yanked the chain violently. The older man pointed the rifle at Alan as Jim turned to face them. "No!" Carrie let out a gasp. Everyone heard something fall in the grass and heard a shot. The kidnapper had already vanished from view when Jim hurried to the fallen friend. Jim was already too far away when the older man reloaded the rifle and pointed it in his direction. With haste, the abductors stuffed their things into their backpacks, removed the chain, and even threw Carrie out of her sleeping bag, claiming she would no longer require it. Carrie and Alan lay on the cold ground, and they did nothing to help them. Carrie could hear Alan's radio crackling, but she dared not try to get to it because he was lying too far away. Her whole body felt cold, and she tried to crawl toward the extinguished fire with what was left of her strength. Hoping there were still warm logs to help the leaves catch fire, she tossed some leaves and twigs toward the fire while lying on her stomach. Carrie lost consciousness when she attempted to blow on them because she was too weak. An army of black ants raced toward her blood-soaked shirt as she awoke. No, she chased them off. She was reminded of her desire for life by these ravenous insects. Alan had fallen too far away for her to help him find the radio, but then she saw Jim's backpack close by. After struggling to unfasten the backpack with her icy fingers, she discovered a sleeping bag, a chocolate bar, and a water bottle inside. There was no radio. After successfully inserting her legs into the sleeping bag, Carrie opened the water bottle to find some warmth. She took a sip of what turned out to be warm lemonade and nibbled on the chocolate bar. Carrie attempted to approach Alan once more, but this time she had to pull the sleeping bag with her. She couldn't help but think of her brother Paul's reaction when he saw her crawling on the ground like a caterpillar. He would most likely chuckle and encourage her at every turn. She laughed at the absurd ideas that crossed her mind during these times. Unaware of the situation, other search teams carried on their work about 1.5 kilometers away from the shootout. Jim Schwalbe, breathing heavily, abruptly cut them off. To those around him, he yelled, "There were 2 guys. When Carrie yelled at us to keep away, they shot her and tied her to a log." "Is she alive?" Bob asked him. "She was when I fled, but she was shot by that scoundrel, and Alan was struck in the head by the elderly man." Carrie was losing life with each breath. The bleeding worsened as breathing became extremely challenging. She instinctively made a choice. She closed her eyes and found herself back on the biathlon track, where, like speed and accuracy, athletes systematically practice their breathing technique. Carrie was able to slow down her bleeding and heart rate by focusing and breathing very slowly, almost like in yoga. Strangely, the annoying flies that buzzed around her kept her awake. Jim was on her mind. Unless he encountered the kidnappers once more, he ought to have brought assistance by now. A few hours later, that grating buzzing noise was back. Searching for the source, Carrie noticed a helicopter hovering over the treetops. People were looking out of it as it paused right over her. "Please, locate us as soon as possible," she begged in silence. She heard the sound of a radio and the crack of branches as the helicopter took off. "Aid!" With all the strength she had left, she let out a cry. "She's right here," someone yelled. "We located her. Carrie, are you all right? Do you hear me?" "Yes," she said in response to a man's question. All she could do was smile, wishing she could yell, scream, or thank them for finding her. It was difficult to see what was coming next because her eyelids felt heavy. like they were made of lead. The police worked tirelessly to track down Carrie's kidnappers while she was being transported to the hospital. They had no idea that it would mark the start of a months-long search. The two fugitives are the only ones who are familiar with the hundreds of kilometers of local mountains and forests. For 5.5 months, the kidnappers were able to successfully elude the police, and the media romanticized their image, portraying Dan as a handsome prince and the other man as a strict and affectionate father. A local businessman even expressed interest in selling T-shirts featuring their pictures. The victims of their crimes were ignored by the journalists in the interim. Then, roughly 2 weeks prior to Christmas, Sheriff Johnny Franz got a surprise tip. In the woods on his ranch, one of his family members spotted smoke. Franz knew every inch of that ranch, having grown up there. The radio had sporadic signals in the mountains. It was dark, and the criminals might vanish at any time. The sheriff, however, hurried to their camp. Years later, he joked, "Why did I go there alone? Because that's what I was paid for." He came as fast as he could on a snowmobile, found the father and son, and was aiming for them. Without hesitation, the father drew his rifle and vowed to shoot. The sheriff responded by threatening to shoot his son twice. To get the father to listen, he had to use the boy's influence. The sheriff persuaded them that they could at last take a shower, eat healthily, and warm up. The sheriff had complete control of the situation in a matter of minutes. Dan and his father, Don Nichols, were taken into custody and charged with kidnapping. Don was also accused of killing Alan Goldstein. It was disclosed during the trial that the men had plotted the abduction for a number of years. About 5 or 6 years ago, Don Nichols bought a chain for his future bride because Dan wouldn't live in the mountains without a woman, and not all girls would accept their lifestyle. Carrie was meant to be the mother of his son's future children, and he had aspirations of starting his own clan and living apart from society. Don was released in 2017 after receiving an 85-year prison sentence. Dan only spent 6 of the 20 years he was sentenced to in prison. With his marriage, education, and decision to assist those with disabilities, it appeared that the young man had changed his life. He was, however, arrested once more in 2012 in relation to illicit substances. After spending 8 days in the hospital, Carrie started pushing the limits of her physical capabilities and conquering pain to hasten her recuperation as soon as she was released. Carrie recovered sufficiently by 1,986 to compete in triathlons in Oslo, Norway. Despite her 4th-place finish, the 3rd-place finisher acknowledged her abilities by inviting her to join her on the podium. Although it might have appeared to others that she was completely recovered, Carrie was aware that the injury and kidnapping had left a permanent mark that would never go away. During intense physical exertion, she still felt pain from scar tissue and the bullet shrapnel that was still embedded in her body, affecting nearby nerves. She therefore made the decision to give up competitive sports and concentrate on becoming a veterinarian, moving to Colorado to pursue her studies. Carrie Swenson, who has loved the outdoors since she was a young child, is a veterinarian in Bozeman, Montana, and still enjoys it today. She has turned into a harsh critic of the media's coverage of the kidnapping and hardly ever discusses what happened. She felt that the romanticization of the murderers and kidnappers as rugged mountain men skilled in wilderness survival was particularly inappropriate. Additionally, she thought that the media greatly minimized the emotional trauma of the kidnapping by making it seem more romantic than it actually was in the hands of the mountain people. The Nicholses may have lived in the mountains at times, but they couldn't survive there. At least, not without theft and robbery. Often leaving the woods for months and buying modern equipment, in the end they were so easy to catch because they froze, starved, and grew tired of mountain life. They are no true mountain men, Carrie wrote in a 2012 article for the local newspaper after Dan was arrested once more. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. On Wednesday, September 14, 2016, a fire broke out early in the morning at a corn woods near Grapevine Lake in Texas, United States. Firefighters successfully extinguished the fire, and during their investigation, they discovered what appeared to be a melted child's paddling pool with a charred body. The individual's gender could not be determined at that point. A subsequent fingerprint analysis identified the deceased as Jackie Vandergriff, a 24-year-old licensed esthetician studying nutrition at Texas Woman's University in Denton. Because she had not been reported missing, law enforcement believes she died shortly after her last known sighting. Jackie was last seen on September 13, one night before her charred body was discovered. That evening, she went to 2 bars in Denton, Fry Street Public House and Shots and Crafts. Jackie had been mutilated as well as burned. She'd been dismembered. The need to apprehend the perpetrators of such brutality was paramount. Following numerous tips about a man seen near the fire, law enforcement obtained footage of Jackie on the night of September 13. The footage showed her interacting with a man. Further investigation revealed that this man had given his business card to one of the women in the bar that night, claiming to be a fitness instructor and offering his services as a personal trainer. His name was given as Charles Bryant. Jackie and Charles had only met on the night of September 13 through a chance encounter. According to police, Jackie had gone to the bar with the intention of looking for work and meeting someone from Tinder that night, but she changed her plans. While at the bar, she conversed with the bartender and Charles, a 31-year-old man. They eventually joined a group of women and spent time together. Jackie's friends described her as sociable, frequently interacting with people she met on a night out. Charles had been at the Fry Street Public House since around 7 p.m. That evening, he had been with friends earlier, but he was alone in the bar when Jackie arrived around 8 p.m. She asked the bartender about job opportunities and lingered for a while, speaking with both him and Charles. The footage obtained by the police from inside the bar suggested that Jackie was having a good time. Surprisingly, just 45 minutes after her arrival, she tweeted, "I'm glad I decided to leave Tinder and walk to a bar." Jackie, the bartender, and Charles left the original bar around 9 p.m. and went to another nearby establishment. At the next bar, they met a group of women who stayed for about 45 minutes. As inclement weather, including heavy rain, set in, the patrons began making their way home. Jackie then left the bar with Charles and went to the store. This was Jackie's final appearance alive. Charles Bryant had a troubled past, which Jackie was unaware of on that fateful night. In the weeks before their meeting, Charles had been arrested 3 times. His only reason for being in the Denton area was Caitlin Mathis, his ex-girlfriend. Despite living 20 miles away in Hazlet, Charles's ex Caitlin had recently moved to Denton to attend the University of North Texas and was living on campus. Caitlin had taken legal action, filing a restraining order against him. Caitlin ended the toxic relationship in August 2016, just a few months before the tragic events unfolded, citing Charles' manipulative behavior and narcissism. Even after Caitlin ended their relationship and relocated to Denton, Charles continued to disrupt her life. Police stopped him on campus, resulting in a ban. After yielding, he kept attempting to communicate with Caitlin. Despite the campus ban, he showed up at the restaurant where she worked on August 31 and at Caitlin's door on September 6. Caitlin refrained from answering, fearing for her safety, and immediately contacted the police. Charles left flowers and a letter on her doorstep, prompting authorities to arrest him for trespassing. Charles posted a bond shortly after being arrested, which secured his release. Almost immediately, he contacted Caitlin via a newly created email address, writing, "Here I am, heartbroken, and with a criminal record for bringing the girl I love flowers." In response to these concerning developments, Caitlin obtained an emergency protective order to protect herself from further harassment and potential harm. Despite previous stalking arrests, Charles continued to attempt to contact Caitlin after another stalking arrest. He was released on bond 2 days later. On September 13th, a week after his most recent release, Charles returned to Denton, specifically to the Fray Street Public House, which Caitlin frequented. Although law enforcement was aware of Charles and Caitlin's troubled history, there was insufficient evidence linking him to Jackie's murder. While it was determined that he was with Jackie on the night of her death, more evidence was required. The opportunity to question him arose shortly after Jackie's body was discovered, when Charles attempted to contact Caitlin again, violating the restraining order. He was brought in for questioning on September 18, 2016. In the case of Jackie's death, the police had already gathered surveillance footage, interviewed people who were present at the bars, and tracked Charles' movements. Their investigation revealed that on September 14 at 4:41 a.m., Charles went to Walmart and bought a shovel. In addition, a children's paddling pool was discovered missing from his backyard, adding to the concerns surrounding the investigation. When questioned by the police, Charles initially claimed that he had only seen Jackie at the bar. However, as the detective presented a comprehensive and chronological overview of the evidence, it became clear that Charles understood he couldn't deny being with Jackie that night. Eventually, he admitted that Jackie died accidentally while they were together during a consensual but unconventional sexual encounter. Charles told the detective that after they left the bar, Jackie asked him to choke his car with a zip tie. Despite having a zip tie in his vehicle, the police questioned his story, leading to charges of murder and tampering with or fabricating physical evidence against him. The prosecution claimed that Charles and Jackie met that night, went to a second bar, and then returned to his home. During the trial, the medical examiner informed the jury that tests on Jackie's remains found no evidence of sexual assault. The prosecution claimed Jackie's death was not the result of a sexual encounter, but rather of a brutal assault that included strangulation with a zip tie, dismemberment with a knife, and subsequent incineration. According to the prosecution's narrative presented to the jury, the evidence would show that Charles and Jackie met at a bar on September 13th and left together in his car with no one else present. The prosecution emphasized that various pieces of evidence, such as items discovered and DNA testing, would confirm Jackie's presence inside Charles' home. The jury was shown surveillance footage from the bars, and testimonies from bar patrons and employees corroborated the claim that Charles and Jackie were together. The footage showed them leaving the bar at 9:46 p.m., getting into Charles' car and remaining in the parking lot for another 30 minutes before leaving. Subsequent surveillance footage from a dented gas station showed Jackie inside Charles' car at 10:30 p.m., the last confirmed sighting of her alive. Furthermore, Jackie's phone activity indicated a connection to a cell tower in Hazlet, Texas, at approximately 1:30 a.m. on September 14th, as well as the area surrounding Charles' residence. The jury learned that Jackie was carrying a Texas Woman's University bag at the bar, and a matching bag was discovered at Charles' home. A hair-covered zip tie was also discovered in the trash can outside his home. Notably, in Charles' backyard, there was a blue children's paddling pool similar to the one found burned. A circular barren spot near the pool hinted at the presence of another pool. Police discovered a knife inside Charles' home, which they believe was used in Jackie's stabbing and dismemberment, as well as a stun gun in his car. Both items were officially recorded as evidence. During the court proceedings, the medical examiner stated that Jackie died as a result of homicidal violence. It was noted that there was no soot in her airways, indicating that she had died. Ceased before her body was set ablaze. The medical examiner also testified that Jackie's hyoid bone had fractures as a result of upper neck force. A forensic anthropologist explained to the court that the hyoid bone is a U-shaped bone deep in the throat that acts as an anchor for the tongue. The forensic anthropologist testified that Jackie had a broken hyoid bone and fractured ribs. The injuries were found to be more likely to occur near the time of death and were not related to dismemberment. The anthropologist determined that the hyoid bone injury was consistent with strangulation, as it required direct pressure, which is typically caused by manual strangulation or the use of ligatures. However, because Jackie's soft tissue burned during the fire, it was impossible to say definitively whether the fracture was caused manually or by a ligature. The expert agreed that a zip tie could result in such an injury. Furthermore, Jackie sustained a head injury from blunt force trauma that was ruled unlikely to be post-mortem due to significant hemorrhaging stab wounds on her body that appeared unrelated to the dismemberment procedure. And the state's expert claimed that the wounds appeared to have been inflicted while Jackie was still alive, the expert explained. The fact that there was some bleeding around those stab wounds indicates that she was alive when they were received, so they could have bled. The jury discovered that Jackie's body sustained injuries after her death, including the opening of her chest and the removal of her heart, as well as multiple rib fractures. A DNA profile extracted from the zip tie, stun gun, and knife made it nearly impossible that the sample came from anyone other than Jackie. The DNA analyst testified that DNA was found on the stun gun, recovered from his car, and Jackie could not be ruled out as a major contributor. The defense presented its case, arguing that there was no evidence to support the claim that Jackie's death was caused by Charles' violent actions. Instead, They claimed Jackie died during a consensual sexual act. According to the defense, Charles, in a panic, attempted to dispose of Jackie's body. During the trial, defense witnesses discussed the concept of erotica asphyxiation, claiming that those who engage in such activities derive pleasure from depriving their brains of oxygen. The defense argued that a zip tie was used around Jackie's throat as part of a consensual sexual act, which led to her death. According to their account, Jackie's body went limp, which caused Charles to freak out. The defense argued that the subsequent dismemberment and burning of the body were impulsive and chaotic actions motivated by panic and intoxication. Joette Keene, Charles's attorney, acknowledged in her closing arguments that Charles made a terrible mistake, stating that he is guilty of making a horrible mistake when something goes wrong. There was no reason for a good-looking guy to kill that good-looking girl. In contrast, the prosecution's closing statements called into question the defense's narrative, claiming that there was no evidence to support the claim that Charles and Jackie engaged in sexual activity. They dismissed the defense's argument that Charles' panic is illogical, emphasizing the gravity of his actions. The defense claims he freaked out, but their own experts determined it was homicidal violence. Why cut out the heart? What is the significance of body disposal? He slashed her heart out. I want that image to sink in. The jury had to decide whether Jackie was murdered, killed on purpose, or died as a result of a consensual sexual act. They convicted Charles of murder and tampering with evidence. He was sentenced to life in prison for murder and 20 years for tampering. The sentences will be served concurrently. Prior to the trial, there was much speculation as to the possible motive. Prosecutors are concerned if there is no clear motive, as jurors prefer to hear a complete story and explanation of what occurred. They must be certain of their verdict before being convicted. And, in many cases, a motive strengthens the prosecution's case. In this case, the prosecution had no motivation. But does it matter? When does the evidence become clear? Do we require a motive? In cases like this, the motivation is usually sexual. However, the prosecution argued that there was no evidence of sexual activity. We don't need to know what went through Charles Bryant's mind that night. Did he want to do it? And he did. Jackie's parents have partnered with Texas Women's University to establish an endowment in her memory. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. What caused the beauty queen's life to be stolen? It is said that beauty is a strong force that can save the world, but regrettably, it does not always translate into happiness and can even cause problems. Gorgeous girls are constantly the focus of attention and typically have a large following. But in addition to admirers and customers, famous beauties and crowned beauty queens are surrounded by a large number of jealous people, well-wishers, and obsessive stalkers who sometimes act erratically. The terrible death of young Kimberly Oliveira became one of the most startling and impactful cases in South America. The girl who competed for the title of Miss Brazil and won other beauty pageants was cruelly and deceitfully deprived of her life. Her aspirations for popularity and recognition were drastically different from what the model had anticipated. People adored Kimberly's freshness and beauty, and her name did become well known outside of her home nation. Both the numerous heights she may have still attained and the horrible way she passed away in her prime period appalled them at the same time. Kimberly Oliveira was who? On February 26, 1998, Kimberly Karen Mota de Oliveira was born in the small, charming Brazilian town of Manacapuru, which is part of the state of Amazonas municipality of the same name. She grew up with her two younger brothers as the only daughter and eldest child in Nyla and Jose Oliveira's family. It might be claimed that the girl, who had Indian, Spanish, and Brazilian ancestry, won the genetic lottery. Her stunning appearance attracted the attention of everyone in her vicinity like a magnet. Kimberly was petite and feminine, with a brilliant smile, thick, opulent hair, and perfect skin. With both adults and peers comparing her to an angel, the beauty was accustomed to widespread attention, affection, and admiration. She loved swimming, participated in dancing and gymnastics from an early age, and was very particular about her looks and demeanor. She learned foreign languages, went to the theater frequently, read a lot, and did exceptionally well in school at the same time. Kimberly, who was already in her teens, started taking part in beauty pageants where she won prizes and posed for ads and clothing catalogs. Given that her mother, Nayla, was also a well-known beauty in her younger years and had won multiple titles, including Miss Manicure, she was certain in high school that she wanted to tie her life to the modeling industry. But after being married, Nayla gave up her modeling profession to support her family and raise their 3 kids. Kimberly enjoyed to pose in front of the camera and recognized her exceptional physical characteristics. She participated in exhibitions, was frequently featured in fashion magazines, and was formally crowned the most beautiful girl in her hometown. She was also a strong candidate for Miss Brazil and made it to the finals of the Miss Amazonas competition in 2017, ready to compete again. She might have advanced to renowned competitions like Miss World or Miss Universe if she had won. Oliveira was well aware, nevertheless, that charm and beauty were insufficient to prevail at this level. There, contestants are also assessed on their moral character, education, philanthropic endeavors, and other factors. Candidates for the title of Beauty Queen must also be free of criminal histories, legal troubles, and nude picture shoots. Kimberly avidly supported sports, good eating, and a healthy lifestyle on her social media sites. She also shared pictures from different photo shoots, talked about her life, and just engaged with her increasing fan base. Her page on a well-known social media platform reached tens of thousands of followers by 2019. The model wanted to inspire and motivate her followers by being a role model. She made the decision to go to college when she was 19 with the goal of becoming a dentist by enrolling in medical school. Kimberly relocated to Manaus, the capital and largest city, in order to accomplish this. Her maternal uncle Henry lived in the state of Amazonas. She went from a small, peaceful area to a large, busy city after passing the required tests and starting university, eventually relocating to her family home. Oliveira made friends, adjusted to her new surroundings fast, and managed to balance her education with involvement in various projects and sports commercial campaigns. Tenacious and crafty admirer. When Kimberly had free time between studying and picture assignments, she would typically hang out with her pals in different locations as a big group. A dashing young man called Rafael Fernandez Rodriguez approached Kimberly and her close friend as they were having a good time at a well-known club in the fall of 2019. He offered to buy Oliveira a beverage because he wanted to get to know her. The model, however, who was used to the increased attention and knew how to respond to such circumstances, graciously rejected, stating that she was not alone and that she didn't require anything. Rafael merely went after apologizing for the disruption. However, the girl was still unaware that the stranger had planned and choreographed the entire incident. In actuality, the man had been paying close attention to the young model on social media for a year or two, but he had never tried to get in touch with her until that day. He chose to appear to be seeing her for the first time and only want to meet her because he was familiar with the locations the beauty frequented. Rodriguez, who was 31 at the time, had just gotten divorced and was completely enamored with the prospect of meeting Kimberly and falling in love with her after reading on social media that the model had relocated to Manaus. He likewise relocated to the city, where he rented a large apartment in a posh residential complex and promptly secured a lucrative position in corporate law, thanks to his legal education. He then started carrying out his strategy, keeping a careful eye on Oliveira and waiting for the ideal opportunity to speak with her. Rafael made the decision to come out of hiding and began sending the girl private messages on social media, inviting her out on a date, following the failed attempt to meet at the nightclub. For several months, he also consistently liked and commented on every post the model made on her profile. Since she frequently found herself in similar circumstances, and this man didn't especially stand out, she ignored the obstinate follower and gave him no particular attention. In an attempt to win their friendship and trust, Rodriguez then modified his strategy and added Kimberly's friends, classmates, and even family to his list of acquaintances. This strategy worked, and he was able to get her phone number from a close friend. Then, the maniacal stalker started sending her messages on instant chat, proposing to meet up. The man examined the thing he admired, well, being aware of her preferences, travel habits, musical tastes, and so forth. He began going to training sessions outside, sometimes led by Oliveira herself, and it was only there that he was able to get her attention. After speaking for a while, they started phoning and contacting each other frequently on social media. Despite the fact that the two young people were about 10 years apart in age, Rafael was able to attract the girl's attention because he was well prepared, The man approached the girl with caution, attempting to court and please her in a lovely way without frightening her away or causing her to forget about him. His strategy was successful, and Kimberly and Raphael formally began dating in March 2020 after declaring their relationship. The passionate owner, the handsome and romantic man who tried his hardest to earn the beauty's love, showed his true nature. He immediately began tracking his sweetheart's every action as soon as they started dating, demanding to know where she went, who she spoke to, who messaged her, and everything else. At first, the girl even thought it was funny because she had never been restrained or managed before. But things became worse every day, and Raphael started acting more aggressively and invasively. He now made decisions over who Kimberly could block, who she could reply to, when she could go live, and which pictures she could share on social media. She soon became weary of this. They got into a heated dispute as he tried to establish personal limits the man couldn't breach. Rodriguez had to make amends and provide an apology. He offered the girl a big bouquet of flowers and invited her to a fancy restaurant. After every fight, he said this again. The man promised Olivera he would never leave him and provided her expensive presents or romantic dates at hip places to keep her from leaving him after he had followed her so long and relentlessly. Kimberly was complaining to her friends more and more about her partner, claiming that she was unable to move further without his consent. Even at the university, Raphael prohibited her from talking to men. He also stole her phone without her consent, reviewed her messages and calls, and then made a scene. At times, he became so enraged that the girl worried about her safety. Her friends acknowledged that this was unusual and suggested that she speak with the man seriously before leaving him before it was too late if nothing changed. Knowing that she would soon have a successful modeling profession, diploma, defense, international travel, fashion magazine photo shoots, popularity and recognition, Kimberly also realized she didn't want to live this way. She didn't want to sacrifice all for shaky relationships with an obsessive and unstable owner who tried to control, limit, and treat her like an object. Final judgment by the beginning of May 2020. Kimberly made the decision to end her relationship with Raphael after 2 arduous months, but she wasn't sure how to do it without making him angry. She waited for the ideal opportunity to break the news, but there was no longer any room for delay. Kimberly always spent Mother's Day with her mother, which was observed on May 10 in Brazil, but she was unable to visit her homeland to celebrate her mother because of the COVID-19 pandemic's restrictions in 2020. Rather, Kimberly shared a picture of them together, along with heartfelt words of appreciation and a heartfelt message. Nayla was receiving treatment at the hospital at the time following her cancer diagnosis. Kimberly and a few pals, including Raphael, went for a run at the park after posting. Everyone who saw the pair that day said they were having a lovely conversation and weren't fighting, and only her close friend was aware that the model had already decided she was going to split from her boyfriend that night. Kimberly called her uncle at midday and informed him that she would be spending the day with Gabriella, her best friend, but would go back home to sleep. She later called Henry once more, promising to return by midnight and requesting that he not lock the front door since she had forgotten her keys. While at her friend's house, Kimberly practiced what she was going to say to her boyfriend. She picked her words carefully to avoid offending him and causing any angry outbursts, and even though it was really tough, she finally seemed to have found the right delicate phrases and was prepared for the crucial conversation. Henry followed instructions and went to bed, completely trusting his niece in the evening. Raphael showed up at her friend's house in his brand new white Audi at around 9 o'clock in the evening. Kimberly said goodbye to Gabriella, smiled as she walked out to him, and sat down beside the driver in the passenger seat. Nobody ever saw the girl alive again, and the couple's disappearance was strange. When Henry awoke on the morning of May 11 and saw that his niece was not home, he got quite concerned. Kimberly always let him know when she would be coming back and if she was going to spend the night at a friend's house. Her phone was off when he tried to reach her. Gabriella informed him that Kimberly had gone out with her boyfriend and had not been in contact since. It was odd that Raphael didn't answer when Henry called him. The fact that the girl had never before skipped her university classes was quickly revealed. By midday, Henry went to the police to report the girl and her boyfriend's absence because he was certain that his niece was missing and that no one had seen her. The authorities, however, simply sneered at him, claiming that Oliveira and her partner were adults who could travel anywhere they pleased without anybody knowing. The missing girl's pals and Henry started their own search. Raphael's flat was their first stop, but nobody answered the door. Additionally, his car was not in the parking space. Kimberly's loved ones knew she would never go missing without alerting anybody, even though everything suggested the two had actually gone somewhere together. In the evening, Henry informed his sister Nayla of the situation over the phone. He couldn't wait any longer because his relative, who was suffering from a serious illness, had been attempting to get in touch with her daughter all day and had a suspicion that something wasn't right. Since Kimberly avoided trouble, didn't maintain bad company, and didn't have any hazardous habits, he tried to reassure her that nothing negative could have occurred to her. Kimberly's pals started sharing her pictures on their social media profiles and in other groups. Give up inquiring about the whereabouts of the girl and her boyfriend Raphael. The teenage model was well known, so when word spread that she had vanished, thousands of followers joined the hunt. But that didn't work either. Unsettling finding in a locked apartment. The police didn't start investigating until May 12, almost 2 days after the pair vanished. Raphael's apartment was the subject of a search warrant, since it might hold information regarding the young people's location. However, everyone was astonished by what the authorities found when they broke through the locked door and entered the building. Sadly, there was nothing that could be done to save Kimberly, who was in one of the rooms. The young girl's lifeless body was covered with a sheet and lay on the bedroom floor in a big pool of her own blood. Additionally, the bed had multiple huge blood stains, and practically every room had blood smears and traces on the carpets and floor coverings. In order to prevent anyone from suspecting that a body was in the flat, the criminal clearly fled after realizing that his attempts to conceal the evidence were ineffective and turned the air conditioner on full blast to slow down the body's decomposition. 4 stab wounds, 2 to the neck and 2 to the chest, were discovered on the victim's body by the forensic specialists. The huge kitchen knife that was used was found in the adjacent room, along with the criminal's unmistakable fingerprints and bloodstains. The offender simply threw it on the ground without making any attempt to remove it or remove any traces. The girl was probably attacked unexpectedly because there were no defensive wounds or indications of a struggle on her body. She was killed on the floor after being struck in the neck, severing her carotid artery, but it seems the attack took place on the bed. The owner of the residence was missing, along with his documents, bank cards, car keys, and a few personal belongings. The condition of the room suggested that he had departed quickly. Raphael was reclassified as the main suspect in the heinous crime, even though he had previously been listed as missing. However, where can we search for him, and is it possible that he has already left the country? Find the elusive perpetrator. The forensic analysis verified that the missing Rodriguez's fingerprints were on the crime weapon. Any lingering suspicions regarding the man's guilt were eliminated when it was discovered that the apartment was occupied solely by the criminal and the victim at the time of the incident. Police stations all around the state received alerts about Raphael right once, and social media was used extensively to spread the word that a dangerous criminal was being sought and to ask for any information regarding his whereabouts. The white Audi that the man was driving was also searched for. Detectives examined every report from watchful residents because they knew that every minute mattered. In the nearby state of Karakarui, a white Audi was discovered smashed in a ditch on the side of the road on May 13. It turned out that the suspect owned the vehicle. Raphael was seen speeding on surveillance footage. He apparently lost control. The vehicle went off the road and flipped over. The extent of the driver's injuries and his whereabouts were unknown, though. After an unsuccessful attempt to cross the border, there were rumors that he may have hitched a ride to the Venezuelan border and then fled there. It was quickly discovered that the individual hurt in the collision had, in fact, been taken to a nearby town by a passing vehicle. After removing nearly all of the funds from his account, Rodriguez took a taxi to the closest bank and then continued on to the border town of Boa Vista. He then made an attempt to flee prosecution by walking across the border into Venezuela. Luckily, limitations brought on by the deteriorating COVID-19 scenario prevented him from leaving the country. They wouldn't let the man pass. Detectives discovered that the suspect opted to hide in the forested area while waiting for the situation to calm down, instead of returning to Boa Vista, a city of around 300,000 people, and trying to blend in. The fugitive was located in a small hut deep in the forest, nearly hidden by the surroundings, after a few days of searching. But things didn't go as planned with the arrest. Men brandishing machetes, whom Rodriguez had hired from the local community for personal protection and lavished them with cash, unexpectedly attacked the cops. Thankfully, there was no violence. The authorities warned the bodyguards that helping the criminal might have major legal repercussions for both them and Rafael, as they displayed their badges and indicated that they were there to capture a dangerous criminal. The authorities had all the proof of the primary suspect's guilt by the time he was taken into custody, so there was no use in disputing it. According to surveillance footage, Kimberly got into his car, drove to his house, and climbed up to his apartment. A few hours later, Rodriguez fled the site by himself. It's interesting to note that the couple seemed at ease, smiling and having a great conversation in every video. Rafael casually left the apartment without showing signs of fear, regret, or guilt. The suspect gave a pretty odd account of what happened that day, but he acknowledged his guilt under the weight of the evidence. He claims that after deciding to enjoy a romantic evening, he and his sweetheart went to his place and shared private moments. After that, Rafael decided to examine Kimberly's phone while she was taking a shower, and discovered that she had been conversing with other men on social media. Before he confronted her about it, he went to the kitchen and took a big knife and concealed it behind a pillow. He said he merely intended to frighten her in case she tried to trick him, not to hurt her. Rafael began grilling Oliveira about who she was speaking to as soon as she lay on the bed after taking a shower. "I'm not talking to any men," the girl responded with a simple smile. Rodriguez was furious about this. He became aware that his sweetheart was making fun of him and lying. Reaching for the knife, he swiftly struck her heart twice. Without having time to comprehend or fight back, the victim tumbled from the bed onto the floor, where the assailant struck her neck twice more, killing her. Rafael tried to hide the evidence after realizing what he had done, but he soon realized it was pointless. He just covered the body with a sheet and turned the air conditioner on full blast to make the room as chilly as possible, slowing the decomposition process, because he couldn't remove the body from the apartment undetected, and the suspicion would still be on him. Witness statements. Gabriela, Kimberly's closest friend, gave a witness statement in which she gave an entirely different account of what happened. That night, she said, Kimberly had finally made the decision to quit her relationship with her violent and mentally ill partner. Knowing that one incorrect word could make Rafael furious, she had taken her time crafting her response. Knowing that Kimberly's behaviors were always unexpected, Gabriela argued that Kimberly would never have joked about messaging other guys or been intimate with a man she intended to leave. Rodriguez's ex-wife, another witness, attested to his cruelty and his unpredictable outbursts of rage that affected everyone in his vicinity. Their divorce was primarily caused by his hostility. Rafael's mother, Fatima, was his sole advocate, claiming that he was a wonderful man who never intended to hurt anyone. She blamed her boy's immorality on Kimberly, her ex-daughter-in-law, and everyone else. After the trial, Rodriguez's father realized what a monster he had created, but he did not survive to witness the sentencing. By standing in front of a train, the old guy decided to take his own life. His widow maintained that it was an accident, claiming that her husband fell onto the rails by accident after feeling ill. Surveillance footage, however, unequivocally demonstrated otherwise. By obtaining fresh psychiatric assessments, the defendant's legal team continually postponed the case and promoted the narrative of his insanity. Rafael was ultimately found to be competent to face trial for his horrible deed. Almost a year and a half after the heinous incident, the trial started in October 2021, Rafael was given a remarkably light sentence of just 14 years in prison, which was later lowered by another year, despite the overwhelming proof of his guilt. The defense's successful claim that their client committed the crime while in a rage was the reason for this result. As a result, he was given a much lower sentence rather than life in jail. Nyla Oliveira, Kimberly's mother, died on October 28, the day of the sentencing, following a protracted fight with cancer. From her hospital bed, where she was in critical condition, she had watched every court session via video call. Her heart stopped a few hours after the verdict was declared. In less than a year and a half, the Oliveira family lost two members they loved, their beloved sister and daughter, then their mother and devoted wife. Since her son was the only close relative she had left following her husband's passing, Rodriguez's mother resolved to wait for him to be released from prison. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Scientists concur that kids' violent conduct is influenced by their environment, upbringing, and the nature of their relationships with adults, rather than being something that is innate or hereditary. It's important to keep in mind that everyone, regardless of age, deserves love, support, care, and understanding. Of course, this doesn't apply to documented mental health disorders. Sometimes being mistreated physically and emotionally can drive someone to a very dark place, potentially making them capable of committing frightening acts. In every aspect, the Hallowell family's case is out of the ordinary and incredibly complicated. On the surface, they appeared to be a typical household, nothing unusual. Even though their neighbors and co-workers couldn't speak poorly of them, they seemed to be followed by odd, occasionally downright unsettling problems. After the mother was discovered dead in their house under suspicious and unsettling circumstances, the focus swiftly shifted to her sons. The tranquil, seemingly regular life the Hallowells had seemed to lead for numerous generations was drastically altered when investigators delved deeper into the case and discovered a number of disturbing family secrets. The Hallowell family resided in a little community in Marin County, which is tucked away in California's southwest. They had a large two-story house in the unincorporated town of Inverness, situated on the picturesque beaches of Lake Cedro. But they were by no means wealthy. 3 generations had shared the same home since the property had been in the family since the middle of the 1950s. Notably, there were only roughly 15 houses along that lake, and the people who lived there had been living next to each other for a long time. As a result, the community became close-knit, and everyone knew one another well. Strangers were uncommon, and crime was essentially non-existent. The region felt almost like a secret paradise because of the abundance of flora surrounding it. The Hallowell couple decided to adopt a baby girl whose biological parents had relinquished their rights in 1965, following years of fruitless attempts to become parents. When they took her home, she was just 3 months old, and they named her Denise. She became the focal point of their universe after that. She was given a solid education, grew up in a loving and nurturing home, and was able to follow her greatest passion, extreme sports. Denise married Richard, a fellow student, for the first time when she was 20 years old and still enrolled in college. Richard and Denise exchanged rings in mid-air during a group jump during free fall on the day of their wedding, demonstrating their shared passion for skydiving. However, the thrill of their daring lifestyle proved to be too much for their relationship to withstand. They just weren't prepared for the daily challenges and concessions of married life, like many young couples. 2 years after getting married, they got divorced and gradually stopped communicating with one another. Denise's second marriage took place in 1998 when she was 33 years old. Benjamin, who was over 10 years older, was her partner this time. Denise's health issues prevented her from becoming pregnant, despite the couple's desire to create a family. Inspired by Hollywood actress Angelina Jolie, they decided to take a different approach to parenthood rather than give up on having children. Denise, who was 41 at the time, and Benjamin, who was 51, adopted a kid called Carlos in 2006. He was originally from Guatemala, had just turned 4, and had undergone a difficult and expensive adoption process. They adopted another kid, Angel, from Honduras a year later. This was a difficult and costly process that required a lot of the couple's time and money. Denise and Benjamin's marriage remained strained even though they now had 2 sons. The two decided to split up in 2012. Benjamin relocated to another state after the divorce, but the boy stayed with Denise. He never communicated with the lads again and showed no interest in their life. Denise decided to move to the waterfront house on Lake Cedro with her sons after inheriting it from her adoptive parents after they had passed away. She was employed in Marin County as a middle school teacher, a menial position that didn't pay well but looked to be sufficient to make ends meet. She was clever, well-educated, and non-confrontational, according to many who knew her. Her neighbors had nothing bad to say about her, and she was well-liked at work. Denise found it quite challenging to raise 2 adoptive sons alone. She found it difficult to control the boys as they started to go out of control without a father figure in the picture. Most concerning was Angel in particular. He disregarded authority figures and the rules even in primary school. He frequently had violent outbursts and periods of extreme hostility. This was no ordinary rebellion or mayhem. Angel would strike out at other pupils, and at times, his actions were so severe that they actually put him and other people in danger. Although Carlos' conduct was less obvious, he was more reserved and avoided picking confrontations in public. He had his own problems and would not think twice about taking the first punch if he felt a confrontation was imminent. Carlos had few acquaintances and found it difficult to connect with his peers, although he found some comfort in sports. Despite spending years growing up in the same house, the brothers never bonded and never got along. They were indeed openly antagonistic to one another. They were obviously quite resentful of each other, and their arguments were regular and vicious. However, this did not appear to be a major issue for Denise. She never enlisted the aid of experts or looked for outside assistance. The situation had deteriorated by the time Angel was 9 or 10 years old. Teachers reported numerous instances of aggressiveness, and he started missing school on a regular basis. At about the same time, he began stealing. For the first time, he ran away from home, going missing for a few days before coming back. It then turned into a pattern. He stopped going to school altogether and would disappear for days at a time. After instructors continued to complain about the boy's behavior and Angel's frequent disappearances, Child Welfare Services inspectors visited the Hallowell home in September 2016. They wanted to talk to the family directly and see how things were going at home. What they discovered, however, was disturbing. Denise was at home with the boys, obviously not anticipating any guests. Nevertheless, she had no legal justification for denying the officer and child protection worker admission, so she let them in. The state of the windows was among the first things that caught my attention. It was impossible to observe what was happening inside from the outside, since the lower-level windows were partially covered with cardboard from the inside. From the moment Denise and her 2 sons entered the house, something was strange. There were no toys, motorcycles, or rollerblades, or any indication of the usual pleasures or hobbies one might anticipate. With only the most basic furniture, all left over from her late parents, the space was nearly empty. There was a shabby washing machine and an outdated refrigerator in the kitchen. Her sons were sleeping on inflatable mattresses that had been thrown straight onto the floor, while Denise had a bed in her own room. But when authorities examined Angel's chamber, they made the most startling revelation. It was anything but a normal bedroom. It resembled solitary confinement more than anything else. The sturdy wooden door was equipped with a huge metal bolt on the outside, in addition to a simple turn lock on the interior. A tiny hatch that was integrated into the door and could be locked was reportedly used to transport water and food inside without fully opening the door. The lighting in the room was low. All natural light had been blocked by the cardboard covering the windows. Angel sat peacefully on a shabby mattress in the corner. A bucket of foul-smelling plastic, roughly 1/3 full of human excrement, was standing in the opposite corner. The conditions matched the stink. But Angel was not afraid. He appeared irate. Denise, her 2 sons, and herself were all transported right away to the local police station. The boys were interviewed by a child psychologist, and Denise was questioned regarding the upsetting circumstances at home. She clarified that the reason she locked Angel in the room was for safety, to keep the younger brother from escaping again, and to stop the brothers from fighting. The officers didn't like her answer, especially after Angel started giving his version of events. He said Carlos regularly beat him, made fun of him, and even threatened to kill him. Angel said their mother never intervened or spoke up for him. He had attempted to flee multiple times because he felt unsafe. Denise started confining him in the room after every escape, often for days at a time. He claimed that he was only provided with a plastic bucket to discharge himself in, and that he had no access to a proper bathroom. The door remained locked, save for a small window through which food and drink were passed. After giving this testimony, Denise was taken into custody. In order to find new adoptive homes, Authorities chose to temporarily place both boys in protective custody. The following step was supposed to be decided by a court. Then, however, an unforeseen event occurred. Carlos started to stand up for his adoptive mother. Carlos claimed that his younger brother was a major danger to everyone in his vicinity, as well as to himself. He claimed that their mother was only doing what she could to keep everyone safe, and that no one appeared to be able to control Angel's actions. Carlos revealed that Angel had once killed someone at school with a knife, came so near to hurting a fellow student. Fortunately, nobody was harmed. Later, school officials verified his story, acknowledging that they had concealed the occurrence at the request of the classmate's parent, who was also employed there. Carlos insisted fervently that he wanted to return home and live with his adopted mother as before, continuing to defend her. He supported Denise at each hearing and begged the court to grant her parental rights. Other witnesses, such as neighbors and family, were unable to provide much information. They all thought Denise was a responsible and kind parent, and they all characterized the Hollywells as a good family. The case eventually appeared to be in her favor. There seemed to be nothing wrong with Denise. It appeared more likely that she was just overburdened and unable to handle the really problematic behavior of her younger kid. After a while, Angel was placed in a mental health facility, moved to a group home for young people at high risk, and finally placed with a new adoptive family. As Carlos had hoped, Denise was restored as his legal guardian and completely exonerated of all charges. Carlos went back to the lake house and went about his seemingly usual life. A terrified adolescent called Marin County Emergency Services at approximately 6 p.m. on July 13, 2019, to report that his mother had been attacked. The 17-year-old was inconsolable and begged for police and ambulances to come right away. At the end of the driveway, he waited for them. Responders were horrified by what they witnessed when Carlos escorted them into his mother's bedroom. An axe was stuck in the back of Denise's head as she lay on her side on the bed. They saw a huge red stain where blood had seeped through the pillow. She was still exhibiting some signs of life when first responders arrived, but she died on the way to the hospital in spite of their best attempts. Carlos was the sole person who saw the event, and his account left more questions than it did answers. He said he and his mother had gone to a memorial dinner and a relative's funeral in a nearby town earlier that day. Around 4:30 p.m., both of them were worn out and decided to lie down and rest when they got home. Carlos claimed to have fallen asleep fast. He awakened up to odd sounds and the sound of the dogs barking almost an hour later, at around 6 o'clock in the evening. He saw their dogs running loose in the yard and the gate to the dog run open when he looked out the window. He saw the horrific scenario as he went to see how his mother was doing out of concern. In the hopes that she could still be treated, he called emergency services right away. Carlos didn't think twice when authorities asked him who might have had a motive to harm his mother. He gave Angel a name. He claimed that only his younger brother truly wanted to hurt Denise because he was sufficiently enraged and resentful of her. Carlos also acknowledged that he thought Angel might harm him as well, but for some reason he chose not to. He went on to say that he was afraid of what would occur next, and that he no longer felt safe. Authorities acted swiftly to find and question Angel, who is now regarded as the main suspect after speaking with Carlos, but that proved to be more challenging than anticipated. The location of the 15-year-old was unknown. Angel had gone through multiple foster homes after being taken from the Hallowell home by child welfare officials, but he had never been able to make a home for himself. He was unable to get along with people, struggled with social interaction, exhibited persistent aggressiveness, and fled a lot. Angel had escaped from yet another foster family almost a year before to the incident, and this time he had entirely disappeared. His location was still unknown, and police were now concerned that he might have returned to get revenge on the woman he had always had a tense and erratic relationship with. That theory appeared to be supported by several concerning details at the site. No evidence of forced entry was found. It wasn't surprising that they didn't raise an alert because Angel had always gotten along better with the dogs than with people. An axe, which was used in the attack, was stolen from the backyard. The residence was not broken into. Indeed, on the nightstand next to Denise, cash and a bank card remained unopened. Thus, robbery was not the motivation. It seems that Denise had been singled out on purpose, and whomever did this had a personal motive. When authorities searched the Lake Cedro community for leads, the majority of the residents had nothing to share. Nobody was allowed to criticize the Hallowell family. In actuality, Denise was characterized as composed, articulate, and considerate. Her late parents had been well known in the neighborhood, even though she and the boys had only lived there briefly. Shortly after Denise and her sons moved into the lake house, however, some locals started to remember odd and unsettling things that had happened. Pets in the area had started to go missing. First a few cats, then dogs. Later, several of these creatures were discovered severely disfigured in isolated areas of the region. People initially assumed it was the result of attacks by untamed animals, but the remain state indicated otherwise. It was too deliberate, too graphic. People started to worry that someone was responsible, perhaps a disturbed person, and that whoever they were was working dangerously near to home. The situation in the neighborhood quickly worsened after the first wave of missing dogs. Locals started to report that young livestock, including foals, baby goats, and other small animals, were going missing. The sight of these animals when they were discovered was really unsettling. Many had sustained extensive cuts, ripped wounds, and in some cases significant disfigurement, all of which seemed to be the result of deliberate harm. The wounds indicated intentional cruelty, and their eyes had been injured. Numerous residents informed the police about these occurrences, but it appeared that the cases weren't given priority. Investigating animal injuries and missing pets seemed to be less important to the officers than more urgent issues. It's interesting that nobody has linked the Hallowell family to these horrific deeds. Denise and her sons had even assisted in the hunt for a few of the missing animals. Although she didn't have many close friends and rarely had guests at her house, she kept in regular contact with her neighbors. The majority of people were mostly unaware of what was happening behind closed doors. The fact that Angel was placed with a new adoptive family was not even known by many. They thought that, like Carlos in a prior stretch, he had moved in with family in town. Investigators were interested in the fact that Carlos had previously resided somewhere else. In an attempt to learn more, they made the decision to contact the family members who had taken him in and inquired about the circumstances around that arrangement. The majority of those around Carlos were unaware that he had also struggled with severe behavioral issues. He began consuming alcohol and dabbling with illegal narcotics when he was 14 years old. He started acting volatilely and erratically. Even his mother and little brother were targets of his outbursts. Eventually, Denise sought expert assistance. Carlos was then diagnosed with obsessive-compulsive symptoms and bipolar disorder. According to reports, his usage of alcohol and other psychotropic substances exacerbated his symptoms. After a brief stay in a treatment center, he was released with a prescription for medication, which he ultimately threw away because he refused to take it. Carlos stopped going to school when he was 16, but he was able to conceal this information from his mother for some time. Even though he was no longer enrolled, he acted as though he left for class every morning. There was a significant altercation when Denise eventually learned about it. Soon after, Carlos took a risky combination of booze and painkillers that almost killed him. Medical personnel were able to stabilize him after Denise called emergency services barely in time. A family member named Stephanie volunteered to aid after that harrowing incident. Similar problems, such as behavioral instability and bipolar disorder, had previously plagued her own son. Stephanie had read a lot on the topic and experimented with many forms of therapy at home when he was a teenager. Her youngster appeared to move past that challenging moment in time. He grew up, pursued an education, and ultimately relocated to a different location in order to have a stable existence. Stephanie firmly believed that her method, her personal form of therapy, was what had aided her son's recovery. She had no professional training and depended only on books and internet assistance, but she considered herself a self-taught specialist in mental health. Self-assured, she chose to try the same strategy with her relative's son and proposed that Carlos temporarily move in with her for what she called treatment. Carlos spent roughly 6 months in Stephanie's house. Denise would frequently visit him during that time, and Stephanie would hold what she referred to as therapy sessions. She recommended putting these sessions on video so they could be examined and evaluated for development at a later time. All of the recordings were kept in her house, and they were crucial pieces of evidence following Denise's tragedy. The connection between Denise and Carlos was depicted in a very unsettling light by what the tapes showed. They did not have a nurturing relationship. Denise often held him responsible for all of her life's misfortunes. She publicly apologized for adopting him, calling him derogatory names, and claiming that no one would ever love him. Denise was experiencing severe financial difficulties at the same time. She was making ends meet with sporadic, erratic side jobs after losing her teaching position. She started putting pressure on Carlos to get a job so he could help pay for the house. She once stopped purchasing clothing for him, saying she was unable to pay for it. She eventually even refused to feed him, stating that he would have to purchase his own food if he so desired. The situation worsened. Denise turned to verbal assault, using harsh language to discuss the circumstances around his adoption. She would claim that she and her husband had taken him from the streets and that he would have already writhed away in some dilapidated area from malnutrition or disease if she hadn't been there. She reminded him of how much the adoption procedure had cost her, made racially insulting remarks, and even insisted that he pay back the costs. Nevertheless, Carlos stated that he wanted to return to live with his adopted mother approximately a month prior to the catastrophe. He even compiled a list of his motivations for wanting to go back at Stephanie's request. His desire to mend the relationship was one of the main causes. For her part, Denise encouraged him to pursue his college ambitions. She had pledged to assist with tuition if she could because she thought education was essential to his future. In order to continue keeping an eye on the teen's behavior from a distance, Stephanie urged Denise to install security cameras in a number of the house's rooms, particularly the ones where she and Carlos spent the most time together. Though it seemed odd, Denise consented, in part as a precaution. She obviously didn't trust Carlos completely and was afraid he may lose control in a fit of rage. Curiously, Denise's phone and those identical cameras vanished from the residence for no apparent reason. The day prior to the event, the surveillance system had been turned off. Carlos insisted that he was not involved. Denise took care of all that herself, he said. He claimed that he had not seen the phone and was unsure of its location. Another heated conversation that turned into a violent struggle between Denise and Carlos occurred a week before to the catastrophe. When a neighbor happened to see what was happening, they stepped in. He told them that he wouldn't think twice about calling the police if that kind of thing occurred again. Carlos was instantly regarded as a person of interest following Denise's passing, but at that time there was not hard evidence to indict him. After questioning him, the authorities decided to let him go. The prime suspect at the moment was still his brother, Angel, who had gone missing. Carlos's buddy and neighbor, a local teenager, came over to offer his sympathies the day after the event. Despite their casual acquaintance and similar ages, Carlos didn't seem particularly distressed. Rather, he informed the child that he only had to survive the next 3 weeks till his 18th birthday. He then declared that he would sell this damned house of horrors and permanently relocate out of the neighborhood. Both the remarks and the uncanny coolness with which they were delivered shocked his friend. He told his parents about the conversation, and they called the police. Authorities brought Carlos in for more interrogation as a result, but he provided no fresh information. Suspecting that Denise's phone and the lost cameras might have been discarded in the lake behind the Hollowell home, investigators hired a diving crew to explore it. Finding the objects didn't take long because the water wasn't very large. Sadly, the cameras served no purpose. They had no recorded footage and had been switched off before to the incident. But the phone was telling a different tale. Data showed that 10 minutes before, to Carlos calling emergency services, it had been powered down, most likely after hitting the water. Even more significant is the fact that only 15 minutes before that, Denise had been actively texting a buddy on social media. This gave investigators a great degree of accuracy in determining the attack's approximate time. Carlos claimed to have been asleep at the time and to have only awoken when he heard the dogs outside barking. However, an examination of his personal phone use revealed a different image. Shortly before Denise was attacked, his device had been in operation. A neighbor who lives close also reported to the police that he saw Carlos outside about 5:30 p.m., making his way to the backyard shed. Carlos began to retract and became erratic in his responses when presented with this information, including the neighbor's statement. He eventually acknowledged that he had actually gone outside at that time. He said that following a fight with his mother, he was venting his frustrations by splitting firewood behind the house. Carlos claimed that at one point he walked back inside to fetch a glass of water. After spending roughly 5 minutes sitting in the kitchen, he heard the dogs barking. He thought it might have been his mother, but when he went outside, he saw no one who could have let them out. He found her lying on the bed with an axe stuck in the back of her head when he went to her bedroom. Carlos persisted in claiming his innocence and that the true offender was his fugitive younger brother Angel. This version of events served as the foundation for his lawyer's defense approach. Investigators were forced to keep Carlos on the list of potential suspects because there was no tangible evidence that connected him to the crime, and Angel was still unaccounted for. When investigators eventually located Angel in early 2020, it marked a significant turning point in the case. After using a false name to get jailed for breaking and entering a juvenile correctional institution, he had been residing in a different state. Verifying his true identity had taken a while. Angel was already in detention at the time of the crime, according to the records. Thus, he was unable to be engaged in Denise's ordeal. To testify in court, he was returned to California. Angel said on the witness stand that his brother was a very disturbed person who had mistreated both him and his adoptive mother. He further asserted that Carlos was to blame for the unsettling incidents of animal abuse that had afflicted the community. As the evidence grew and there was no way to shift the blame, Carlos finally accepted a plea bargain and acknowledged his involvement in the crime. But when asked what his motivation was, he found it difficult to respond clearly. He merely stated that he wanted to leave everything behind, loathed his mother, and had dreams of selling the property. He claimed that as he was cutting firewood, the thought suddenly struck him. Rather than portraying the incident as deliberate violence, this explanation attempted to portray it as an unforeseen, spontaneous outburst. Even though Carlos said he had suffered a brief mental breakdown, the fact that the security cameras had been turned off beforehand and later taken out of the property gave the impression that careful planning had been done. Carlos was convicted in March 2021 of killing his adopted mother with intent and purpose. He received a life sentence without the chance of release. However, in 2041, the court allowed him to have his sentence reviewed because he was a kid at the time of the offense. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will look at what happened in the U.S. state of Georgia. Nobody has seen the 31-year-old Indiana lawyer since 7:17 p.m. On February 24, 2022, a surveillance camera captured her outside her mother-in-law's home in Johns Creek. The police and her family have made significant efforts to determine where Sierra went and what happened to her. Sierra Locklear of Cleveland, Georgia, was a cheerful and ambitious woman. Sierra wanted people to take her seriously. Her mother, Kelly Locklear, said so. She was tough. She followed in the footsteps of her mother, who was a paralegal. She became a lawyer. Sierra grew up in Georgia and aspired to live in Atlanta one day. Kelly, a Georgia native, claimed that Atlanta had always been her plan. To get there, Sierra had to leave Georgia. She attended the University of Tennessee for college before attending law school at Florida State University. Sierra eventually became a lawyer and specialized in insurance defense. Kelly described her daughter as following: she overcame and pushed through. Kelly also stated that she was happy, energetic, and loving. She was extremely motivated in her career. Sierra met Xavier Breland on Tinder in October 2020, and their relationship quickly took off. The couple married after 6 months. Sierra was already pregnant at this point. According to court records, Sierra assisted Xavier with his legal issues with his ex-wife. After some time, the newlyweds decided to relocate to Carmel, Indiana, to begin their new lives there. Sierra started working at a law firm and had a son named Jackson at the end of 2021. From the outside, Xavier and Sierra seemed like the ideal couple. However, their relationship problems began shortly after they met. Shelby Campbell, Sierra's cousin, said the couple's problems began after their first date. Sierra informed Xavier that she did not want to continue communicating with him, but her future husband was not the type of person who could handle rejection. Instead, if Xavier showed up uninvited to her apartment and sat near her door, he began sending her threatening messages because he noticed her with another man. Sierra threatened to contact the authorities if he did not stop. Finally, she gave him another chance. 6 months later, they were married. Shelby and Sierra were best friends who texted each other daily. Sierra expressed her feelings to her, stating that she was afraid of her husband. For example, one of her messages read, "Well, I'm struggling with it in a big way. I don't want to give up on someone I love and abandon him and our family. However, I believe that the behavior is deteriorating. So, if this is how things are now, how will it be in the future? Furthermore, he used to feel bad when he said ugly things. And lately he's not even sorry for his actions. He's blaming me for it, as if I did it because you forced me to." Sierra stated that her husband would be held responsible if anything happened to her. Shelby claimed she often told Sierra to leave her husband, but Sierra understood that if she was going to leave, she needed to do so strategically. Here is another screenshot of Shelby and Sierra's text conversation. Sierra was obviously afraid of her husband. Shelby Campbell stated that the texts she shared were only a few examples of what was going on between Sierra and her husband. She called the police several times. The police were called to her home in both Georgia and Indiana several times. Campbell stated that by the time the police arrived, she would have calmed down enough to tell him where she was lying. Shelby claimed that after one of those incidents, an investigator called Sierra's mother and informed her that he knew she was lying about what was going on when she called 911, and that he had seen the same pattern many times before. He was worried about what would happen to her. Sierra was preparing to leave her husband. She opened a secret bank account and transferred money there. The messages had a strong impact on the woman. Sierra stated that she loved her husband, but couldn't afford to stay in the relationship. Her parents, Kelly and Nick Locklears, were aware that their daughter's family situation was far from ideal. They wanted Sierra to break up with Xavier and assured her that she could always return to a safe place, i.e., her home. Sierra's fateful trip to Georgia began when she and Xavier loaded their baby and large dog into Sierra's 2017 white Volkswagen Tiguan and drove 11 hours south. According to her family, Sierra arrived at her parents' home on February 19th. She spent the night with family members who hadn't seen her since she moved to Indiana. It seemed like a quick trip to see her family. However, Sierra decided that she would no longer return to Indiana. Xavier was also interested in the trip because his mother lived in Georgia. However, he was unaware that Sierra would not return. She informed her mother that she was going to find work in Georgia. She had also informed her parents that her husband's abusive behavior was escalating and that she was getting divorced. Sierra showed up at Nick and Kelly's home in Cleveland, Georgia, on Saturday, February 19th. The woman remained at her parents' house until Sunday. It had been a long time since we had seen each other. She reiterated that she wanted to divorce her husband and would not return to Indiana. On Sunday, February 20th, Sierra left her parents' house to pick up her son Jackson from her mother-in-law's house in Johns Creek, Georgia, which is about an hour away. Shelby Campbell stated that one of the last texts she received from her cousin read, "I'm at Xavier's mom's house. He won't give me Jackson, so I'm waiting for him before I leave." On Monday, February 21st, at 11:17 p.m., Sierra texted her father Nick, "I'll be back in the morning if that's okay, of course." "It's okay. You don't need to ask," Nick responded to her. Nick stated that the next day, when he had not heard from Sierra, he attempted to contact her again, and she said everything was fine. She mentioned that she had felt a little sick. Nick said he contacted her again on Wednesday to see if she was feeling better. He did not get a response. He texted her again on Thursday, February 24th. No one replied. By Friday, the Locklears were concerned because Sierra had not responded, which was unusual. Then, on Saturday evening, February 26th, Nick received a call from an unknown Indiana number. "I didn't immediately panic because I assumed they were still in Georgia," Nick said, "so I responded, and they said it was the police. and that's when they informed me she was missing. The policeman stated that Sierra's husband had reported her missing. The family was shocked. They assumed Sierra was still in Georgia, even though she had not responded to their messages, which was unusual for her. Shelby Campbell is perplexed as to why he did not contact anyone to inquire about her safety. He did not contact anyone. He did not make us aware at all. After speaking with the Carmel police, Sierra's father called her, and Xavier answered. That is how Nick described his brief conversation with his missing daughter's husband. I asked, "If Xavier, tell me the truth. What is going on?" Sierra told me that if anything happened to her, you were responsible, so just tell me the truth. He then hung up, telling me to go to hell. Nick then called Xavier's father, who lived next to Sierra and Xavier in Carmel. The father responded, "No, I never saw her," as Nick had said. According to a press release issued on March 2nd by the Carmel Police Department in Indiana, Xavier Breland reported Sierra as missing to their office on Saturday, February 26, 2022. During the investigation, detectives discovered a video recording that showed Sierra's last known location. On February 24th at 7:17 p.m., she was at her mother-in-law's house in Georgia. Nothing unusual happens during the video. According to the official missing person report from the Carmel Police Department, Sierra left their home in the Brookstone Park of Carmel subdivision in Carmel, Indiana, shortly after 10 p.m. On February 25th, walked to the nearby store. She was reportedly wearing a black top and purple shorts in temperatures nearing 20 degrees that night. According to police, Sierra never arrived, and there is no surveillance video of her entering the store. They were also concerned because she had left her phone, work phone, and burner phone behind, along with her ID, credit cards, and 5-month-old son. Family members stated that she had a burner phone to contact them in an emergency. There was no evidence of Sierra's return to Indiana. Her family knew she wanted to stay in Georgia. Furthermore, Sierra would not have left without informing them. Even more suspicious was that she had abandoned her 5-month-old son. Her mother thought it all sounded absurd. Kelly LaClaire stated that her daughter confessed to her that the couple was having serious financial problems and accused her husband of being abusive to her and using their child as leverage to get her to stay with him. Kelly said she and her husband knew their daughter was dead after police called to report Sierra had gone missing, leaving her child behind. "She is definitely gone," Kelly said. "That was the first thing my husband said when police called after Xavier reported her missing, and the officer said she had left without bringing the baby. She refused to take a shower or let anyone else watch the baby." Kelly described Sierra as a devoted mother who lived to care for her son. She claimed Sierra awoke every hour or two to check on her son, who had a rash. "So when they said that, my husband said, 'No, there is no way my daughter would not do that.' If that's the case, and you're telling me she's missing, and the baby isn't with her, then my daughter died." Kelly said she would not leave him. On February 28, 2020, 2 days after reporting Sierra missing, Xavier noticed police officers at his door. According to court documents, a firearm was accidentally discharged at a home on Baldwin Lane. Xavier told investigators he was moving a Christmas tree in the garage when he heard a gunshot and bolted out. He then returned to the garage, found the gun, and unloaded it. He called the police and reported the incident. The investigators discovered 2 different guns in his home. The police did not reveal whether there was any evidence that Xavier was involved in Sierra's disappearance. However, his criminal background was quickly revealed. According to court records, Xavier was convicted on felony burglary charges in 2005. It was also unusual that Xavier reported his wife's disappearance only the next day, after she allegedly failed to return home after going to the store. A few days after the police received a missing person report, Xavier was identified as a person of interest in his wife's disappearance. They arrested him on unrelated charges. Police discovered that he had an outstanding warrant for aggravated stalking in Kuwait County. He was extradited to Georgia to face the charges. According to court records, he placed a tracker inside his daughter's stuffed animal to track down her mother, his ex-wife. The case arose from a custody dispute between the former couple. On Friday, 2 weeks after Sierra went missing, Police volunteers, family, and friends searched several Johns Creek neighborhoods. Their focus was on neighborhoods along Medlock Bridge Road, where police suspected Sierra had traveled during her stay in Georgia. In addition to handing out flyers, the Johns Creek Police Department installed electronic signs at 2 locations along Kimball Bridge Road, requesting public assistance. They've also contacted several commercial electronic sign companies to help spread Sierra's image and information throughout Metro Atlanta. The family asked anyone who saw the white 2017 Volkswagen Tiguan with the Georgia plate RMB 5869. During that time, contact the police. The license plate of the vehicle was framed by the Florida State University Law School. The police said that forensic investigators searched the car for evidence and then released it. Sierra's last known location was at her mother-in-law's house in Georgia, so the police assumed her disappearance was related to something that happened in this house. They traced Xavier's route back to Indiana but couldn't confirm Sierra was in the car. Xavier was the only one who stepped out of the white Volkswagen at gas stations and shops. It is unclear how much cooperation Xavier Balin's mother provided during the ongoing investigation. However, law enforcement officials confirmed that evidence was collected from the residence using a search warrant in their pursuit of answers. Investigators from Johns Creek used forensic professionals and cadaver dogs to conduct the search. The emphasis was on finding potential bloodstains, signs of a struggle, or any other clues that could shed light on the events surrounding the couple's visit. Despite the use of a canine unit, authorities reported that the search yielded no discernible scent trail at the residence. The specifics of the evidence gathered during the search remain unknown as the case is still being investigated. In March 2022. Investigators obtained a jailhouse video that shows Xavier Bralin telling his children that Sierra would not be returning home because she had been kidnapped. It contradicts his statement to the Carmel police about her disappearance. "Someone kidnapped my wife." He told one of his children at the end of the call, "You know what it means to kidnap an adult, she isn't coming home." However, Xavier was booked into the Coweta County Jail in Georgia on March 16, 2022. After being extradited from the Hamilton County Jail for aggravated stalking, the case was unrelated to Sierra's disappearance. The charge stemmed from an incident in Georgia in March 2021 in which he hid a tracking device to stalk the mother of his child. At the time, the woman he stalked had a restraining order against him. In August 2022, he was found not guilty. However, he was arrested again and extradited to Indiana. This time, the charge was for unlawful possession of a firearm by a serious, violent felon. At Brooklyn's initial hearing, he pleaded with the judge to reduce his bond to a level his mother could afford. The court reduced his bond to $35,000. While prosecutors wanted it increased to $50,000, "All I needed was an opportunity to get my life back on track," Bralin informed the judge. Bralin stated that he could get a job as a truck driver if he was released from jail. After reviewing the case, the judge set the bond at $100,000. In February 2023, Xavier Bralin was released after posting bail. This court decision had consequences, which I will discuss later. He was repeatedly interrogated about Sierra's disappearance but denied any involvement in it. His version is unchanged. She disappeared after going to the store. Several locations have been suggested for the search for evidence in Sierra Bralin's disappearance. Georgia alone has over 85,000 acres of state parks, nearly 2 million acres of land managed by the United States Department of the Interior, and more than 300,000 acres of undeveloped land. Fulton County contains 440 acres of parks. There are also hundreds of thousands of acres of railroad and utility easements, both active and inactive. Georgia has 37,295,360 total acres. Approximately 15% to 20% are covered in vegetation. Sierra Bralin and her husband drive through areas other than Tennessee, Kentucky, and Indiana. According to Johns Creek Police Lieutenant Gregory Todd Hood, if we knew her exact last known location, we would direct the investigation accordingly, without going into detail. Kelly Locklear stated that law enforcement has gathered evidence and statements from multiple states, but they are essentially pieces of a puzzle without a complete picture. Some items were removed from Xavier's mom's home, according to court documents from a civil case in which Xavier's mother sued Xavier's sister. Crime scene investigation removed the carpet and mattress from Xavier's mother's home on April 21, 2022, as part of their investigation. According to documents from the familial civil dispute, 5-month-old Jackson was placed in state care immediately after Xavier Breland's arrest on March 1. Sierra's parents, Nick and Kelly Locklear, have since been able to spend time with the baby and are working to bring him back to Georgia. Multiple organized searches have been conducted over the last year, some of which targeted specific areas, but no one knows what happened to the new mother. As investigators continue to piece together the facts, officers have been busy handing out flyers and even using electronic signs to raise awareness. The police described Sierra as being 5 feet tall, weighing approximately 120 pounds, and having blonde hair. She has 3 small trees tattooed on her ring finger, a Florida State arrow on her left wrist, and a sunburst on her back left rib cage. The couple was driving a white 2017 Volkswagen Tiguan with the Georgia tag RMB 5869. The Florida State University Law School frame encircles the license plate. Anyone who saw her or her car in February is asked to contact the police. Xavier is the only person of interest that police have publicly identified since Sierra's disappearance, but no charges have been filed. Her family is adamant that he knows what happened to her, and that he is the only one who can provide the answers they require to find closure. Finally, let Sierra rest in peace. Kelly Locklear believes Sierra's body may be in Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky, or Indiana. She is pleading with woodsmen and fishermen to keep an eye out in those states and to contact law enforcement if they have any information. Sierra's parents have now been granted custody of the couple's child, as I previously stated. If Xavier Breland was released on bail in a case involving illegal firearms, the trial was scheduled for December 28, 2023. But Xavier Breland did not appear in court, and his whereabouts are unknown. A rearrest warrant has been issued in his name, and law enforcement is working hard to find him. This latest development complicates the already perplexing case of Sierra's disappearance. The warrant describes Xavier Breland as a black man standing 6 feet tall, weighing 160 pounds, with brown hair and green eyes. The FBI has joined the search for the missing woman, but her body has yet to be found. This, combined with Xavier's recent disappearance, has resulted in numerous unanswered questions. Kelly Locklear, Sierra's mother, has publicly stated that she believes Sierra feared Xavier and had no intention of returning to Indiana with him. With both individuals missing, the case has become even more urgent. The trial for Xavier's gun charge has been postponed several times, and law enforcement and Sierra's family are now asking the public for help. They are looking for any information that can help them find Xavier and Sierra, in the hopes of shedding light on the strange circumstances surrounding their disappearances. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Denise Dragon's well-known case shows how naive idealism, morbid jealousy, and a strong desire for illegal drugs can combine to cause tragedy and destroy 3 young lives at the same time. At the time of the tragedy, the oldest person involved, and I'm not afraid to use this word, was only 22 years old. He really tried hard to keep playing with the feelings of the 2 girls, who were only 17 and 19 years old. They were in a love triangle for a short time, but it ended in 2 pregnancies, crazy stalking, and murder. Mario Topanera was born in 1996 in a small town called Alcorcón in Spain, just outside of Madrid. The young man never put himself through the stress of school or looking for work. He lived with his parents when he was 22 years old and worked part-time jobs to pay the bills. Mario loved writing graffiti and was very good at drawing, but he couldn't use his art skills anywhere. He was happy with his small part-time jobs painting buildings outside and inside walls. The main way Mario made money was by selling illegal goods. He didn't do it himself. Instead, he found people who were interested and took them to a remote part of the city where his friends could get them anything they needed. Topanera made a lot of money from these deals, so he was always looking for people who could help him. It's unclear if Mario's parents knew what he was doing, but if they did, they clearly didn't care. Mario had a good looks and a strong personality. He was popular with both sexes. The young man was very good at using his charm to make friends and often dated several girls at the same time without meaning to. Denise Maria Dragan was born in Romania in 2001 to Emil and Daniela Dragan. Her parents were very young and having a hard time with money, so they had to go work in Spain and leave their little girl with her grandparents. After a few years, they were able to get married legally in another country, get a good job, and pretty much set up their daily lives. They moved their little daughter to their home in sunny Spain. The girl quickly made friends where she lived and found it easy to learn the language. At school, she did well in almost all of her classes and got good grades. The little girl was also interested in dancing, happily spent several hours a day in the studio, and regularly competed in a variety of events. When the girl was in middle school, her parents' marriage fell apart, and they decided to split up. The child went to live with her mother after the parents got divorced, but her father continued to care for her in every way, even though he had a new family. He helped her communicate, gave her money, and tried to be a part of her life in every way. Soon after, her mother also got married again, and a year later, the girl had a younger brother whom she loved and spent a lot of time with. When Denise was 16, she decided she wanted to learn how to do hair and become a stylist. She quit her studies and dance classes to focus on her new hobby full-time. Her parents didn't stop her or try to discourage her. They let their daughter make her own decisions to gain experience. Denise got a job at a beauty salon owned by family members. Rocio Martinez, a 19-year-old girl from the suburbs of Madrid, was the third main character in this dramatic story and the last link in the love triangle. Her father was a police officer who was transferred to Alcorcón, where he moved his whole family. Rocio was impulsive, scandalous, and sometimes even angry as a child. She was used to getting what she wanted and didn't put up with rage. Martinez was never charged for what she did, though, because her father was a police officer and had a lot of connections. Rocio believed that no matter what she did, her father would get her out of trouble. Rocio was also very pretty, so she always had a lot of fans. When Denise stopped going to school and started working as a stylist, she had more time to hang out with her friends. Since high school, she had a best friend named Sylvia, to whom she confided all of her secrets and worries. One spring evening in 2018, Denise and her friend were walking around the city when they met Mario, a handsome and happy guy who immediately struck up a conversation with Denise. That same evening, they went on a date. A few days after meeting, Denise invited her chosen one to a family dinner to meet her mother, but Daniela did not agree with her daughter's choice. The woman did not like Denise's lover right away. Something about him scared her. Her mother quickly looked into him and was horrified to find out that Mario was involved in drug trafficking. Daniela had a serious talk with her daughter in the hopes that she would end their relationship. Denise quickly learned that Mario isn't as nice and kind as he acts. The young man tried to control every step of her passport, wanted to know where she went and who she talked to without her permission, took her phone, and checked her accounts and social networks for months. The girl in love hoped that her boyfriend would change so that they could have a strong, long-lasting relationship, but things only got worse as Mario started to treat her like his property. For another thing, she was only 17 years old and wasn't ready to be a mother or take care of a new child. Denise then decided to be honest with her mother and told her everything. She then asked her mother for advice on what to do next. The woman listened to her daughter and told her that she should end the pregnancy, but that was her choice. Denise gave it some more thought and then did what her mother told her to do. She had an abortion. When Panara found out, he was furious. He thought Denise had betrayed him by having the abortion, since she had no right to do so, and only he could decide what to do with the child. The couple's relationship ended, but the young man wouldn't let Denise go and leave her alone. He also promised to hurt her as much as she hurt him in return. He paid for his ex-wife and daughter a trip to one of the fashionable European resorts where they went together. The vacation really did Denise good. She calmed down, became a little relaxed, began to make plans for life again, and seemed to no longer think about Mario. But the vacation was over, and Denise returned home again. Mario did not ask Longpine for his former passport, and almost immediately began an affair with 19-year-old Rocio Martinez. This fiery, aggressive, and conflicted girl was the complete opposite of the quiet and calm Denise could make a scandal in the same place, go into a fight, or throw a tantrum. Rocio also experimented with illegal substances and could easily break the law, knowing that she would not be punished for it. With Mario, they quickly got together and had fun together, because the guy could get any illegal drug she asked for, wanting to test its effect on himself. However, Mario couldn't forget and let go of his ex-girlfriend. He still wanted to control her, to know where she was and what she was doing. Periodically, he wrote to her on social networks, called her, and even offered to resume the relationship. Denise, who had a very hard time with this breakup, met him from time to time and communicated with him, but was not going to reunite because of fear. When Martinez found out that her boyfriend was communicating with his ex, she made a terrible scandal, and in a fit of rage, screamed that she would kill them both. By that time, Mario had already realized what his chosen one was capable of, so he promised her that it would not happen again. However, Rocio's such an answer did not calm down, and she decided to destroy her rival, if not physically. Then morally, Rocio began to call Denise, showering her with insults and wishing her a speedy death. But this was not enough, and she began to send messages to her rival with threats of violent reprisals. However, Dragon considered these threats to be empty words and did not consider it necessary to contact the police because of them during that period. Rocio became pregnant, about which the first thing she wrote to her rival, saying that this child is desired and she will keep it for Denise. This news was a painful blow, but soon Martinez, due to poor health and addiction to illegal substances, lost the child, and all her anger she again poured out in a new threatening message to Denise. Denise, wanting to start a new life and forget about Mario, began an affair with a young man named Evan. They got married a month after meeting, and Evan moved in with her husband. Mario was hurt that his relationship with Denise ended so quickly. So quickly after his ex-girlfriend married someone else, he started calling and texting her again to set up dates with her. In November 2018, Mario and Rocio were having dinner at a small diner on the outskirts of the city. The guy left his phone on the table while he went out for a while, and Rocio decided to check it out. That's when she saw the calls and messages Mario had been sending to Dennis Martinez. She had a temper tantrum, screamed, cried, and tried to hit her young man. In response, Mario offered his girlfriend to personally clear things up with Denise. She thought it was her husband knocking on the door, so she opened it without looking through the peephole. Denise was still talking to her friend, so she could hear everything that happened next. When Denise saw her ex-lover's friend at the door, she only had time to say her name out loud and in shock before she was stabbed in the stomach. Rocio then left right away. The wounded Denise, losing consciousness, asked her friend to call an ambulance and told her who attacked her. Dragoni was taken to the hospital in critical condition. Doctors fought desperately for her life for several hours, but the wound was too deep. She lost a lot of blood and it was almost impossible to save her. After Rocio dealt the fatal blow to her rival, she ran back to the car, jumped into the cabin, and told Mario to get out of here. On the way, she confessed everything to him, and together they disposed of the crime weapon and washed the traces of blood off her hands and clothes. Mario decided it would be best for them to hide for a while. He called his relatives who lived in another city and asked them to visit. When they arrived, the relatives noticed that Rocio looked strange and was very nervous, but she wrote it off as malaise. The couple stayed overnight at Mario's relative's house, thinking about what to do and how to proceed. When they learned the next morning that Denise had died from the wound, Rocio immediately called her father and told him everything. She was sure that her dad would use all of his connections to get her out of jail this time, but the policeman's father didn't help his daughter, who had killed another man. He followed her to another city and then turned her over to the police. Sylvia, who had been talking to the victim on the phone at the time of the crime, was one of the main witnesses in the case. The case file also had many threatening messages that Rocio had sent to her rival over the course of the case. Surprisingly, Toby Nera wasn't involved in the crime. He denied all guilt and said he only took Rocio to his ex-girlfriend's house so that they could finally get along again and stop fighting. He also said he didn't know Rocio had a knife and didn't see any blood on her hands or clothes when she got back to his car. At their next court date, the couple denied their guilt again, this time saying that they were not at the scene at all. They said they had spent the whole evening at the house of one of Murillo's relatives and that someone else had stabbed Denise to death. Martinez said she didn't hate her rival and didn't have any reason to kill her, but Rocio was found guilty and sent to prison for 18.5 years. Mario, on the other hand, got away with everything and started writing a new book right away, forgetting to be careful. Boasts that the girls were ready to kill each other for him. He told them in great detail what happened that terrible night, and the parents of dead Denise quickly learned of it. The Dragon family went back to court and asked that the man who killed their daughter be punished. This time, Top and Air were arrested, but after a few days, the man was freed on his own recognizance. In the end, he was found not guilty and was freed again. The parents of Denise tried to appeal the court's decision more than once, asking for Rocio's sentence to be lengthened and Mario to be jailed as an accomplice. However, Mario has still not been brought to justice. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On November 16, 2012, the dispatch center in Lake County, Ohio, received a distressing 911 call. The caller, a highly agitated adolescent girl, struggled to communicate due to her distress. It soon became clear that she was reporting that her older sister was attacking their mother. Law enforcement officers quickly arrived at the residence, where they encountered the frantic caller. She explained that her older sister, Sabrina Zunich, 18, had stabbed their mother. When they arrived, Sabrina emerged from the house, clutching a bloodied knife. The police demanded that she drop the weapon, and she complied. They were met with a gruesome scene inside the house. Lisa Marie McIntosh was born on May 20, 1971. Lisa, the daughter of William and Rita McIntosh, was a single mother who had a daughter from a previous relationship. She married Kevin Noefel in 2006, and he has a son from a previous relationship. The couple had their daughter in 2009. Lisa, a social worker with the Department of Children and Family Services who specialized in child abuse cases, had a strong desire to help others. Demonstrating their dedication to assisting children, Kevin and Lisa have decided to become foster parents. Lisa's friend commented that when she had foster children, she treated them as if they were her own. She made a point of going above and beyond as a parent. Sabrina Zunich, 16, moved into their home in the summer of 2011. Sabrina Zunich was born on October 27, 1994, somewhere near Cleveland, Ohio. Her upbringing was difficult, as both of her parents struggled with alcohol and substance abuse, resulting in a highly unstable home environment. Sabrina's early experiences were marred by her parents' criminal troubles, and even as a baby she was exposed to substances like vodka in her bottle to induce sleep. These circumstances aided Sabrina's development of behavioral and mental health issues such as ADHD, oppositional defiance disorder, bipolar disorder, anxiety, and depression. Sabrina went to live with her grandmother after being removed from her parents' custody. Unfortunately, her grandmother's declining health coincided with Sabrina's adolescence, and her rebellious behavior became difficult for her grandmother to deal with. Sabrina entered the foster care system at the age of 14, living in a variety of homes and group settings before being placed with Lisa and Kevin Noefel. Sabrina made significant progress in changing her life in 2011, thanks to Kevin and Lisa's care. She began attending school on a regular basis, excelled academically, and aspired to be a massage therapist. Sabrina has seamlessly integrated into the family, making positive connections with the two girls and actively participating in school. Sabrina chose to stay with Lisa and Kevin to complete her education after turning 18 and becoming eligible to leave foster care, expressing her happiness in their home. Nonetheless, a tragic question arises. What drove Sabrina to stab her foster mother to death in front of Lisa's two young daughters? Lisa was at home with the children on November 16, 2012, while Kevin was working as a truck driver. During the night, the teenage and 3-year-old daughters heard their mother's screams and discovered Sabrina stabbing Lisa multiple times. In the midst of the terrifying scene, the younger child sought refuge in a closet, while Lisa's teenage daughter pleaded with Sabrina to stop the assault and immediately dialed 911. The situation was described as completely chaotic, with the distraught caller informing police that her sister had fatally stabbed their mother. Lisa Nofel was pronounced dead on the scene. Sabrina was arrested, and the murder weapon, a 15-inch knife with a 9-inch convex and serrated blade without a hilt, was found in the house. Notably, Sabrina accepted responsibility for the act, admitting that she was the one who stabbed Lisa to death. Despite the disturbing nature of the murder, police were concerned about the brutality of the attack on Lisa Nofel, who had opened her home to care for a teenager. The assault resulted in almost 200 stab wounds, indicating a vicious and violent act. The police informed Lisa's husband, 42-year-old Kevin Nofel, who worked as a truck driver and was away in Michigan at the time, about her death. Kevin called 911 to inquire about the girls' well-being and was advised to pick them up from the police station. Kevin got them at 5 a.m. that morning. Over the next 10 months, law enforcement worked hard to piece together the puzzle surrounding the crime. The investigation's findings indicated a shift in the Nofel household dynamics around December of 2011. Sabrina Zunick, who was initially content in the home, began to have conflicts with Lisa. Jealousy emerged as a significant factor, with Sabrina expressing resentment toward Lisa and accusing her of favoring Haley and Megan, the family's 2 younger girls. The inquiry loomed. Could these tensions have pushed Sabrina to commit the heinous act of murdering Lisa? Several months after her arrest, Sabrina offered to cooperate with police in exchange for a 30-year parole possibility rather than a life sentence without parole. Sabrina made a shocking disclosure in her statements. She claimed to have had sex with her foster father, Kevin. Sabrina stated that this relationship began in the spring of 2012. Following Sabrina's arrest, she claimed that it was Kevin's idea to plan and carry out Lisa's murder. Kevin Nofel was facing charges for the murder of his wife, Lisa. He was charged with conspiracy to commit aggravated murder, complicity in aggravated murder, and 6 counts of sexual battery. During the trial, Kevin entered a not guilty plea, and the focus was solely on his charges. Sabrina, who had previously pleaded guilty, agreed to testify for the prosecution against Kevin. The prosecution argued that, while Sabrina was the one who physically stabbed Lisa to death, Kevin was aware of and involved in the murder. The prosecution claimed that Kevin wanted to end his relationship with Lisa, as evidenced by statements to friends about a possible divorce. They also claimed that Kevin stood to benefit financially from Lisa's death because of the existence of multiple insurance policies. During the trial, the prosecution presented evidence indicating a change in Lisa Nofel's behavior preceding her tragic death. Lisa's coworker testified that in the months leading up to her murder, Lisa appeared distracted and made an effort to focus. She also mentioned delivering food to Kevin the day after Lisa died, noting that his demeanor seemed normal, and seeing a picture of Sabrina on the refrigerator. Kevin's apparent lack of emotional response was accentuated when she saw him at Lisa's funeral and described him as emotionless. Another coworker stated that Lisa underwent a significant change in 2012. Lisa began taking private phone calls away from her desk, which appeared to upset her. When she spoke with Kevin the day after Lisa's murder, he mentioned that recouping Lisa's $50,000 salary would be difficult. The prosecution called witnesses to testify about Kevin's behavior after learning of Lisa's death. Kevin was described as calm by the police officers involved in the case. Patrolman who met Kevin in the police station lobby a few hours after Lisa's death reported that he appeared relatively calm during the encounter. Detective Brian Jackson of the Willoughby Hills Police Department testified during the trial, recounting an interaction with Kevin the day after Lisa's murder. Kevin expressed a desire to enter the house, but Detective Jackson advised against it, explaining that the scene had not been cleaned. Despite the gruesome circumstances, Kevin showed no emotion and insisted on seeing the scene for himself, claiming that he had been in similar situations before. The prosecution presented evidence about the insurance money, revealing that Kevin had collected insurance funds following Lisa's death. Testimonies focused on Kevin Swift's actions on the morning of Lisa's murder. Kevin called Lisa's workplace to inquire about the paperwork required to file a claim on Lisa's life insurance policy with the union. Jill Reynolds, a benefits specialist at Gordon Food Services where Kevin worked as a transit driver, testified that on the day Lisa was killed, Kevin contacted her to report Lisa's death and stated that he planned to file an insurance claim. This information was critical in establishing a timeline of Kevin's actions and decisions in the immediate aftermath of the tragedy, which helped to shape the prosecution's narrative about the financial implications of Lisa's death. The prosecution informed the court that Kevin filed several insurance claims on November 16, including a $250,000 life policy for Lisa No. This policy, which was issued on May 16, 2012, provided coverage for her life. According to Christopher Eddy, a team leader at Guardian Life Insurance Company, which provides insurance for Cuyahoga children and family services, Kevin received a $250,000 check as payment for the claim. Farmers Insurance paid Kevin $150,000 for his term life insurance policy purchased in 2009. This is for Lisa. After Lisa died, Kevin changed the property's insurance policy from renters to homeowners and added a swimming pool. Kevin also purchased auto insurance for a 2013 Cruze, a 2011 Malibu, and 2 campers, using the funds not only to pay off his mortgage, but also to buy new cars and a home in Florida, as well as funding flying lessons. Lisa owned nearly $800,000. The prosecution called Sabrina as a witness in life insurance policies, which Kevin collected throughout the trial, and she testified that her relationship with her foster father Kevin began in the spring of 2012. Sabrina testified in court that Kevin typically drove her to Willoughby South High School, and that they engaged in sexual activities during these rides. She claimed that Kevin explained that he couldn't divorce Lisa because of concerns about sharing custody of Haley. According to Sabrina, the idea of killing Lisa started as a small thought. Kevin would occasionally text her, expressing his dislike for Lisa and suggesting that once Lisa was gone, they could buy their own home and live together, and Sabrina could attend college while acting as the children's mother. Sabrina told the court that she approached her friend Autumn Pavlik in early October to find someone to kill her foster mother. Autumn testified, asking me if I could get her a hitman. She declared that they were getting a divorce and that she was worth more dead than alive. However, Sabrina eventually decided to handle the situation herself. She testified that on November 15, 2012, Kevin drove her to school but started crying after parking. Sabrina claimed that Kevin revealed that they had a heated argument with Lisa the night before, and that he would consider suicide if Lisa wasn't dead. Sabrina told the court that I was scared for him because I had fallen in love with him. Sabrina responded by assuring Kevin that she would take responsibility for killing Lisa, and Lisa died less than 24 hours later. The prosecution called Dr. Joseph Andrew Philo, a forensic pathologist at the Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner's Office, to testify about Lisa's severe injuries. Lisa's autopsy was overseen by Dr. Philo. According to Dr. Philo's testimony, Lisa died as a result of a mandible jaw injury that penetrated deeply enough to sever the carotid artery connecting the brain. Another lethal wound was discovered in her breast, which penetrated and collapsed the underlying lung. Dr. Philo described several cuts on Lisa's body as intricate and complex, implying that either the knife was twisted upon entry or the body was in a twisting motion. One of Lisa's fingers and one thumb were almost severed. Lisa's body also showed signs of defensive wounds. Dr. Philo concluded that the death was caused by at least 178 stab and incised wounds to the head, neck, torso, and extremities, along with musculoskeletal, vascular, and visceral injuries. The brutality of the assault was highlighted by the fact that the knife used had bent as a result of the extreme violence inflicted during the attack. The defense argued that Kevin was not guilty and that Sabrina bore sole responsibility for Lisa's death. They emphasized the lack of physical evidence supporting Kevin and Sabrina's sexual relationship, as well as the prosecution's reliance on Sabrina's testimony, which they argued was untrustworthy given her agreement to a plea deal in exchange for a reduced sentence. The defense claimed Sabrina's motive for killing Lisa stemmed from a conversation 2 weeks before the tragedy. According to their case, Lisa informed Sabrina that she had to vacate by January 1, 2013. Kevin decided not to testify at the trial. The court was informed that, despite the inability to recover text messages or phone call records between Sabrina and Kevin, official records revealed a significant amount of communication. 1491 texts or calls exchanged between their cell phones from November 1 to November 16, 2012. Notably, There were 78 recorded calls or texts beginning at 7:12 p.m. from November 15 to 12:48 a.m. on November 16, half an hour before Lisa's tragic death. After nearly 10 hours of deliberation, the jury found Kevin guilty of all 11 counts. The charges included 6 counts of sexual battery, 3 counts of complicity in aggravated murder, and 2 counts of conspiracy in aggravated murder. Kevin was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 30 years. Sabrina, who pleaded guilty to aggravated murder, was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 30 years. The legal proceedings concluded with both individuals facing substantial penalties for their roles in the tragic events. As a result, Kevin's currently incarcerated at the Lake Erie Correctional Institution in Conneaut, Ohio, with a parole date of 2043. Sabrina is currently incarcerated at the Dayton Correctional Institution in Dayton, Ohio, with a parole date of 2042. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The date was Tuesday, May 29, 2012. Michelle Mockbee awoke at 5 a.m. to get to work on time. Michelle, a 16-year employee of Thermo Fisher Scientific, worked in an industrial park near Florence, Kentucky, USA. She was well-liked and provided a positive presence in the workplace. Michelle met her husband, Dan Mockbee, at Thermo Fisher Scientific. He also worked there. Michelle and Dan had 2 young daughters, Madeline and Carly. They enjoy spending time with them, as well as their families and friends. Michelle arrived at work at 5:53 a.m. on May 29th while Dan was off for the day. Michelle worked as a logistics representative and handled payroll. Michelle would process payroll every 2 weeks. On Mondays, she would start work at 6 a.m. every Monday, so she could arrive at the home office in Pittsburgh by 8 a.m. On days when she did not receive a paycheck, she would begin working around 7 a.m. That day, May 29, was a Tuesday, and Michelle usually starts at 7 a.m. on Tuesdays, but the day before Monday, May 28, was Memorial Day, so she went to work early on Tuesday to get her paycheck on time. About an hour after Michelle arrived at work, the operations manager went to the floor where her office was located. Michelle was still gone. He was surprised because she was supposed to be filling out paperwork, but he chalked it up to tardiness. He decided to return in 20 minutes and went to prepare coffee. But no sooner had he arrived than the janitor, David Dooley, called out to him. He appeared startled and stated that he saw red stains on the carpet outside Michelle's office. David was terrified and said he had no idea where the stains were coming from because he had been cleaning that morning. The operations manager attempted to open the door, but the office was locked. He decided to find Michelle and see if she needed help. The search wasn't long. He found Michelle lying face down in the corner of her office. She'd been severely beaten, her hands tied behind her back and gagged. She wore a plastic bag over her head. There were numerous blood spatters and a blood trail connecting her office to the location where her body was discovered. Her body was discovered 40 feet from her office, and judging by the blood trail, it appeared that she had been dragged the entire way. Michelle had been brutally murdered. The operations manager immediately dialed 911. Michelle is not believed to have entered the office that morning, according to police. She was killed before she could retrieve her keys. The killer attempted to break into the office. The lock showed signs of forced entry. The autopsy revealed that she had at least 4 blows to the head with a heavy object, a fractured arm, and numerous bruises. The forensic pathologist who performed the autopsy stated that Michelle did not die immediately. She suffered a fractured skull, brain damage, and extensive cuts on her arms and legs. He testified that the pattern of wounds on her head corresponds to the tape dispenser. Michelle, according to the doctor, was struck in the back and collapsed after the first blow. She hit the corner of the wall and sustained a severe liver contusion. Michelle most likely lost consciousness at that point. The killer then grabbed her right arm and attempted to drag her to a less crowded area. And that's when the limb fractured. However, there were still questions. Why did no one hear her scream? Why were her fingers and toes tied? And why wasn't she wearing shoes? The police arrived at Mockbee's house and took Dan to the station. As a spouse, he was the primary suspect. He had a questionable alibi, claiming to be asleep at the alleged time of the murder. However, No one could corroborate his words. To rid himself of suspicion, investigators suggested that Dan take a polygraph test. The test revealed that Dan was probably not involved in the incident. The investigation revealed that there were 13 employees present at the time of the crime. According to the company's manager, the office and warehouse were heavily guarded, with only those with a specific pass able to enter. However, because the CCTV footage inside the building was missing, the circle of suspects was reduced, and only employees on that floor, supervisors and cleaners, had access to the accounting department. They now had to search the suspects' offices, warehouses, and vehicles. The point is that the perpetrator either changed clothes and hid them somewhere in the car or building, or they fled immediately following the murder and destroyed the evidence. Detectives examined surveillance footage from the parking lot. Only one truck left the lot that morning, around 6:31 a.m., but it returned at 7 a.m., rather suspiciously. The truck belonged to David Dooley. He worked as a janitor for Thermo Fisher. His wife also worked as a janitor. The couple were questioned separately. David was very persuasive. According to his version, he slept through his alarm because he had spent the night caring for his wife, who had been poisoned by something, and they had spent the majority of the night awake. He had intended to take the night off, to care for his wife, but she persuaded him to work the shift and promised to notify him if she felt ill. David arrived at work around 6 a.m. I only had time to clean the warehouse and empty the trash cans in the offices. He then called his wife Janet to see how she was feeling, but she did not pick up. He was afraid she'd passed out. David immediately got into his car and drove home. He returned to work and found the same red stains on the carpet. Detective Bruce McVeigh of the Boone County Sheriff's Office, who was working the case, listened to David's story and was taken aback by the suspect's spotless sneakers. All janitors wore special shoes with detergent stains and scuffed soles. David was dressed neatly that day, with clean sneakers. David Dooley and his co-workers also expressed concerns about his appearance. In addition, he claimed to have emptied the office trash cans. Even so, they were full that morning. Joe Siegert, a warehouse employee, said he saw the suspect not far from Michelle's office and saw David leave work around 1:30 a.m. He appeared scared or depressed. He claimed that the suspect's criminal record for burglary and possession of a firearm in 1996 made the situation even worse. The testimony of Janet, David's spouse, was less detailed. According to her, David left for work that morning and did not return until after lunch. She then recalled her husband arriving home around 6:40 a.m. He had ripped his pants at work, quickly changed his clothes, and returned inside. David was called back in for questioning, but he held his ground. There were no ripped pants. Maybe the spouse was confused about something. She was imagining things due to her condition. David's testimony made Janet doubt her memory. She claimed she had severe hearing problems and hadn't heard David arrive home. She had a high fever that day. However, when she awoke, she discovered dirty, torn pants hanging from the chair. That's why she assumed her husband had arrived to change clothes. Janet's testimony was not the most reliable. She had been inconsistent in the morning due to dehydration and fever. It was suspicious that the couple's testimony did not match, but they had no reason. Michelle was the head of human resources, so she knew many employees' secrets. However, other accounting department employees reported that Janet and Michelle got along well. However, detectives determined that there was still a motive. According to their version, Michelle was supposed to do payroll and paperwork in the morning. David attempted to break into her office early in the morning, knowing Michelle typically arrives by 7 a.m. On Tuesday, however, things did not go as planned. Michelle arrived for work at 5. And saw David attempting to pick the lock on her office. He couldn't let her go, so he committed the murder. Michelle was arrogant and had a quick temper, which could have exacerbated the situation. David discovered the very red stains, and he was the only one to leave work that morning. The murder weapon was never found, but he was able to dispose of the evidence. David and his wife Janet worked different shifts, but he forged signatures on timesheets and put in fictitious hours for her, resulting in twice the pay they should have received. The detective assumed Michelle had just caught him forging documents. He intended to place them on her desk, but the plan failed. Investigators knew he was guilty, but there was only circumstantial evidence. David was accused of murder, kidnapping, and tampering with evidence. During the trial, the jury discovered that no murder weapon, bloody clothes, or fingerprints were found. They only had the defendant's strange behavior and appearance. He was required to wear special steel-toed boots while on duty. That morning, however, he returned home wearing new white sneakers and clean clothes. Furthermore, he was the one who discovered the bloodstains and changed his story several times. The jury convicted David Dooley, 45, of murder and tampering with physical evidence. The jury deliberated for over 6 hours before convicting David of murder and tampering with evidence. He was sentenced to life in prison plus 5 years for tampering with evidence. At the sentencing hearing, David stated that he had been railroaded. "It is completely unfair how I have been treated. I wasn't given enough time to defend myself properly. I feel cheated as well. I only know that I did not kill Michelle Mockbee. I stand by it and will continue to fight." The guilty verdict was short-lived. A new trial has been ordered. In 2016, just 2 years after David's trial, a law clerk in Boone County Commonwealth's attorney Linda Talley Smith's office downloaded 12 gigabytes of information from the Commonwealth's attorney's office servers onto a thumb drive. Linda was the lead prosecutor in David's case, and the thumb drive was delivered to the Kentucky Attorney General's office. That thumb drive led to the discovery of surveillance footage that had not previously been shared with the defense. Only 10 hours before Michelle was murdered, an unidentified person attempted to enter the building where she worked. Furthermore, the thumb drive revealed additional information. There were allegations that the lead detective in the case, Bruce McVeigh of the Boone County Sheriff's Office, may have lied during David's trial. He retired, and the internal investigation into the allegations was completed. It was revealed that Bruce and Linda were having an affair, but they claimed it started after the trial ended. A judge ruled that the surveillance video was crucial evidence that had been withheld from the defense. Thus, a new trial was ordered. The prosecution relied on the same evidence as in the first trial. The defense followed a slightly different strategy. At David's second trial, they emphasized that the case against him was purely circumstantial, and that anyone else could have murdered Michelle. They told the jury that they should investigate the possibility that Dan was involved. He was motivated by money. The defense claimed that Dan hired someone to kill Michelle. After Michelle died, Dan received over $700,000 in life insurance and took out $400,000 in cash. The defense questioned him about one specific payment. Dan gave Chris Black a $10,000 check. Chris was Dan's friend. He also worked for Thermo Fisher Scientific. The check was given to him a few months after Michelle died. The defense asked Dan why. He gave Chris a $10,000 check and said he couldn't remember. Dan McBee's lawyer argued that he spent all of the money on the kids in the check. He was too devastated to recall some of the details. Warehouse worker Joe Siegert also testified during David Dooley's retrial. Siegert had been with Thermo Fisher Scientific for more than 30 years and knew every employee. According to him, he arrived at work at 4:50 a.m., and there was a lot of business in the warehouse due to the day off. Also, it was the end of the month. Joe Siegert had the warehouse keys and was the one who arrived early every morning to unlock the doors. For a while, he kept to himself and assisted with the unloading of trucks. And at 5:30 a.m., he took the paperwork into the office. Michelle wasn't present yet. He didn't see David Dooley, which was unusual, given that David was usually cleaning the warehouse or offices at the time. Joe saw Michelle around 5:53 a.m. She had just arrived for work, grabbed the timesheets from the counter, and entered the office. He was the last person who saw her alive. Joe ran into David Dooley just before 7 a.m. He sat in the back of the warehouse, crying and shaking. Then, around 7 a.m., David excused himself and went home to change his clothes. Joe, the main witness, gave an inaccurate testimony with some timing flaws. Nevertheless, it was admissible. According to Joe, Michael may have been a pleasant woman in real life after the murder, as it was several years later. However, at work, she and her spouse frequently failed to show employees respect. Joe admitted that many employees disliked the couple. DNA experts from an independent crime lab compared male DNA found on crime scene items to David's DNA. An expert testified that Dan's DNA profile could not be excluded from Michelle's shirt as a significant contributor. David's DNA profile could not be ignored as a minor contributor. He testified that 1 in every 7 Caucasian American men could not be excluded because of their similar characteristics. The defense also told the jury that there was a lot of blood in the office, but none was found in David's truck. The defense argued that there were plenty of other people who had the opportunity and motivation to kill Michelle. They claimed the problem was that they were not thoroughly investigated. Dan Mockbee was also in attendance. He was being interviewed as a suspect. Dan was the department manager. He could have given anyone access to the warehouse. Suspicious hatchets were discovered in his car, which he had allegedly purchased at a sale, but he could never explain why he spent all of the money he received from the insurance company. However, for some reason, he was still unable to pay for Michelle's memorial and remained in debt for funeral services. In addition, prior to the incident, the couple owed $70,000. Dan assured me that he knew nothing about it and that his wife handled the finances. 2 weeks before the murder, he purchased a computer and installed a program for deleting and encrypting files. At around 8-9 a.m., investigators discovered Dan running the program. He received a call from Thermo Fisher's scientific employees. His alibi could not be confirmed because the children were spending the night at their parents' house, and it was unknown who attempted to break into the building 10 hours prior to the incident. Finally, defense attorney Deanna Dennison emphasizes to the jury that the standard for judgment is not whether David might have committed the crime, most likely did, or could have done so through a process of elimination. Instead, she emphasized that the key criterion is reasonable doubt, which she believes the prosecution failed to demonstrate. Dennis argued that the presented evidence did not establish a link between David and Michelle's deaths, and thus he should be found not guilty. The prosecution, led by Assistant Attorney General John Heck, countered during the closing arguments. Heck argued that, despite the circumstantial nature of the case, the accumulation of various pieces of evidence forms a compelling case, and he urged the jury to consider all of the evidence when rendering their verdict. Despite the defense's arguments, David was found guilty a second time and sentenced to 38 years in prison. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On November 6, 2014, Mexico City police discovered human remains. Part of the torso was discovered in a vacant lot near the city's exit. A few days later, bags containing arms and legs were discovered in various areas of the capital. The fact that there were no fingers on the limbs was horrifying. The police sounded the alarm. Apparently, a particularly violent criminal was operating in the region. Squads of officers were formed and patrolled the streets. The main goal was to find the unfortunate man's head and limbs and prevent future crimes. At the time, everyone was certain that this was the work of a brutal serial killer. The fingers and head were never located. However, the professional work of forensic experts revealed that the remains belonged to the same person. However, the absence of fingers and teeth made it impossible to determine who this person was. The story takes place in North America, with the main character, Alejandra Lafuente, a stunning brunette with gorgeous hair and bright brown eyes that highlight her thick black tar lashes. She had an athletic, trim figure, which he attempted to maintain through fitness, yoga, and breathing exercises. Alejandra enjoys taking care of herself. She could frequently be seen at a beauty salon, massage spa, or spa. In warm weather, she lounged on the beach doing scientific research, and on cloudy days she could go to tanning salons. Overall, we can conclude that the young woman adored herself and saw herself as the pinnacle of female attractiveness. Alejandra did not lag behind in her career. Her father, Alberto Lafuente, is a doctor of sciences and a well-known psychiatrist. He is a scientific luminary who works on psychiatric disorders such as schizophrenia and manic depression. He is also well known for his experiments on patients, in addition to his scientific work. Alejandra regarded her father as an idol. She followed in his footsteps, hoping to achieve the same level of success. She enrolled in the best university for psychiatry and graduated with honors. Her perseverance, resourcefulness, and extraordinary intelligence, combined with her father's connections, assisted her in writing and defending her thesis on manic syndrome. Alejandra did not, however, pursue a career in psychiatry. Instead, she was drawn to the work of a psychotherapist. With her father's money, the young woman obtained a license and established her office in a new business center in the heart of the capital. There were plenty of clients, but she only saw women. Women with eating disorders, depression, relationship problems, and low self-esteem sought counseling. Alejandra helped to resolve family issues. However, as is often the case, her personal life left a lot to be desired. The young woman's first marriage failed, but the couple did have 2 children, 2 lovely girls with Alejandra's eyes and her father's sense of humor. However, Alejandra was not discouraged. She did not believe that having 2 children was an excuse to abandon herself. She still hoped to meet her other half, a man who could be a good father to her daughters. After the couple separated, Alejandra's ex-husband, whose name is unknown, returned home. It was a common practice for the couple. The man would come on weekends to spend time with his daughters and assist his ex-wife with household chores as needed. However, the ex-husband had no idea this would be his last visit. Alejandra asked him to enter the house from the backyard, claiming that the front door lock was jammed. The man entered the house. Alejandra explained that her youngest daughter was currently bathing and invited him into her bathroom. The man went in with no suspicions. There was a ringing silence throughout the house. There were no sounds, just the usual cartoons and children's laughter. The man entered the bathroom. There was tape on the floor and no daughter in the filled bathtub. He became aware that something was going wrong. Right at that moment, his ex-wife appeared behind him, wielding a hammer, and delivered a powerful blow to his head. The man fell, and blood poured out of the gaping hole in his skull. Everything around him was blood-stained. As the experts later discovered, the man had no chance of saving himself. Death occurred almost immediately following the first blow from a heavy, blunt object. The eldest daughter, who had unexpectedly returned early from a friend, was an unwitting witness to this truly horrifying scene. The children frequently witnessed their parents' quarrels. Alejandra was determined to be mentally disturbed. She frequently took it out on her friends, who noticed how the young woman could hit her husband. They frequently noticed scratches on his arms and neck. The housemates were constantly observing her temper tantrums and poor behavior, but this time the situation spiraled out of control. The daughter dashed out of the house and began calling for help. Almost immediately, a neighbor came running and called the police. The psychologist has been arrested and charged with murder. At the station, the young woman was placed in a cell and had to stay there for a month until her first hearing. Alejandra denied guilt during the trial. Lawyers proposed a version of self-defense. According to them, Alejandra's ex-husband was extremely jealous of her and made up stories about her bringing men into the house, which could have a negative impact on the psyche of young girls. On the day of the crime, he showed up unexpectedly at his ex-wife's house and entered through the back door, hoping to catch her with another man. Then he pounced on Alejandra, who was in the bathroom attempting to put together a nightstand. She then had to use self-defense, and he delivered 2 blows to the back of her ex-husband's head. On June 14, 2012, the sentence was imposed based on the defense's evidence and the presence of 2 minor children. Alejandra was sentenced to 1 year and 4 months, thanks to the coordination of lawyers and his father's money. A suspended sentence replaced the term behind bars. A few months later, the appeal was filed again, this time requesting that the charges be dropped. The claim was that the assault was in self-defense. Human rights activists demanded a jury trial and felt deeply sorry for the poor woman, who was presented as a victim of domestic violence. As a result, the court reviewed the case and acquitted the accused. After her release, the young woman continued to provide her psychological counseling. She portrayed Alejandra as a victim of gender inequality who fought for her rights in the same way that most women in North America do, and this image helped her gain even more popularity with potential clients. Maria Alejandra soon met Alan Carrera Cuella, a prominent Mexican businessman and the son of Adrian Carrera Francis. He was a tall, attractive, and statuesque man. His father had previously served as the Central District's head of special services, where he had achieved considerable success. Alan quickly expanded his business, establishing a nationwide chain of construction stores. A portion of Alan's business was legalized. The other part, which few people knew about, was closely related to crime. By the way, his father was removed from his position because one of his son's financial frauds was discovered. In addition, Alan had a stake in a criminal organization that transported psychotropic substances to the United States. Their base was in a border town and was patrolled by newly hired police officers. This group controlled a small portion of the South's psychoactive substance trafficking. Alan's father was proven to be involved in his son's affairs. The police were able to obtain a statement from him, and he faced a 20-year prison sentence. However, Adrian Carrera was released early on July 18, 2000, as a result of the Witness Protection Program. Following his release, he devoted all of his time to his son and his legitimate business. The son matured quickly, adopting his father's perspectives and experiences. After graduating from college, Alan Carrera decided to follow in his father's footsteps as an entrepreneur. He was very interested in the store of household appliances, and despite his young age, he completely let himself in. This business was not as large as his father's, but it provided a good income. There were always a lot of women around him, but Alan had been in love with a classmate who he thought was smart, beautiful, and came from a good family since childhood. The marriage was brief but bright. Daddy had a gorgeous daughter. However, a lot of work and Alan's almost complete absence from home caused this marriage to end. It was extremely difficult for Alan to part with a woman he had loved since high school. New novels did not bring pleasure, and loneliness and sadness drove the man to drink. This became a bad habit over time. Alan tried many things to cope with his long-term depression and addiction to alcohol, including books, circles, and drips, until fate led him to a consultation with the famous psychiatrist Alberto, Maria Alejandra's father. Alan's now ex-wife was also dealing with a difficult divorce. Alan was the only male in the young woman's life. Despite their separation, she could not allow anyone else to be with her. To alleviate her loneliness, Alan's ex-wife also decided to see a therapist. The psychiatrist who rehabilitated Alan explained that he couldn't lead both spouses for ethical reasons and suggested the woman turn to Alejandra. However, he did not inform the clients that Alejandra was his daughter. Alejandra quickly realized that her patient's ex-husband could be an ideal match. He was described as a pleasant man in his prime and quite wealthy. Alejandra did not think long before asking her client to bring her ex-husband for another consultation. According to the therapist, she would be able to resolve their issue in one session and break the former spouse's strong bond. Alejandra began carrying out her plan to seduce the entrepreneur as soon as the steamy session began. The result did not last long. Following the session, Alan offered the therapist a cup of coffee to discuss family issues. The young woman initially refused to go on a date because she believed it violated medical ethics. However, their date took place on the same evening, and it quickly became an affair. Alan's ex-wife soon learned of the situation. She was shocked. She even planned to report the incident to the doctor's ethics committee. However, she didn't. Alejandra was a highly competent specialist who was able to persuade her client to let the situation go. After all, it indicates jealousy and a refusal to let go of the former spouse. As a result, the doctor believes that a happy future will be ineffective. Alan's ex-wife decided not to apply both during and after the commission sessions. Meanwhile, the relationship with the newly married couple progressed quickly. A few months after their first date, the young couple decided to live together. After 2 more months, they decided to formalize their relationship, but Alan had no idea what skeletons he had in his closet that were hiding his fiancée. What were her reasons for divorcing her ex-husband? In April 2014, Alan decided to spend the weekend with his parents and flew there. It became an excellent opportunity to talk about his beloved and the upcoming wedding. Alan's parents were taken aback that they would learn such important information so late. They had never heard of Alejandra in their son's life, which seemed strange. A week after meeting with the parents, the marriage was registered. Interestingly, Alejandra asked her husband not to contact her friends and family. No invitations were sent. The wedding was supposed to be modest, and the budget didn't allow for inviting everyone one would have liked. However, as it turned out, the bride's father did attend the wedding ceremony. Initially, the young family's life appeared to be a fairy tale, young and happy with a lot of plans and desires. However, it did not last long. Alejandra was unable to conceal her hysterical personality as she approached the horrifying conclusion of this story, but no one suspected it yet. The newlyweds' relationship began to undergo dramatic changes. Alan was a very private person, and details about his personal life were not shared with his friends. As a result, very little was known about the couple's personal lives. However, it was clear that the former relationship had cracked, and the couple no longer appeared to be happy. After meeting Alejandra, Alan distanced himself from his family. The final straw was the wedding, to which parents were not invited. Following that, they stopped calling each other. Alan's remaining friends began to notice that his wife became more nervous. sometimes acting inappropriately and quickly losing her temper. After a few such incidents, Alan felt ashamed and decided to limit joint meetings. Family quarrels occurred on a daily basis and were almost always without merit. According to her own testimony, Alejandra decided to access her husband's cell phone one evening. As is often the case, correspondence with some women was discovered to contain racy content. Of course, it was impossible to ignore such things. According to Alejandra, this was the final straw. She claimed in court that her husband beat, insulted, and humiliated her in every way possible. When cheating was discovered, it became pointless to save the marriage. For unknown reasons, Alejandra attempted to save the relationship by using non-traditional psychotherapy techniques. After thinking about her husband's cheating, the young woman decided to deal with Alan using a method she was already familiar with. As soon as she made this decision, her entire attention could be focused on devising the perfect murder plot. Meanwhile, Alan maintained his usual, measured pace of life. He had no idea what was in store for him. Alan still communicated infrequently with his family, but he couldn't miss the family's annual feast to celebrate his beloved grandfather's birthday. Alan, of course, attended the feast, but his parents made it clear that his wife was not the most welcome guest in their home. This situation irritated Alejandra and aggravated the couple's relationship. Was it possible that this would be the last time the family saw Alan alive? Dated October 31, 2014. Alan last used his phone to send a text message to his family informing them that he had arrived home safely from his birthday party. He has not communicated since then. He hadn't been seen at work in several days either. This was quite unusual because it had never happened before. The entrepreneur took extreme responsibility for his work. And soon, the opening of a new store was anticipated, making the presence of the head absolutely necessary. The reason for this was the spouse's terrifying plan, which she carried out. After Alan returned from his vacation, there was another scandal, which prompted Alejandra to immediately dispose of her husband. She added a powerful sleeping pill to the milky tea she used to drink before bed. Then she smothered him with the pillow. She enjoyed watching her husband gradually lose consciousness in a pitiful attempt to remove the pillow and breathe. Then came the most difficult part, getting rid of the body. She had not had time to prepare for this moment. Alan was too heavy, so she had to make do with what she had. The time was short. So Alejandra dashed to the neighbor's vegetable garden to retrieve an electric saw. With a grim smile on her face, she attempted to cut her husband's body apart. Only a genuine sadist would do such a thing. She then placed the body parts in garbage bags and had the foresight to cut off fingers and pull teeth. It was these that would aid the investigation in identifying the person, if the body was discovered. Alejandra attempted to remove the corpse from the house without suspicion by stuffing all of the bags into suitcases, but she was unsuccessful. As dawn broke, Alejandra was unable to leave the house with the suitcase unnoticed. An elderly neighbor with insomnia watched her from her window. She was a little concerned about the young woman's early departure. Besides, for some reason her husband did not help lift the heavier suitcases, and Alejandra was acting strangely. She was constantly looking around. Alejandra returned home around dawn. This surprised the vigilant neighbor even more. As it turned out, she had scattered bags containing her ex-husband's remains throughout various neighborhoods to conceal her tracks. As the new day dawned, she resumed her normal life. On November 6, 2014, Mexican police officers made the first horrifying discovery, a human torso with no teeth and no fingers on the hand. The entire police force was put on high alert because the incident was so brutal. Less than a day later, other body parts were discovered throughout the city. It is also noteworthy that the distance between the locations where the packages were discovered was quite significant. Later, this would be attributed to Alejandra's prolonged absence from home. All body parts were sent to the best forensic laboratory, where experts quickly determined that they all belonged to the same person. In order to avoid suspicion, the perpetrator began sending messages to Alan's relatives. She attempted to avoid suspicion, but she only made matters worse. She had no idea that her husband had recently distanced himself from the family and had no contact with his relatives. Alejandra informed Alan's parents on his behalf that they were going on vacation and would be out of contact. Alejandra's father ruined the entire plan. Alberto began calling Alan's father's house, wanting to know if his son-in-law's family knew where Alejandra was. Alberto hadn't heard from her in a while, and the patients are concerned about not being able to attend counseling sessions. Later, he calls Alan's relatives again to inform them that his daughter has been found and has been forcibly admitted to the clinic because she is depressed as a result of her husband's infidelity. This alarmed the relatives, who attempted to locate Alan but were unsuccessful, prompting the businessman's family to contact the police. The laboratory experts decided to compare the recently discovered corpse to Alan's characteristics. The similarity was 100, and his relatives also identified him. It was especially difficult for Alan's grandfather immediately following the identification. He became ill with heart disease because he was his only grandchild. The investigation issued a search warrant for Alan's residence and office. A hillock of fresh earth was discovered in the backyard of the house. After some digging, the man's fingers and teeth were discovered. The discovery further shocked the capital city. Alejandra was immediately apprehended. Blood traces were discovered in one of the rooms, as well as in the car's trunk and garage. Alejandra initially tried to avoid admitting her guilt. She hoped she'd be able to get away with it as freely as she had with her previous husband. But the investigation quickly resolved the case. The testimony of an elderly witness was helpful. The time she gave matched Alan's estimated time of death. Alexandria took advantage of her position to obtain a powerful sleeping pill, the type of medication that only doctors could obtain. This aggravated the situation. The evidence obtained helped to establish a link between Alexandria and her husband's brutal murder. CCTV cameras also helped to determine that the man entered the house and never left. CCTV footage confirmed that the suitcases had been taken out. On December 10, 2014, the jury returned its verdict. Alejandra was sentenced to life in prison for murder, with brutality, and attempted to conceal the fact by using her official position. All of this was unfavorable to her father, the former psychotherapist who attempted to save his daughter from imprisonment through connections and bribes, but was also unable to assist. However, he was only able to keep the trial hidden from the public and the press in order to avoid further publicity. However, he did everything for the sake of his own career. Now, few people will consult a specialist who raised such a ruthless monster and failed to diagnose problems with his own daughter in a timely manner. The death of Alejandra's first husband was also brought up during the trial. However, due to the passage of time, the evidence in this case was not discovered. The version about Alejandra's father's involvement in the events was also considered. There were suspicions that he colluded with his daughter and committed crimes for scientific reasons. However, there's no evidence to support this idea. Following several appeals from the victims, the sentence was commuted to death. This is an unprecedented situation. Such sentences are extremely uncommon in Mexico, particularly in these times. The defendant is also not entitled to a review of the proceedings. All of the accused property, including his home, must be given to the victim's family. Who can be comforted by this, though, if the person cannot be brought back? Alejandra appears to have been a pragmatic and cruel woman. She had severe mental health issues, despite medical examinations denying this. She also relied on her father's influence and used her official position to carry out her maniacal plans. Impunity for her first crime had only released her. Alejandra felt invincible and continued to do evil. Perhaps Alan would still be alive if this horrible woman hadn't been acquitted the first time, but it was too late to discuss it now. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more.